is now 9:30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. Just the normal announcements. Mobile phones, please, if you can make sure they're turned to silent. And if we hear the fire alarm, which has already rung once, that was a practice, but if we hear it again, it's a real thing. So we go out of one of the two fire exits, either side of the room, downstairs, and we congregate in the council's car park. Everybody all right with stairs? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. There's a new, an updated program's been provided, so hopefully you've all seen that. Just one little announcement. Can you please remember to remove all your cups and bits and pieces from the inquiry room at the end of the day, not looking anywhere in particular, because that does cause a bit of consternation. Yeah, so anything that's not glassware that's provided by the council, that could be removed, please. That would be really helpful. Right, on to today. So we're going to carry on with Mr. Bamber. Mr. Young's going to cross-examine. I've got a few questions, and then there is Mr. Bell's re-examination. We're hoping that will be done by coffee time. I'm hoping that. And then Mr. Weaver's going to be on the stand, and I think I'm hoping for Mr. Warren's sake that will be finished by lunchtime. It's really up to you, Mr. Warren, to some extent. So it's just cross-examination by you, isn't it, Mr. Simon?
I think so. Well, it certainly is me. I don't know if there's anyone else.
Nobody else wants to cross-examine Mr. Weaver? No. Okay. I'm happy to just extend lunch a bit later, just to get it done, but obviously not too late.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, without more ado, we must get going. So, is there anything else anyone wants to raise?
No, thank you.
No. All right, Mr. Young, your questions, please.
Good. Thank you very much, Madam. Good morning. You will appreciate that I appear and ask questions on behalf of Kent County Council. Yes.
Yes.
And Kent County Council, in this session of the inquiry, is concerned with the highways, yes?
Yes.
And you will appreciate, of course, we are the local highway authority, yes?
Yes.
Therefore, we're going to have a particular concern about local roads, yes?
Yes.
Now, we are in a position here where Swale is the district council, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Swale adopted a plan back in 2017. And they haven't produced an up-to-date plan, have they?
No.
No. So they've sort of not addressed issues like housing numbers or employment need or all those kind of things, or indeed the highway works that might be required to go with that. What we have is a 2017 plan, yes?
Yes.
As a consequence of which we are absent an up-to-date plan, but I'll leave more of that to the planners. My clients, though, have been getting on with planning, and what they produce is something called a local transport plan, and you'll be familiar with those, obviously, yes?
Yes.
And we've had local transport plan 4, delivering growth without gridlock, and that was to cover the period 2016 to 2031, yes?
Yes.
And then we also have a more recent local transport plan, and that is local transport plan 5, yes?
Yes.
And that's called Striking the Balance, yes?
Yes.
They've always got a catchy little title to make us try and remember which is which. Okay, now we're going to have a look at those documents because obviously they're important for the inspector to be aware of. Could you go first of all to local transport plan 4, and you'll find that as CD 15.12. Do you have that?
It's still opening.
Okay, don't worry, don't worry. Just let me know when you're there.
Yep. No, it's still not opening. I do have a copy elsewhere, which
Okay, yeah, that's absolutely fine.
can,
Wherever or however you acquire it, it's fine.
which one's slower? Sorry about this. Okay, I've found it on my system, so I've opened it on my
Lovely,
system.
thank you very much. So if we have a look at local transport plan, this is the one delivering growth without gridlock. That's an ambition we'd all like, isn't it? And 2016 to 2001, so it covers the current period, albeit we know there's a later version which we'll look at. Okay, and on the cover you can see a train, a bus, a bike, and an enormous motorway junction. So there's something for everyone. Not yet Mr. Simon's electric bikes. They're a bit more. They're probably in number 5. But if we have a look at what this is seeking to do, if you go to the forward, we've got the cabinet member for planning, highways and transport and waste at the time. And it says Kent has ambitious targets for growth. Our role is to enable planned sustainable growth and ensure the necessary infrastructure is in place, which will stimulate regeneration, encourage people and businesses to come to Kent and to travel safely, easily, safely, quickly, and so on. Now,
Yes.
that, of course, is a very legitimate aim for a county council as a highway authority, yes, to facilitate sustainable growth, yes?
Yes.
And to ensure the necessary infrastructure to deliver that is achieved, yes?
Yes.
We can see, can't we, from the little box in the other side of the page, it says our strategic transport priorities are, and then if you have a look at that, the third one, transport infrastructure to support growth in the Thames estuary. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we've had in this inquiry some discussion already. There'll be more about identifying where that growth in the estuary should be, yes? I mean, not literally, obviously, in the estuary, but along the edge of it. Okay, and you can see that in the second paragraph it talks about the Kent and Medway growth. This is just by the picture. Growth and infrastructure framework has been developed in conjunction with the 12 district local planning authorities and Medway Council to identify infrastructure requirements up to 2031. And what that's saying is this document is produced in conjunction with the authorities, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. Who are obviously participating in the process. Okay, and then if we look at the other column, we can see the penultimate paragraph before the signature. It says Kent County Council is the local highway Local Transport and Highway Authority for local roads in Kent, which we've already agreed, yes.
Yep.
We're also part of the Kent and Medway Economic Partnership, itself part of the South East Local Enterprise Partnership, and we work collaboratively to deliver transport projects identified in the SELEP's Strategic Economic Plan, with funding from the Local Growth Fund, and then they work with Highways England, Network Rail and other organisations. So this is all about integrating that growth in this area, including particularly the Thames estuary, and making sure the infrastructure is there to support it, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay. Now, let's go forward then, please, to page 41. So I'm working off the PDF version. And at page 41, you'll see transport priorities for Swale in as an infographic, yeah?
So in mine, it's slightly different.
Okay. 39 on the document itself.
That's helpful.
41 in the PDF. But
Yes, I've got it.
and what we've got is a plan of Swale. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, and transport priorities for Swale are listed, and we see them in the boxes. Do you see that?
yes,
Okay, and if we look at the top left-hand side of the page, it says extension of the Northern Relief Road to the A2 and then M2. And where that's pointing is the north side of Sittingbourne. Do you see that?
yep,
So it's identified in this transport plan that the Northern Relief Road, which had already been partly built by that stage, a transport priority for Swale and obviously for Kent County Council, was to extend that, yes?
yes,
Yeah, and then to have it extend further to the M2, yes?
yes,
The consequence of that would be to create effectively around Sittingbourne a box route, in effect, whereby there is obviously the M2 at the bottom. We have the A249, I think it is, going north to Sheppey.
yes,
And then with the Northern Relief Road, that would complete the next side of the box, and then the Southern Relief Road, the final bit, yes?
yes,
So you'd be able to have all movements not going into Sittingbourne, because you could go round the town, yes?
yes,
Yeah, good. Okay, so that was the ambition of this document, and we can see what is proposed. We're going to come on to 5 in a minute, but before we do, can we just have a quick look at the text about Swale? And if you look at Swale on page 40 or page 38 of the document itself, it talks about the M2 and A2 corridors that run through Swale, yes?
yep,
Okay, and then it says on in the second column, in common with much of Kent, the extensive rural communities in Swale tend to be less well served by public transport and therefore can be isolated from the main centres. Do you see that?
yes,
Now, Sittingbourne is a main centre in Swale, isn't it? Mm-hmm. It is, in fact, the main town, isn't it?
yes,
Yeah, so we're not talking about the isolation from public transport away from main centres or being less served. Public transport provision, and there was some discussion of that yesterday, in the context of this proposal, is public transport in a location next to one of the main centres, yes?
yes,
And in parts adjoining. Good, okay. And you can have a look at the plan, can't you? You can see that there's a lot of rural areas, Sheppey, and then all of the area down to the bottom of the districts. There's extensive rural areas in Swale, yes?
yes,
Yeah, good. Okay, that's all I need to ask you about in that document. If we then go to local transport plan 5, striking the balance, and that's 15.13, and if you need to get it separately, that's absolutely fine.
I've opened my own version, so I've got it.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam, do you have that? Lovely, thank you. Okay, so again, we can see a Kent document, December 2024, so coincides with the new government's MPPF. And if we go to the forward, we've got a different councillor this time, Cabinet Member for Highways and Transport is Neil Baker. And Mr. Baker says this: I am pleased to introduce our new local transport plan, which has been developed taking into consideration the views of all stakeholders and members of the public who took part in our two consultations, yes? So whilst we might be absent a local plan from Swale with their consultations, what we do have is a local transport that has been the subject of 2 rounds of consultation, yes?
Yes.
Our plan sets out our ambition and outcomes for transport and the proposals we've identified to deliver them. We have a successful track record of ensuring we have a clear plan that can steer delivery towards across the transport mix. It goes on to say, whatever way you travel, you're trying to strike the balance. That's what it is, get a balance between car driving and buses and trains and so on. Then this, in the 4th paragraph, I know that many of you will ask how this plan will be delivered given the current challenging financial circumstances. Do you see that?
Yes.
So what my client's also aware of, plainly, is the funding of the infrastructure, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what he thinks people will be asking. How can it be delivered? And he says, I want to be clear, we will need new funding from government and other external forces to make it a reality. We need funding not only to get schemes built and operating, but also develop, design, and so on. So funding is part and parcel of this local transport plan, yes?
Yes.
Good. Okay. And then if we go forward in this document, please, to page 5, it's got introduction, section 2. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
This LTP, striking the balance, and we can see that that covers, and this is the current one for the Secretary of State and the Inspector's Note, the period 2024, which is the novel idea of having a plan with a start date on the day that it actually starts, 2024 to 2037, yes? So it's looking across that 13-year period, yeah? Replaces our 4th plan, delivering growth without gridlock, that we've just looked at, following an early review of that plan. Now, there's a thought. An early review of a plan, and this is effectively to update and replace Local Transport Plan 4, yes?
Yes.
We consulted on the emerging local, it sounds like a local plan, doesn't it? We consulted on the emerging local transport plan in 2023 and again on the full draft plan in 2024. So nobody can be in any doubt that this is a document that's been subject to consultation, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, including with Swale District Council, obviously, as we saw in the last version, yes?
Yes.
And then all comments were considered and the plan was updated before being put to the County Council for adoption. Do you see that? So
yes.
It follows the same process. It needs to be adopted, and the overall strategy is for a full transport mix. Now, if we go further in this document, please, to the section dealing with Swale, and for that we'll need to go, I think, to page 77.
Yeah, the plan, yes.
Okay, and what you can see is the section about actually, if you go to 76 as numbered,
Yeah.
Swale, and then there's text. Do you see that?
Yes.
Next to a picture of Faversham's rather fabulous Guildhall. Do you see that?
Yep.
Good, okay. And then it says, 3rd paragraph, Sittingbourne. So this is the section specifically on Sittingbourne. Do you see that?
Yes.
Sittingbourne has a constrained road network. Do you agree?
Yes.
But continues to experience a rising population as homes and commercial developments are built across the area. Existing investment is delivering upgraded junctions along the A249 to improve access to the strategic road network, and M2 Junction 5 Stockbury is also being transformed by National Highways. Nonetheless, the focus of traffic movement towards the A249 on the western side of Sittingbourne means traffic pressures for the town and its centre, compounded by substantial and growing commercial activity on the north and eastern sides of Sittingbourne. Plans have existed for new routes to divert traffic away from the A2 road corridor, and these are likely to remain beneficial given the limited remaining options for addressing traffic congestion. You see that?
I can see that, yes.
So this plan, consulted upon several times, or twice at least, and now adopted, is making clear that what is proposed is to divert traffic away from the A2 corridor, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, and we have to remember, don't we, if you know this part of the world, that the A2 goes through a lot of the towns like Rochester and Rainham and so on, yes? It's been the traditional route, it's Watling Street, and so has traditionally taken the traffic. But what is now being recognised is a need, certainly as far as Sittingbourne is concerned, to divert traffic away from the A2 corridor. That's expressly stated, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I mean, it's not couched in absolute terms.
No.
I mean, it states that these are likely to remain beneficial, giving the limited remaining options.
Yeah.
So it's not an absolute black and white, but it is saying that it is likely to.
Yeah, well, I can read that, obviously, and I can also be fairly aware that the A2 has been there for a while, hasn't it?
Yes.
Because the Romans were using it when it was their turn, and now it's our turn, and we're having to deal with it in the context of the current situation. And Sittingbourne has a population of 54,000, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest towns because we don't have a major urban city like Birmingham or Manchester. What we've got here is a series of towns, and Sittingbourne is one of the largest, yes?
Yes.
It's also seen significant employment growth, hasn't it?
I haven't looked at employment growth, but I'm
Okay.
willing to accept that.
Well, that's why, it's a matter for the Secretary of State and the Inspector. Of course, it might be a good reason to locate development where there's a substantial amount of new employment. But there has been a lot of employment on the north side of the town, and that's why there's a northern relief road, and that is helping to divert traffic away from the A2, isn't it?
Yes.
And of course, we have the situation to the south where we know that this proposal brings forward a southern relief road, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And that, of course, would take traffic away from the A2 in line with the local transport plan's ambitions, yes?
Yes.
Good. Okay. And if we have a look at the plan, we can see in the centre of the plan Sittingbourne, and then we can see in the box on the left-hand side, page 77. Okay, you can see the little inset plan which shows where Swale sits within Kent, yes?
Yes.
And then above that it says Sittingbourne town traffic congestion relief, including potential new highway routes between the A2 and the M2. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so that's what is being proposed. We don't see it shown on the plan, the location. Obviously, Swale were part and parcel of this document, and there was discussion and negotiation. So it doesn't identify the route, but the ambition is clear about getting traffic away from the A2 and Sittingbourne town traffic congestion. Okay?
Yeah.
There's quite a bit of congestion in the town, isn't there?
Yes.
Yeah. This junction out here was mentioned several times yesterday, yes? The junction just below us.
Was it?
It was. I was here and I heard Mr. Simons refer to it. Yeah.
Sorry, remind me the context of.
So Mr. Simons talking about congestion in Sittingbourne, and he said the junction that's just down here behind us, yes? That junction, you know the junction that's where I'm pointing?
Yes.
Yeah, you know where it is, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, you see it every day, presumably.
Yes, yeah, and it is congested, yes.
It is badly congested, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and the reason it's badly congested is that my clients identified an accident risk of right turners turning up past this building, and as a consequence, the two-way green movement had to be replaced by eastbound green time and then westbound green time, yeah?
Yes.
So the problems have even got worse, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, which doesn't make coming into the town centre such an attractive proposition, because, of course, you then face that congestion, which that junction down there is obviously on the A2, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, just as it goes through Chatham and it goes through Rochester and everywhere else. Yeah, good. Okay, so we're clear about that. Now, if we then go, please, to page 83. Sorry, it's my fault, page 84. The funding we need for our plan. Do you see that?
Yep.
And it says, one of the key aims of this local transport plan is to clearly set out what level of funding is needed to invest in our existing highway network, as well as funding new transport infrastructure on both the highway and public transport networks. Our plan will help us, the government and our residents, to understand what we can and cannot deliver dependent on the level of funding we receive. If we want to make substantial progress, it says, to deliver our plan's proposals and achieve our ambition and outcomes, we estimate that it will need an additional 2.6 to 3.1 billion pounds for those transport improvements that we are responsible for delivering, yes?
Yep.
There's quite a few important announcements being made today, including 39 billion for affordable housing, being announced by Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, yes?
I wasn't aware of that, but if you say that's happening, then yes.
I think it's common knowledge. But
I haven't been watching the news a lot.
Oh, okay.
The last couple of days.
That's fine. I do occasionally watch the politicians, and we know that some money for local transport has been already earmarked. They let the announcements sort of trickle out over the course of the week, but the big transport announcements have been for Manchester and Birmingham and local transport improvements, so extending their tram systems, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. We haven't heard any announcements for Kent receiving 2.6 or 3.1 billion or anything in between, have we?
As I say, I haven't heard of anything, but then I haven't been listening. But if that is the case, then
yeah. Well, there may be more. It's a spending review. There may be more. But the point is, we know the start of this document began with the councillor in charge for transport in Kent saying, "I know what you're going to ask me. How can we deliver all this?" Do you remember that? Which is a funding question. Now, what we have here is a situation where the developer, Quinn, is actually going to fund the road, yes?
yes.
Yeah, so instead of waiting for the public money, and we can see all the different versions of how they acquire their money, the county council, we know that this project is to be funded by the developer themselves, yes?
Yes.
Now, we're going to have a debate about viability a bit later on, but I don't want to spoil anybody's fun on that, so let's just leave it as we are. The proposals, at least for the developer, are to fund a major piece of infrastructure which has been identified in 2 local transport plans. That's correct, yes?
Yes.
Good, okay. All right, now, you understandably have raised concerns on behalf of your clients, perfectly legitimately, if I may say so, Mr. Bamber, about the what you describe as the rat running, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, and what you're saying is look at those roads between Highsted and the new proposal and the town, and notice their width, notice the traffic flows, and indeed you talked about Lower Road over towards Tainsham, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And, those are perfectly legitimate concerns for your clients to raise. Now, there's a number of ways we could deal with that traffic coming, particularly, I think you talked about yesterday with Mr. Simons, up Woodstock Road, yes?
A number of ways. Are you talking about alternative routes that traffic could take?
Yeah, no, it's my fault. I haven't been clear. You talked yesterday, I'll do it in stages. You talked yesterday with Mr. Simons about Woodstock Road, yes?
Yeah.
Which is a route, obviously, up from Highsted Village and the Science Park into the town, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, there's a number of ways that one might address that issue, because you say quite rightly, look, there's going to be lots more people here. There's going to be development of the Science Park. There's going to be all these residents, and if they want to come in and use the facilities, that are available in the town centre, or come to the railway station, or go to the employment to the north of the railway line, then, you know, we need to look at that and the impact of that, as indeed you've done, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And as I say, there might be different ways to deal with that. First of all, what you might do is say, well, okay, Woodstock Road needs to be significantly improved, it needs to be enlarged, let's drive a dual carriageway into the town centre and CPO the houses on the way, yes?
I think that's unlikely to happen.
Yeah, that would be the 1960s, probably. I mean, I mentioned Birmingham earlier, beautifully designed ring roads, now we're trying to take them all out. But the fact is, that was an approach that was taken when the car was king, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, we might look at dealing with it in a number of ways. What we might do is look at discouraging car movements, and you can do that in a variety of ways. First of all, you can just close off the road, yes?
Yes.
Secondly, if you don't want to close the road off, you can look at closing off certain turning movements. So you can stop people from making right or left turns from each individual junction, yes?
Yes.
You can narrow carriageways, yes?
Yes.
You can retain on-street parking, yes?
Yes.
You can have build-outs which will cause people to have effectively stop and start and give way, so the flow can only go through when the traffic the other way allows it, yes?
Yes.
Traffic lights, obviously, are another possibility. But we might call those measures that I've just been describing constraints, yes? From the extreme of blocking the road off to narrowing the carriageway, for example, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, my clients did, as is clear from the statement of case, raise a concern about a whole series of junctions, and then there was further dialogue with the applicant, who then brought forward mitigation measures, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. The final design of those is obviously something that can be considered over the 30 years that it will take to develop this site, yes?
Yes.
We call that monitor and manage, don't we? Where you look at the effects of traffic, you look at what's happening, because not all these people are going to arrive on day one, and the science park isn't going to be full from day one, and you can then respond to that, yes?
Yes, and that's the point that I was
Good.
making yesterday, because what hasn't been presented to the Highway Authority is any meaningful information about the potential for managing that traffic.
Well, we disagree with you, and the reason we disagree with you is that we have looked at various things, including topic 4, the supplementary forecast, and we've looked at examples of how you might do it, yes? Okay, so I gave you a number of examples there, yes?
Yeah.
It may be that we turn off certain turning movements. It may be that we narrow the carriageway. It may be that we prioritise the bus, because of course this document is all about striking the balance. We allow pedestrians through, we allow cyclists, we allow Mr. Simons on his electric bike. We allow runners like Mr. Rhymes, a barrister in trainers, literally. But there are a whole variety of options available on each of the routes to which you express concern, which can be considered over a 30-year period, aren't there?
There are, but
Good.
what we need at this point in time is confidence that there is something that can be done that will address those issues. And the points that I've made in my evidence and in cross-examination relate to the fact that we don't have that evidence in front of us, because the modelling doesn't disaggregate between the constraint effects and the assumptions that have been made about mode share.
Yeah.
Because I have put evidence to put my point that I don't believe that the mode share assumptions are justifiable.
Can I just stop you there? I'm desperate not to go back over issues that we dealt with yesterday. So I'm specifically not asking you about mode share, okay? Those points were put to you. We are in the same position as the applicant about mode share, about the vision. I'm just talking about a very specific thing, about a number of options, which you've agreed over a 30-year period, have a whole range of options. let's just take one, okay? Let's just imagine that some of these routes that take you to the town centre, and for a town of 55,000, it's got a fine range of shops and services and facilities. It isn't Chelsea, but it's certainly a wide range. And one option might be, from these new settlements, is to focus on bus routes, yes? You are familiar, I'm sure, with bus gates, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. What you do when you introduce a bus gate like that, and the technology improves all the time, the gate can lower for the bus, can't it? And allow the bus through because there's transponders on the bus, yes?
Yes.
And you can therefore stop cars, yes? You can stop cars from going through, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. A whole range of options. We are satisfied, my clients, looking at the proposal as a whole, because of course the primary and obvious function of the road is in line with the local transport plan to address congestion on the A2 by giving people alternative routes. And people will have alternative routes by leaving the A2 and going along the Relief Road, and that will take them to the M2, won't it?
For those people who want to get to the M2, yes.
Yeah, good. Okay. There's a range of options available. Those are my questions. I think that was 45 minutes. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Right, okay. So, I've only got a few things, Mr. Bamber. So can I just make sure I understand your situation with regard to what we term decide and provide? So I think what you're saying is, perhaps if you could agree or not, is that when you're deciding the vision and how it can be achieved, the most important thing is that it's got to be realistic and reasonable.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Now, is that a matter of judgment or is it a factual matter?
It has to be a matter of judgment, but the judgment has to be based on evidence. So when we're looking forward into the future and we're deciding on what can be achieved, then what we are required to do is look at what measures we can put in and what effects those would make. This is where the debate is about predict, because that is essentially using information to tell us what the effects might be. Mm-hmm. If we're looking at perhaps a combination of features or measures, mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got the evidence from looking elsewhere to see what benefits have accrued in the past, we can project that into the future, and we can take a judgment as to what is reasonable. But as you go into the future, there is always some level of uncertainty. So what the guidance tells us to do is take a range of options, a fan of scenarios. So we look at what is reasonable within those scenarios. So we have at one end, well, what if things don't go very well? What if these measures don't lead to the change in mode? And that's at one end. On the other end, from what we know about how those measures affect people's behaviour elsewhere, then we can come up with a situation where those measures are most effective. And then we have a reasonable range. We don't have anything that falls outside the range. We're not sort of imagining that, for example, we could half the frequency of a bus service, double the fare level, and somehow imagine that patronage is going to double, because that's not going to happen, because we know how people react. If you want to get more people on the bus, you need to make it cheaper and faster and more convenient. And that's these kind of transport economics, the things that feed into people's decision making, those things are constant, well, fairly constant, but again, they are things that we can use to establish that range of possibilities going into the future. Is that helpful? Sometimes the vision-led approach is called vision and validate, which is a bit more helpful than decide and provide, that we've had a lot of discussion about. Vision and validate is putting forward a vision, but also validating, putting forward the evidence to show how that vision can be achieved. And that's the key point and the difference, I think, between myself and Mr. Wilde. I know that I have a consultation response from Kent County Council for a site at Newington, just the other side of the A249, where they've applied the vision and validate approach, and they've rejected an applicant's suggested reductions in trip rates, because what the applicant has put forward, Kent County Council see that as a business as usual, the standard range of things, and they've asked the applicant to go away and reconsider what they're doing in terms of predicting trip rates into the future, because Kent County Council in this case don't consider that the vision-led approach has been properly implemented.
Well, yes, we haven't got the evidence on that particular case, but they obviously don't think that in this case, do they?
No, that is
So
not
I
in
think
this
we'll
case.
stick with this case. But I mean, that sort of approach means that there's no facility for changing people's behaviours, because you're taking people's behaviours as they are and as they have been, but you're not really, are you?
That's
Change in the future.
What we're doing is, we know how people's behaviours do change. We know that how people, for example, how their behaviour in terms of, say, cycling changes if we provide a high quality cycle route. There's examples where high quality cycle route goes in, and we can see it has been measured what kind of uplift in cycling you can expect with that kind of facility. So it's not that to do the decide and provide, we are not we're saying that people's behaviours won't change. What we're doing is saying, yes, we do know that people's behaviours change, and that is what we want to encourage by providing the level of infrastructure or bus services or measures that will allow and encourage that change in behaviour. So it's not precluding a change in, it is based on a change in behaviour.
But I mean, if you sort of think back a while before anybody thought of electric bikes, for example.
Yes.
I mean, they have been fairly, I suppose, revolutionary. Well, I don't know. But anyway, I mean, they've certainly instigated a change in that people who probably wouldn't consider going on a bike before would consider it probably now. And not just that, but they can obviously cover terrain that perhaps the majority of people would find quite difficult much more easily. Now, I don't know when they came about, but because I'm not a cyclist, but before that you wouldn't have ever envisaged that could have happened, and that could have changed people's behaviours. So things do happen in the future, don't they, with new provisions that we can't really imagine at the moment, and people's behaviour changes.
Behaviour does change, and certainly again the introduction of electric bikes, I'm sure there is some evidence to show what kind of effects that is having in terms of overall levels of cycling. That is something we can then extrapolate into the future. So, for example, if the level of cycling has increased by 5% over the last 3 or 4 years because of a X% increase in electric bikes being purchased, then we could look, well, let's assume that trend carries on and we can extrapolate that into the future, and that will inform that future situation.
But what I'm guessing at is that before we had electric bikes, we wouldn't have even known that.
Yes.
So in a way, some behaviours we probably wouldn't even know now, which might change in the future as a result of technological advances and so forth, and certainly over, I don't know, 20-year period during which this development will be built out. You know, there could be huge changes, couldn't there, that we don't even envisage now. And
there could be,
is that
but
not what's
but I think
being got at here?
that's where we have to look carefully at paragraph 116 of the NPPF, where it talks about reasonable scenarios, and reasonable is not putting all your faith in something that we don't know about.
Okay.
We have to have a certain confidence. We can't plan on just optimism or a belief in technology. That's not a rational basis for planning. We have to, in the words of NPPF, be reasonable.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, I think you obviously, I think one of your main criticisms is about the modal share assumptions.
Yes.
And you have said in your evidence that you think a much more realistic level would be 7%. I'm talking about non-car modes here.
Yes,
I think car passengers were either included or excluded, but guess
yes.
about that. It's 7% anyway. And you said something like, well, it could double to 14%, but that would be still way behind what Mr. Wilde was anticipating.
Yes.
So if it were to go to 7 or 14%, would you consider that to be a reasonable, say 14% or doubling? Would you, if that could be achieved, would that be a reasonably sustainable solution in transport terms, do you think, or not?
Well, the problem that I attempt to quantify is the fact that the level of car use appears to be very sensitive to the mode share.
I understand all that. Forgetting that.
So just what is a sustainable level? That's a.
I mean, presumably your 14 or 7% takes account of the fact that you think that the car journeys have been massively underestimated. So, so putting all that aside, just sticking with your 7 or 14%, is that a sustainable transport solution or not, do you think?
In general terms, if you're looking at a development where you do your kind of analysis of possible options, where could we go with this? If we're looking at the decide and provide, we want to apply that approach. We look to see what we can do to make this development as good as it can be. If we can double the kind of baseline, then we're doing well. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that is doing well in absolute terms if the development itself, because of its structure, the way it's divides up into sections, in this case, in space, so you haven't got this, bringing everything together so that there can be a central concentration of areas, so you can maximise walking and cycling and make the public transport more efficient. In this case, if we're just looking at what is before us here, my view is that it is and I'm thinking particularly in terms of the movement between the development and Sittingbourne,
Yes.
which is the crucial thing. The way that it is designed, it is not fundamentally a sustainable development, and I haven't seen anything in terms of ambition, in terms of leading to a future situation where we have the opportunity to achieve the high levels of sustainability.
Well, what are they? I'm trying to sort of get to what you think would be
Well,
an acceptable level.
we could look at that. In a kind of general sense, the 50% of journeys by non-car modes that is quoted in a couple of sources, and Mr. Wilde quotes, and that corresponds quite well with the data that I looked at in Cambridge, which had about 50% of trips. That would be sustainable, in those terms.
So nothing less than 50% is what you think is.
Well, around 50%.
Okay. Thank you very much. But of course, so does that actually take account of the internal? Because you said that was, you were mainly concerned about the routes from the development into Sittingbourne, but of course there is, or would be, a considerable amount of provision for day-to-day needs within the development itself through the local centres, wouldn't there?
Yes, and I'm not including that in the 50%.
So that has to be included, doesn't it, when you make an overall judgment about how sustainable. We're only talking about transport here, because sustainability covers a whole range of other things, but we're just talking about transport. How sustainable in transport terms, or accessibility, or whatever, this particular development will be. And you don't seem to really have sort of focused in on that.
No, it's not one of the things I've focused in on. I've looked at the assumptions that have been made about levels of sustainable travel for internal trips. They are highly optimistic, but I haven't looked at those in detail because I'm limited in the amount of work that I can focus on, and I took the view that, well, that is what it is. It is this key part in terms of impact is the movement between Sittingbourne and the development.
But when the Secretary of State comes round to consider, is this a sustainable development in transport terms, she will have to consider it in the round, won't she? So she'll have to consider not only people going further afield for their various services and facilities, but also what they can get close at hand. And in this case, the development has a number of facilities, including some employment and local centres, doesn't it?
It does, but I come back to. It is important.
The overall consideration.
It is important in terms of the overall consideration, but I come back to the point that we have the development is divided into three main sections, and those are separated, and there is a major road built through the centre of two of them. So that internal sustainability is undermined by the fact that the development is separated. The secondary school is only convenient for a minority of the people within the new development. People in the west of Tenham development have to cross the A2 in order to get to the secondary school. Without the southern part of the development, Tenham doesn't have a secondary school close by. There wouldn't be a secondary school. And the point about because the development is divided up into separate sections, you can't have that benefit of higher order services as you would if it was all put in one settlement, in which case you could increase the size and the variety, and make more viable a wider range and more employment, better retail, better personal business, recreation facilities.
Well, that's not the scheme, though, is it? I mean, what we're considering is what's before us, as I think you've said several times.
Yes,
So
but
we can't consider really what might be.
no, but it's important to consider that the overall sustainability of the scheme is reduced because it is split up, and you have the severance effect.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh yes, just one fine. Oh no, sorry, two actually. So your thesis is that because the modal split is not what you consider to be acceptable, that the proportion of car journeys would be much higher, as I understand it. So does that have any link to, so if there are more cars on the roads and so forth, would that result, does that have any link to what you say about induced traffic?
No, that's
Any relationship with the
no.
two?
They are separate things.
So the level of induced traffic isn't related to the level of ordinary traffic
No,
generated, that will be
no.
generated?
No. Induced traffic is traffic that wouldn't otherwise be there, and that's
I
separate
understand
from the mode share of the traffic generated by the development.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. And the final question is, you said several times that, I think when you were asked the sort of the degree of rat running and that sort of thing, and you couldn't put a sort of, you said you hadn't looked at the model, so you couldn't.
Yes.
Yeah. So my question really is why you didn't ask for access to the model if you felt that these were real, these were issues that you needed to.
I did ask on 2 occasions to be involved in the discussions in the preparation for this inquiry, but my approaches were politely declined, and I was referred to the statement of case.
Sorry, can you just explain? Asked a bit. Was that to do with the model then?
No, well, it was to do with the way, the general way in which this scheme was being viewed by the Highway Authority and National Highways. I did try to engage with the Highway Authorities. I see. So that I could raise points. The issue about using the model, it's because, I mean, it's a very expensive thing to do, and to be honest, I wouldn't have expected to be allowed as a third party to use the model, and if I had been, I suspect the cost would have been well beyond what my clients could. On that issue of,
I have known third parties want to access models, but obviously, presume you're not a modeller anyway.
I mean, I could specify the model, but somebody else would have to do the technical, actually the nitty-gritty.
You didn't ask?
No, I didn't.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, re-examination, please.
Thank you.
Bell?
Mr. Bamber, we're nearly there. The inspector has actually asked a couple of questions that cuts my re-examination shorter. So all I really want to do is just take you to the tricks guidance that you were referred to on Friday, which seems a very long time ago now. So if you could turn up 24.71. Which is the tricks guidance note on the practical implementation of the decide and provide approach.
Just a minute, sorry. Thank you.
Sorry, it was still loading the transport plan. The reference again, CD?
24.7.1.
Yes.
Yeah, and you'll recall that Mr. Simons took you through the forward on PDF page 4, and then took you through section 4 at page 13. What is predict and provide? And I just want to take you to a couple of other sections and just seek your comments. So if you could turn to section 6, which is on PDF page 17.
Yes.
And is entitled What is Visioning?
Yes.
So, and if we have a look within that section, I want to take you to the specific reference, paragraph 6.2, which explains it'll be for the applicant or plan maker to put forward the vision accompanied by an evidence-led approach.
Yes.
And then if we carry on through the section where there's a discussion as to what visioning is, and we come down to the ultimate conclusion on this section, which is at 6.10, the stated vision for a plan or project will help inform the degree to which the above parameters or levers are used in combination to factor assessment assumption to a specific future assessment year. It is important that this is done with a high degree of clarity and transparency, drawing from evidentiary sources where available and appropriate.
Yes.
And if we then come through to section 8, which appears on page 24, it's a very short but some might think helpful section entitled What About Evidence? And you have the introductory text in blue. A clear evidence-based approach to D&P should be taken and reported upon in the TA or TS accordingly. A robust evidentiary base, transparently and accurately sourced, remains as important as ever. Up-to-date and relevant evidence should be cited wherever possible.
Yes.
And we then go through and coming down to 8.3, we have the authors setting out helpful sources, the National Travel Survey, etc. And then at 8.4, we have the census being described as providing a very useful data source at a range of geographical scales, but the dataset currently available is almost a decade old. So we're talking about the 2011 census. And then the aspiration here seems to be that the new 2021 census would be an important up-to-date source of evidence. But I think as you've explained in your evidence, because of COVID, the view that you take is that the 2011 is the most reliable census data source.
Yes.
Now, bearing in mind those sections that I've taken you through, what is your view in respect of how the applicant has followed that guidance in presenting its transport plans?
I don't believe that the applicant has followed that guidance at all, because we do not have the evidence set out. We don't have sources. We don't have any of the background information, the studies, the sources, the evidence that would lead to where we want to go, where we decide we want to go. My view is that the applicant has fundamentally failed to abide by this guidance.
And as a transport planner, what difficulties has that posed to you in respect of analysing the transport plans and giving your evidence to this inquiry?
Well, because there is so little evidence, I have had to work with what is in front of me. And I have done my best to try and put that into context. But obviously, if there is so little to work with, I can't present something which is as clear as I would like it to be, because the information is just not provided.
Thank you, Mr. Bamber. I don't have any further questions, and your ordeal is at an end.
Thank you.
And that, so actually, we're a bit early, aren't we, for our mid-morning break? I think we could start with Mr. Weaver then.
Yes.
Yes? So should we just have just a few minutes just to make yourself comfortable, Mr. Weaver? About an hour.
Yes, I hope no more than that, sir. Ma'am.
Right, so I think we will have a break at some stage. We usually have a break around 11-ish.
Yes.
But
We'll do the first point of 3 and then we'll do the
yeah, I
next,
mean, half an hour, if you go on for half an hour,
Yeah.
do half of it also. Is that right?
Will do. Thank you.
So, ready? Are you ready, Mr. Weaver, or are you
Sorry, one
quite?
moment. Sorry.
All right. Okay.
Ready.
Right, if you'd like to introduce your witness, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Mr. Weaver, your name is Brendan Weaver, is that right?
Yes.
And you're an Associate Director at Arup.
Yes.
20 years experience in transport and highway planning. And you set out at the beginning of your proof your engineering qualifications and your memberships to the relevant institutions in your field of expertise, and you're acting, obviously, as people know, for the Duchy of Cornwall at this inquiry. So we've got, I'm going to ask you to just do a kind of little introduction, just to kind of scene set where these points sit. But you've got 3, I think, main points that we're going to cover. One's about the baseline. We'll do that one probably before the break. And then you've got a point or set of points about date of delivery, and then some points about the sustainability and the vision of the scheme. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, let's fire away. Just give us a citer, give the inspector a citer, please, of your overall position, please, and the position of the Duchy in relation to transportation matters here.
Yes. So the Duchy doesn't necessarily oppose the principle of development of Highsted Park, but I've been instructed to just set out evidence on transport matters, which are, in my professional opinion, material considerations in determining the appeal. They're set out in my proof of evidence. In brief, I've set out 3 points. The first one is the basis upon which Highways' impact of the Highsted Park development should be judged in the context of national planning policy on transport matters. That point relates only to the southern site. The second point is the timescale and rate of delivery, which should reasonably be expected at the Highsted Park development in the context of national planning policy on housing delivery. That point relates to both sites. And point 3, the degree to which the Highsted Park development is vision-led and the deliverability of that vision in the context of my 2 previous points and in the context of national planning policy on transport matters. And that point relates to both sites, but predominantly the southern site.
Thank you very much. Mr. Weaver, now obviously in preparing for today, you've presented your proof, and have you seen the evidence submitted by Mr. Wilde, including his rebuttal evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's deal with that first point then, please. The points that you make in your proof about the baseline against which Mr. Wilde has assessed the potential impacts, highways impacts of the scheme.
So the impact of a proposal through the planning system is judged against a reasonable and realistic baseline. It's in my judgment that the applicant's transport assessment doesn't use an appropriate baseline against which to judge the impact of the development. And the transport assessment relies heavily on that baseline to determine whether or not the impact of the development is acceptable. The baseline is not necessarily the status quo. It is what can reasonably be expected to have occurred by a given horizon, commonly called the assessment year, based on known commitments, including specific committed developments and specific committed and funded infrastructure schemes, to ensure that an assessment is cumulative and that the compound effects of a new planning application and existing planning consents and commitments are acceptable in planning terms.
So the baseline in terms of with and without development is what?
The baseline is a without development scenario, fundamentally. The with development scenario is then simply the addition of the development to that baseline.
So just give us an example.
So, as an example, if I were presenting a transport assessment for a development with, let's say, 10,000 homes and 10,000 jobs, the difference in the amount of development in the baseline without development scenario and the with development scenario should be 10,000 homes and 10,000 jobs.
Straightforward. Thank you. Any exceptions to that might be relevant here?
So the approach is applied across the planning system, from local plans to planning applications to EIAs. It's the approach that's taken by the applicant in the transport assessment for the northern site.
In this application, you mean?
In the northern site of this application, yes.
Yes.
It's the approach that's taken in the latest published Regulation 19 Swale Local Plan transport modelling, which was reported to Swale Local Plan panel on the 17th of February 2022. For reference, it's the approach taken in the transport assessment prepared to support the Otterpool application for 10,000 homes and 85,000 square metres of non-residential space, also in Kent. It's the approach that's taken for every planning application which I've ever been involved with or had cause to review. It's the approach that's required by the EIA regulations, which requires that cumulative effects should specifically relate to approved projects. And it's the approach required by planning practice guidance, which again refers to approved development when considering cumulative effects.
Okay. What does the TA do in relation to the southern scheme here then?
So the planning application and TA submitted by the application for the southern site doesn't take that approach. Instead, it includes 10,616 homes over and above what I would consider to be the true baseline. That is 10,616 homes above current planning consents and many thousands of jobs over and above current planning consents. And of most concern, the TA then removes 6,100 of those additional homes and all of the additional jobs before then adding the 8,400 homes and the several thousand jobs back at Highsted Park.
So we've seen Mr. Wilde's rebuttal. He covers this, I think, touches on this, doesn't he, in section 2.5 of his rebuttal. To what extent is that characterisation plus broadly 10, then minus broadly 6? And then does he accept that or not?
Yes, so Mr. Wilde's rebuttal paragraph 2.5.37, he acknowledges the difference between the with and without development scenarios, and that it's only 2,300 homes in Swale, not the impact of 8,400 homes.
So you're saying lots of figures.
Sorry.
Obviously read them all, but can we just have a look and see where we're getting all this from?
Yes, so this particular reference, if you go to Mr. Wild's rebuttal, which is
Yeah.
CD 37.21.1,
Yep.
And within that, section 2.5, and then what was the paragraph 2.5?
2.5.37.
37, yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
So if I just quote that, therefore, contrary to Mr. Weaver's implication in paragraph 3.14 of my proof, presumably, the comparisons in the TA were not simply the same level of development in differing distributions of housing. Rather, there is a distinct difference of circa 2,300 dwellings between the reference case and the development scenario.
And the reference case is?
The reference case is the baseline.
Yeah. So 2,300, and I think just before the inspector asked for the reference, sorry, ma'am, it's always difficult to know how to calibrate, how quickly we go when you haven't been here much of the time, forgive us. The 2,300, instead of what would you expect?
Well, that is instead of 8,400, which is what I would expect, so is about a quarter.
Okay. And so, as you understand it, what's going on here? What's the justification for that Mr. Wild's given?
So the applicant's assertion is that if the homes and jobs aren't delivered here, then they will be delivered somewhere else. It therefore only provides a comparison of the planning application against an alternative development pattern, which has no planning permissions, it has no local plan allocation, and indeed it has no planning status at all. Now, this might potentially be interesting and helpful in an option selection kind of beauty parade scenario, such as a local plan, considering multiple options and seeking to understand the impacts of each respective scenario. But that still, even in that scenario, has to be compared back to what is known. It must compare back to what the planning system has already secured.
So, by contrast with that last point that you suggest, or that proposition, what kind of concept is being used here? What's Mr. Wild got in mind? What's he basing these 2,300 on?
Well, he is effectively assuming that development will come forward in some uncontrolled and unmitigated way, which is wholly contrary to the plan-led system. And to use a word, you could describe that as anarchy. Effectively saying we don't have any system to control these things. It will just happen.
And in terms of details, how much development, where, and that kind of thing, over what time? What's he assuming? How detailed is this set of assumptions?
So there are assumptions which are drawn from the not the most recent Reg 19 work, which I think is underway, nor the work before that, but the work before that, there were some spatial ideas being thrown around at that time. That is what has been taken forwards and then subtracted from. So we are going back quite a long way to a point at which we're really going beyond anything which has any planning weight.
I was going
from the review local plan.
Sorry?
We're talking about spatial ideas from the review local plan.
Yes.
Yes, that's
yes.
right.
Yes, sorry, yes.
So just picking up on, thank you, ma'am. Just picking up on that last point, in terms of how coate, if I can put it that way, how clear and coate that set of assumptions is.
So some of those assumptions are stated clearly within the evidence. Some of them were not stated particularly clearly within the evidence. Having having gone through all of that, we have been able to get to a point, or my colleagues and I have been able to get to a point where we have understood effectively what they have been assuming, which, and I'll stand corrected on this if told otherwise, but I believe it is effectively removing all jobs from that scenario from those other sites and relocating them to Highsted Park. And it is removing housing from a spatial arrangement which we haven't been able to specifically determine, but it is clearly removing most of them, which we think is everything removed from Faversham, and I think this then obviously substantially the rest removed from Sittingbourne area.
So I'm sorry.
Ever so fast.
Yeah, sorry, I'll slow down.
Sorry, ma'am. Slow down. So just this,
Hit the last bit.
say that again. Did you get to removing all jobs and transferring to Highsted Park? After that,
Yeah, so my understanding then is they've removed all forecast housing growth from Faversham and placed it into Highsted Park, and then removed the balance from Sittingbourne, is my understanding.
now, obviously, you've set out earlier the approach that you would expect. We'll come to some guidance and so on in a moment, but what are you asking the inspector and the secretary to make of that then? The difference between what you would expect and what you discern has been undertaken here.
So if I were to provide an example, if I go back to my 10,000 home example, if I were following the applicant's approach, then my understanding would be that, let's say I'm preparing a transport assessment for a development with 10,000 homes and 10,000 jobs. Perhaps I could consider just the difference in network performance between 10,000 homes and 10,000 jobs on my site and 10,000 homes and 10,000 jobs on the site next door. That is akin, and clearly there is a nuanced point here that there is 2,500 or so homes which have been allowed for as an extra over. But effectively I'm just looking at the difference between those two. Both would have very similar network performance, slightly different performance locally, but substantially the same performance strategically. In this scenario, my impact is limited to just the difference between those two scenarios, and it undertakes no assessment of the actual impacts of the 10,000 homes as a matter of principle.
And I know that it may be obvious, but what do you say about that?
That approach doesn't present an assessment of the actual impact of development. I mean, fundamentally, it just doesn't accord with any practice, any guidance. It's an interesting beauty parade scenario.
Yeah. All right. I said we'd come briefly to some guidance, and I think let's focus specifically on the reference to the tag guidance that we've got in Mr. Wilde's rebuttal proof. Are you able just to give the inspector a reference, please, to where Mr. Wilde touches on this in his rebuttal proof, and then we'll go briefly, and with some trepidation, given how long that other document took to load, to the guidance itself. But where does Mr. Wilde pick this point up?
You'll need to give me a moment. I haven't got that reference written down, but I will find it quickly.
Yeah. Tag unit M4. Yeah. I want, ma'am, yes, if you wouldn't mind starting the process of opening that document. Have you got that available to you, Mr. Weber? So
yes, I've got the rebuttal open. I was just finding the correct.
What was it? I'm so sorry. What was the reference?
The reference in the rebuttal, 2.531, and the core document, obviously CD 24/717. Yes. Would you mind turning your mic back on, Mr. Weber? It's just been. I think I think it was cancelled out.
Sorry.
Go on.
So 2.5.31 is one of several places where Unit M4 is referred to in Mr. Wilde's rebuttal.
Yes. And just, have you got the core document open or available to you, that document?
The CD
Yes.
24.7.17?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
I don't know, maybe.
Sorry. One moment, sorry. I have an extract of it here. Let me find the actual full version. Yes, I have the core documents, yes. 24.7.17. Thank you, got it.
Okay, ma'am, I suspect you've had this open, have you, at the inquiry so far? Maybe not. Okay. Just say a word then, please, Mr. Weaver, about what this is, this guidance.
So, Unit M4. Well, no. Let me start. Let me step back a bit. TAG is the Transport Analysis Guidance, which is published by DFT.
Yep.
It's not something that necessarily always comes up during planning applications, as it's not directly necessarily applicable to all planning applications. The stated purpose of TAG, which is from a slightly different document, which I can provide a reference to if helpful, but the purpose of TAG is to facilitate the appraisal and development of transport interventions, enabling analysts to build evidence and support business case development to inform investment funding decisions.
Yeah. Okay. And why is this document being referred to both by Mr. Wilde initially and then by you?
So Mr. Wilde refers to it as a reference source to justify the approach that he's taken, which he effectively is, I would say extrapolating is probably the best word to use, in that he's not applying it directly in the sense in which it is designed to be used. What he's effectively saying is, if I were to consider the development as an infrastructure scheme rather than...
Go nice and slowly. If I were to consider...
If I were to consider, and this is paraphrasing my understanding of what Mr. Wilde has said, so let me be clear. I understand that what he's saying is that if I were to consider the development as an infrastructure scheme and then apply TAG to it, which is clearly not the intentional purpose necessarily, but I'm following his thinking, then I might consider what might happen as one scenario being perhaps there might be some developments in other places, and then look at, well, what might the scenario here be, and then look at that from a business case perspective. But of course, that's when you're looking at business cases, not when you're looking at planning.
Okay. And so why does that matter? Why does it matter that one is when you're looking at a business case and one's when you're looking at planning?
So they're different contexts. There are different decision-making processes around these things. The plan system, the planning system has its own set of requirements, regulations, and we have a known baseline which we are working to. And TAG, which, if helpful, I can go on to explain why I think TAG is relevant to what I'm saying.
Yes, just wait on that point. But just finish off, and it's coming up to 11. We'll probably take a pause there. But just go back. So you've explained briefly what this document is and what it's used for. Mm-hmm. I just want to drill down a little bit more, if we can, in terms of why it really matters that this document that's been referred to, how it relates to your point about wrong baseline as you see it.
Yes. So. It's important to me. It's not one that I had referred to myself in my own brief, because it's not one which directly applies to the planning system. So it's not one which I directly immediately go to. It's one that clearly I'm aware of and familiar with, as someone that has led various projects using substantial modelling. But it's important because it is, I think, probably one of the core points that Mr. Wilde is using to justify his approach. But to my view, A, it doesn't justify that approach, and B, even if it were to in some way justify that approach, it's not necessarily an appropriate reference to use because it doesn't relate to the plan system that we're working within.
I mean, to just come back to the point that you made earlier on, if the inspector were to look at TAG and at Unit M4, does it allow one to see what the impact of a scheme like this is against the baseline? So
it helpfully provides reference to how committed developments and local plan developments, etc., should be considered when constructing models. That's set out in Table A2 of that document, which if we go to that, I can just talk through very briefly.
Yeah. Let's do that quickly.
Table A2 is on page 48. Numbered 51 of the PDF. Yes? So Table A2 provides us with a methodology for where development should or shouldn't be included within modelling for tag purposes. Table A2 states that future input such as development should be included in the core scenario. This is effectively the first line below the heading. These should be included in the core scenario if the probability is near certain. That is to say that, oh, apologies, I thought I'd turned Teams off.
Yeah. You're in demand.
It's not on my not on my home screen. Sorry, where was I? Near certain.
Yes.
That is to say that the outcome will happen, or there is a high probability that it will happen, and it gives the example that this includes approved development proposals, so planning consents. It goes on to then say that development that is more than likely could form part of a core scenario, being development which is likely to happen, but there is some uncertainty. It gives the example of the submission of a planning application for a site being imminent. It then goes on in the following two lines, the final two lines, to talk about what should be excluded from core scenarios. Development which is reasonably foreseeable should be excluded, but could be included in alternative scenarios. That is development that is likely to go ahead, but there remains uncertainty, and gives the example of a development within an adopted development plan. It also then goes on to describe a final category, which is development which is hypothetical and should be excluded. But again, could form part of an alternative scenario. It describes this as something where there is a considerable uncertainty about whether a development will ever happen. It gives the example of something which is one of a number of possible inputs to a consultation process and conjecture based on current information.
Does that mean that anything in the local plan would be excluded then?
Yes, so what this means is that something which is adopted in the local plan but does not have planning consent or an imminent planning application would be excluded from the core scenario. Anything which is not adopted in the local plan, it might reflect something within, let's say, a Reg 18 or Reg 19 suggested pattern, again, should be excluded and would be considered by this definition as hypothetical.
I see. Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am.
No.
No. So just coming back to your main point here, how does this relate to the exercise that Mr. Wilde has done? Does it justify his, instead of looking just at the impacts of the scheme on the network, assuming much of it would take place somewhere anyway, and then setting one off against the other? Does it justify that as an approach when examining a
No, not at all.
application?
I mean, if anything, and indeed I would say absolutely, it speaks to the exact opposite of that. It says that those should absolutely not be included in the core scenario, and that the only scenario that has been presented in the TA is one that does include those, which should not have been a core scenario, and is therefore not, in my view, and based on the evidence that I have in front of me, not a sound basis for decision making.
To the extent that one uses this document, obviously.
Yes, naturally.
Yeah, okay. But does it, just stepping back again before we pause, does this document say that it is or purport to be, or is it commonly used just as a means of assessing applications in a transport assessment?
So it isn't. It doesn't directly relate to transport assessments. It is not commonly used or referred to for that purpose. However, it is absolutely commonly used and referred to for the construction of strategic models, which clearly is what has informed the transport assessment on this basis. And the construction of that strategic model should follow this definition here, which is absolutely critical to the construction of the baseline scenario.
Yeah. All right. Probably a convenient moment to pause there, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Right, well, we will have a 20-minute break, so that we'll come back at 11:25.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, no, I need to turn it off properly, apparently.
You know that you shouldn't really communicate.
No, absolutely. I thought I turned it off. I do apologise. I'm going
No,
to...
I mean with Mr. Warren. Or
Oh, sorry, he just spoke to me as I walked past. As he walked past.
Mr. Warren, I just said you shouldn't communicate with the team as we're.
Yes.
No, that's fine.
Oh, sorry. I see what you mean. No, absolutely. Yes, Perda. No, understood. Thank you. No. Quite right. Sorry?
Right, it is now 11:25, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So, Mr. Warren, if you'd like to carry on, please.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Weaver, just finishing off on this first point of the three, the longest, considerably by far, of the 3 points. There are just a couple of other points to pick up on it. I'll come to the point you make about mitigation in a second, and whether how that's been taken into account in this exercise that Mr. Wild has done, and the consequences for the junctions. But just to finish off on the section that we were doing before the break, if you do, in your view, Mr. Weaver, if you do what Mr. Wild has done, which you say isn't the approach that one normally takes, what is it that you say would be missed potentially? Thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Bonnie.
So there are a few consequences here. There are consequences for the transport assessment, which I'll expand on in a moment, and there are consequences for the environmental impact assessment as well. So dealing with the transport assessment first, there are network-wide consequences. So we have the point that we would normally want to understand. What is the change in network performance as a result of the development? What will otherwise prevail, and what will prevail with the development, effectively? What is that change? How much more delay will there be at a network-wide level? How much delay will there be on particular routes? How much delay will there be at particular junctions, etc.? That then, of course, feeds into detailed junction modelling, which we can come on to, but fundamentally, if the inputs to that are unsound, then we have to have some fairly significant questions about the detailed modelling as well.
So are you saying, just on that first point, in your view, that one can't tell from Mr. Wild's work and the TA what the effect of this particular scheme would be on the network?
Yes.
Okay. Beg your pardon, I cut you off.
Yes, sorry. So I'll just come on then. Sorry, in fact, let me just to finish that one point.
Yes.
So this goes to some of the points made by Mr. Bamber, for example, where looking at some of the changes on some of the network. Now, I haven't got into that level of detail, because there's a more fundamental point here which concerns me. But there are conclusions which are drawn. For example, Brendley Corner being one where that is where my entire review of this began. When I first reviewed the TA, it says the application will result in a reduction in traffic flow at Brendley Corner, which to me just seemed, well, that's completely counterintuitive.
And
how can that possibly be the case?
Is that junction?
That's junction 7 of the M2 at Faversham. So that's stated, and we can come on to those points in due course. But that states a reduction, which just evidently, seems perverse to my mind. Hence, the further dive that we did. So that is one example of that implication. There will be many others, no doubt, and I allude to that fact in my proof.
Yes.
Now, the other point that I mentioned was the environmental impact assessment.
Yes.
And the environmental impact assessment, the transport chapter, which I think I've got a reference for if needed, within that, it uses that same evidence base, and the environmental impact assessment is fundamentally, at a transport level, an assessment of change. So it is a question of what is the increase in HGV flow on this link, what is the increase in general traffic on this link, and many other things, which we don't need to go into. But if we are starting from a position that change is being underrepresented and the percentage change is different, then it will be interpreted differently. And it may well be that there are some significant effects which would in practice occur, which have not been identified within the EIA, which therefore leaves me somewhat concerned about, given the legal ramifications associated with the EIA, which others will know far more than I do, about the soundness of the EIA and a decision made on that basis.
Thank you. I said I'd come back briefly to mitigation. You touched on this earlier on. I think you said the exercise that Mr. Wild has done compared the scheme with mitigation to this collection of assumptions about something alternative without mitigation. Just flesh that point out a little.
Yes. So let's kind of set aside for one moment that the evidence base doesn't present an assessment of impact fundamentally. It doesn't present a fair comparison against the hypothetical, to use the tag definition, against the hypothetical development pattern that is included within the reference case, within the planning application material. It ignores the fact that a core part of a local plan is to identify mitigation to support development proposals. It ignores the fact that any planning application which may come forwards would have to identify mitigation proposals. To compare the performance of the network with their mitigation strategy against the performance of the network with a hypothetical development pattern without mitigation is really very unreasonable in my judgment. It's evidently unfair, and I can't imagine a scenario in which a local planning authority, the planning inspectorate or officers would ever allow a development pattern to come forwards without mitigation of transport impacts. I consider that to go beyond just hypothetical into unreasonable.
Yes. Now, I think Mr. Wilde does come back to that point, doesn't he? Responds to that point in his rebuttal proof. Can we just look at that?
Yes.
Ma'am, in Mr. Wilde's rebuttal proof, I think the paragraph reference is 2.5.52 of the rebuttal, where he touches on this point of criticism that you make, I think, in your proof about mitigation not having been factored in. Just remind the inspector, as the inspector finds it, what he says there.
Yes.
Oh,
2.5.52.
Just a minute. Yep, got it.
Mr. Wilde's argument is the fact that we have congested networks is proof that it is unrealistic to expect development to come forwards with suitable mitigation. Of course, I accept that we have congested networks, that much is evident, but I don't believe it's reasonable to simply dismiss the fact that the planning process requires that impacts be properly assessed and mitigated. It changes that. It's a specific requirement of paragraph 116 of the MPPF, which I'm sure we're all very familiar with over the last few days.
116, yeah.
And of course, I accept that the mitigation needs to be proportionate, affordable, and secured in the planning balance, naturally. But essentially, there will be mitigation, regardless of whether or not it is 100% effective at offsetting 100% of impacts. But the assessment takes no account of this. As I've set out in my proof of evidence, I agree with the local planning authority in reason for refusal transport 1 that the transport evidence base is inadequate.
Okay. Thank you. Now, the final part of this first of 3 points is the point about what the consequences are, as you see it, for some of those key junctions, including 7 Brenley Corner junction. Now, obviously, since you wrote your proof, we've had Mr. Wilde's rebuttal, which I know that you've taken into account. And I just want to be very clear for the inspector and others where you are now on those key junctions. So I don't want to take too long at all in relation to each one, but can we just be clear about what you say? So the first one I just want to touch on is junction 20. So, ma'am, you'll know better than me. I think that's the 249 and the Swale Way junction.
Hold on a minute.
Sorry, I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Oh, looking the wrong proof. Sorry. Right. Which paragraph is it again in the...
Which one are you looking at, ma'am?
I'm just looking for... oh, yes, here we are. 3.1 point... Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Junction 20, yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Junction 20, yes. Again, in summary form, Mr. Weevil, has Mr. Wilde persuaded you that this will be acceptably impacted by the material in his rebuttal?
So the material in the rebuttal, which I've reviewed fully, both the text and the appendices and all the modelling outputs, it is extremely helpful. It takes us forwards, which is very positive. With regards to Junction 20, I have some residual concerns. They may well be resolvable, so I'll set out what they are. The new modelling assumes they...
That's the new modelling presented in the rebuttal?
Yes, the new modelling in the rebuttal assumes a fundamentally different signal timing scheme for the junction than, as I assume, has been planned by KCC and presented in the technical note which supported the statement of common ground,
Yeah.
which was the latest evidence available at the time that I wrote my proof. So
Just before you go on, signal
Yes.
timing. Has he not changed any of the flows, or
So there are two changes that have been made. One is I think it was an 85 vehicle reduction in the vehicle flow through the junction from memory.
and that's 85 out of some
So 4,000 or so.
4,000 odd.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there was a marginal change in that. And just for context, I should say that the modelling that I had reviewed previously when I prepared my proof was showing a queue of 241 vehicles on one arm, which amounts to about 1.5 kilometres of traffic if that were in one single line. The new modelling takes 85 vehicles out of the junction. The methodology behind that I'm perfectly happy with. I don't contest the removal of those 85. The modelling then applies a different signal timing scheme, which again, my only residual concern there is that I cannot attest to whether or not that is reasonable, because that would have to be agreed between Kent County Council and the applicant, given it is Kent County Council's scheme.
Yes.
That is their particular proposal.
Yes.
I do have one minor technical concern, which means I can't fully accept the modelling as presented, even setting aside the signal timing change, which is purely that one of the lane lengths within the junction itself, the queuing length, the length of the queue within that junction is shown as exceeding the length of the lane. And because that is within the roundabout, what that means is we get a feedback scenario, and
Yes.
the whole junction then, from a practical perspective, doesn't work anywhere near as well as purported.
Yeah.
And that is a shortcoming of just the software itself, that as professionals we all need to understand and consider when we're interpreting these things.
Presumably, in practice, the queuing lane could be extended, couldn't it?
So when you look at what it is an internal queuing lane. In fact, if we refer to the plan, I can probably explain exactly where it is.
Detailed thing where this
It is.
completely outlined. Remember?
No, sorry, this relates to the scheme which Kent County Council are delivering at the A249
Oh, I see.
junction. So this is outside of the application. This is off-site mitigation.
Right, okay.
So at that junction, the way it's been modelled, there is, in fact, let's find a plan. I think that will probably be more helpful. And there is a plan in the technical note which supported the original statement of common ground. Let me find the reference.
Bless you.
Right, so I believe note. I'll say very many technical notes. I believe it's 34.12.2. Let me just open that and I'll double check. It's page 263 of that document. The document was
34.12.2. 34.12.2.
yes.
Yes, sorry.
Yes, PDF page
Showing the junk.
263. It should be a plan of a large roundabout, signalised.
Do you have that, ma'am?
This is the existing roundabout that's there now.
This is the
isn't it?
proposed roundabout. It should be a plan with lots of green and grey. So it should look like that.
Oh.
Bottom right-hand corner, proposed layout, general arrangement.
Oh, okay. Sorry, is so what? Oh, I see. That's Swale Way, right? I'm with it now.
So this is the other end of the Northern Relief
Yeah,
Road,
it's a different- I
effectively,
was thinking
but that's
of-
already built.
Yeah. It isn't. It is built, or
Sorry, the Northern Relief Road is already built. This
Yeah.
junction is an improvement to the current end of it.
right? Okay. Or part of the Northern Relief Road's built.
Yes, yeah, it's been constructed over the course of the last 20 years or so.
Part of this.
It adds another bridge and a gyratory, doesn't it, to the existing arrangement?
Yes.
So the bridge to the right-hand side of the drawing, notated proposed bridge. The existing one, ma'am, you've no doubt been over, is the one just to the left in the middle of the drawing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
So just make the point that you were making,
Yes.
Mr. Weaver, about the queuing length.
so the point here is we've just seen there's a label that says existing bridge. The stop line immediately beyond that, and then the next stop line beyond that. In fact, I think for everyone's benefit, it might be helpful if I point.
Go on.
It is this stop line here at the northern end of the roundabout.
Yeah, a kind of 12 o'clock, if you like, if the
Yes,
roundabout
yeah,
is
it's kind of
only
12
at-
o'clock. Yeah, the stop line
Yeah,
at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
The detailed modelling, and just for Mr. Wilde's references, I think it's linked to 2/1. I don't think the rest of us need to get into that level of detail unless we really want to.
Please don't.
No, indeed.
Yeah.
That detailed modelling shows a length of queue on that stop line, which goes beyond the next stop line behind it. And the modelling highlights that by turning the colour red. So it shouts to us that there is an issue, and that needs to be picked up. Because
Make sure I'm on the right bit of the junction. So is that the on the sort of northwestern corner?
yes,
That's it, yeah.
yes, that's the one.
And it's got 3 lanes.
Yes.
Yes.
So the stop line is presumably where the red bits are.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's the hard line, I think, rather than the dotted
Yes.
line. Yeah.
Right, I see. And you're saying that one of those lanes is too short, are you?
Yes. Yeah. So the modelling shows that queue would extend back beyond the next stop line. The way one of the known shortcomings of the Linsig model, the Linsig software, which is used, is that it just stacks all vehicles on top of each other at the stop
Yeah, but
line.
it's got 3 lanes to go.
It does, but each of those lanes is modelled separately.
Yeah, but so if it stacks it on top of each other, then that isn't how it in reality it would work.
Precisely, which is the shortcoming in the model in that it doesn't properly model the blocking back across the stop lines, which is why all I can determine is that based on if the internal lane length was longer, then based on that signal timing it would work. I'm confident and comfortable with that. Based on what I can see at the moment, the model says that there is an issue with the way in which the junction has been modelled, which means that therefore there would be blocking back, which either the Linsig would need to be adjusted to reflect manually to prevent that queue length from getting that long, or you'd have to model it using a software package such as Visim or Paramix, which are micro-simulation models where you actually see the vehicles moving around and you see the physical queue and you see the blocking back.
But can you just tell by looking at the cars as it were stacked on top of each other, there'd be enough room in the other 2 lanes to cater for all that or not?
So the 3 lanes are all modelled separately.
Yeah.
So what we can see here is that the 2 shorter lanes have a certain amount of queue within them, based on the coding of the length of those models. The longer lane is not long enough to cater for the length of that queue.
But can we tell that there'd be enough room on those other 2 lanes if one were to kind of do it manually, if you like, or just by eye or not from the modelling?
Well, that comes down to the lane assignment.
Yeah.
And clearly vehicles will use the lane that gets them to where they need to get to on the exit.
Yeah.
They couldn't use the other lanes.
Yes. Yes.
Because that left-hand lane is the only lane for the ahead movement out of the junction north on the A249.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So without another iteration of the model.
Yes. So at present, I can't conclude that this new modelling is suitable and satisfactory, and therefore I kind of revert to that previous modelling. So at present, I have to conclude it is a potentially severe impact.
Yeah.
But hopefully, the applicant can review that and come back with a different position.
All right.
But,
so that was junction 20, wasn't it?
yes.
I think more briefly in your proof, you had referred to junctions 32 and 58.
Yes.
32 and 58.
So these are on Woodstock Road.
Yeah.
Just to go back
sorry.
to that, sorry. Yeah, but I mean, wouldn't County Council have been concerned about that if...
So this was only presented in the rebuttal a matter of weeks ago.
I think they've seen that.
I'm sure they have. It's just a question of whether or not they have interrogated. It is within one of the 1 page of the appendix of the detail of one of the model sheets. It's not stated that there is an issue. You have to look through it, the fine detail.
But,
So I suppose I'm highlighting that. Well, indeed.
Do you not think they might have done?
Well, we don't know, ma'am. I mean, I'll be corrected if there's been
Yes,
a
absolutely.
statement by
Okay.
Kent County Council. But
Yes.
have you seen one?
No, I haven't. No, I'd welcome that. Absolutely.
No.
I haven't seen it.
All right.
Okay.
Junctions 32 and 58. Much more briefly, please, Mr.
Yes,
Weaver.
absolutely.
I'm not criticising you, but just
No, absolutely, gladly.
no word of criticism implied in that even. Junctions 32 and 58. Where are you on that now? You've seen the mitigation, the rebuttal work rather.
So, just very briefly, my previous concern here was that there was no modelling provided for these junctions in the most recent rebuttal. In the statement of common ground modelling, I should say. But it acknowledged they wouldn't work effectively, but it was traded off against the benefits from sustainable travel, which in principle could be acceptable. I get that. Having now reviewed the latest modelling in the rebuttal...
Because there is modelling attached to Mr.
Yes.
Wild's rebuttal on
There is
junctions
indeed.
32 and 58?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. We now have modelling of these. This is the first and only modelling we've seen of the signalised variants here.
Yep.
I am satisfied that junction 58 is now acceptable. It does still operate above capacity, I think, from my recollection, but I think that's a sensible trade-off against the improvements to cycle and pedestrian facilities. At junction 32, I believe it could be acceptable, but I do have a residual concern, which is a trade-off concern, and this relates to the fact that the model, again, has been modelled with a 120-second cycle time. Now, ordinarily, schemes with pedestrian crossings and cycle crossings will be limited to a 90-second cycle time, and that's a matter of pedestrian safety, because as time goes on, you are more and more likely to just decide, I'm going to run across the road, I've given up waiting.
Yeah.
So modelling at 120 seconds gives rise to a residual safety concern. At 120 seconds, I'm comfortable that it works suitably in terms of the trade-off from a performance perspective, but either way I look at this, I'm either left with a junction operating at 120 seconds with a potential safety residual concern, or a 90-second cycle time, which hasn't been modelled, but naturally if we take that much cycle time out of the junction, it will perform worse, at which point we go back to a severe position. So I have a residual concern on that one, which is either safety or severe, depending on which way we look at it.
Super. So that was 58 tick, now 32 subject to the points about
Yes.
120 or 90 seconds you just
Indeed.
made. Junction 39. So that's the Faversham junction, isn't it? The 251 and the
Yes.
A2 junction in Faversham. That's junction 39, ma'am. There are just two more of these. In your proof, you identified that was or would be severely impacted by what was said in the technical note, I think, in the original work. Mr. Wilde has done some modelling, I think.
Yes.
Additional modelling on that in his
Yes.
rebuttal. And where do you land now, having seen that?
So the new modelling effectively doesn't materially change the performance of the junction. That is broadly the same, some nuances, but broadly the same. What the additional modelling does is it provides a revised baseline reflecting what I have suggested a baseline should be, which clearly, from my perspective, is sensible.
I.e.,
It doesn't allow for the other local plan schemes within the baseline. They are removed from it. Or, sorry, the other non-local plan, hypothetical schemes, I should say. So what this now allows me to see is the difference. It allows me to see the impact at this junction,
yes.
which is helpful. However, now I should declare this is a junction I know exceedingly well, as it is a matter of a few metres, 100 or so metres away from the South East Faversham development, which I've been working on for 7 years. I've modelled this junction extensively. The modelling that's presented in the rebuttal implies or shows, if we do the maths on the detailed outputs, a forecast baseline delay for a great many vehicles on some of the busiest links of 8 minutes at the junction, so taking 8 minutes to get through the junction, which clearly is a concern. In total, and my recollection is that amounts to the baseline being 6 minutes, and then adding development adds another 2 minutes to take it to 8 minutes delay. So I would consider that level of delay to be a severe impact.
And those are things that you can see in the modelled work.
Yes, those are things that we can see.
They're not extraneous judgments by you or extrapolations.
They're not stated in the text of the rebuttal, but they are very clearly, it's very simple maths that can be done. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And then finally, Brenley Corner.
Yes. So Brenley Corner, as I say, Brenley Corner isn't modelled in any of the material prior to the rebuttal. Again, it's a junction that I've modelled extensively. I know it's a very sensitive junction, a very difficult junction to model. The modelling results that we see from the evidence that's now within the rebuttal is very, very different to the results that we see. So there are some concerns there around, we have calibrated and validated our model to represent what we have seen on the ground. That hasn't been done as far as I know, as far as has been stated for the modelling here. If it has, clearly there are questions about why the results are so different. But fundamentally, within the application, as I said, it states there is a reduction in traffic here.
Yes.
What this now states is using the baseline that I would suggest as being appropriate, which has been taken from the transport assessment I have prepared.
Yes.
So I can't argue with that. It now says that Highsted Park would add nearly 300 vehicles per hour in the PM peak to that junction, and also a number in the AM peak. I haven't written down the number. 300 in the PM peak is the big one. And the PM peak, from my own understanding of the junction, is the point at which that junction is most sensitive.
Yeah.
So that, within the modelling that's been presented to us, which I don't necessarily accept for the reasons I've stated, shows an extra 300 or 400 metre long queue on off slips from a 70 mile an hour road, which I cannot conclude is anything other than a potentially severe impact with potential safety issues.
That's tailing back down the slip road onto the carriageway, is it?
So that, yes, yeah, indeed.
Okay.
You wouldn't have thought that National Highways might be a bit concerned about that.
So this particular queue, the one that I've just quoted there, is on the Kent County Council A249 network heading south. But yes, I would still expect National Highways to be concerned.
Sorry, so
about
which
that.
queue is it then? It's not coming
So-
off the motorway then?
Sorry, 2249, 229, I believe. So at Brenley Corner, the
Yeah.
M2, the main line
Yeah.
becomes the A2 something else. 229, 99, 99,
Right, so
299.
where's this queue that you're worried about?
So if, I'm not sure I've got a
I thought you said it was on the
plan.
slip road. Sorry.
but if we were coming down from Whitstable,
Right,
along the A229, along the dual carriageway from Whitstable,
right,
and we were coming towards Junction 7, Brenley Corner, and we
right.
wanted to head towards Canterbury, we would peel off left. It's that peeling off
So
left.
it's the on slip.
It's the off slip. That's the off slip. You're coming off of the A299 into the junction.
Yeah, but it's the on slip onto the M2, is it?
It's the slip
Or not?
into the junction. It's the slip off of the 299.
Yeah, but where's it off to? Where's it go to?
So it's going into the roundabout itself. So the M2 A299 is a continuous road.
Right, okay.
The roundabout sits above it. It's grade
Right.
separated.
Okay.
So you come down from Whitstable.
Yeah,
Instead of continuing through and underneath the junction, you then off slip
right.
and then go up to the roundabout.
Right,
And it's that queue that then extends back onto the main line, the 70 mile an hour road.
the A2.
That would be the 299, I think.
Okay,
the road
and
from Whitstable.
that's a Kent County Council road.
Yes, that is Kent County Council.
Yeah.
Obviously, the junction itself is also a National Highways interest. So yes, I would equally think that would be of interest to National Highways.
Oh.
And this is one of those points that goes back to my first point, which is because the transport assessment had screened out the assessment of it on the basis there was no impact at this junction, it then wasn't considered further. This new modelling shows that there very clearly is an impact at this junction. And if we look at other schemes, for example, so Mountfield Park, now known as, I think, Canterbury South, which is 4,000 homes, probably an equal distance, probably, from Brenley Corner as Highsted Park is, half the size. That was required to mitigate its impact at Brenley Corner, because Brenley Corner has no capacity left, as National Highways, I imagine, would attest to, but clearly that's for them to say. Every large scheme in Faversham has been required to mitigate the impact at Brenley Corner, but it hasn't even been assessed for Highsted Park because it was stating there was a reduction, which, as I say, I don't believe there is. And in fact, the new evidence says there is an increase.
So it has been assessed now, but what you're saying is you don't know whether it's been considered by National Highways or Kent
Correct.
County Council.
Yes, I would say that's fair. I would say that exactly that, plus that the modelling that has been presented, based on my understanding of that junction, I'm not satisfied that the modelling is actually representative of the performance of the junction itself.
But yes, in addition, ma'am, you're right
Yes.
about
Is
other
Mr. Weil going to deal with this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
All right. That's
Thank you,
fine.
ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so point two, the point that you make in relation to the overall delivery time of the highways works here, I think we can shortcut this, no pun intended, by just identifying the statement of common ground between the applicant and National Highways, which talks about or gives some clarity, as we understand it, on the regulatory aspects, the consenting aspects of the new roundabout junction on the M2, junction 5A. And the inspector's seen that, no doubt, but what does that say about that, and what do you then ask the inspector to draw from it in terms of timetabling and delivery aspects?
So on that point in particular, on the statement of common ground. Sorry?
Microphone, Mr. Weaver, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't realise it had turned off. So on that particular point on the statement of common ground on the consenting process, the statement provides clarity on those matters. It concludes that the best case scenario for the consenting, by my reading, is 56 to 72 months, or 4.5 to 6 years before construction could start, assuming a Highways Act consenting route, and not allowing for any additional programme as may be required for a DCO, or may be required for securing financing, etc. The statement doesn't put a time frame to construction, but I've set out some evidence in my proof, and I think Mr. Wild has acknowledged the point around 18 months in his rebuttal. I've suggested it could actually well be longer than that based on another example which I think is very comparable. And therefore, in my view, based on the evidence in front of me, including the statement of common ground, I would say that the time to scheme opening would be best case 6 to 7.5 years, and perhaps a more reasonable median position might be 9 years.
From
Consent from grant of the Secretary of State's decision.
in terms of the planning in front of the
Yes,
district.
yes, on this.
And that is until what? The first house could be occupied.
That is until the motorway junction and link road could be open. And as I understand it, there is a Grampian condition proposed which says that no houses can be occupied prior to that time. It may well be there is a further 6 months or so, between the opening of it and the first house being sold. So let's say it could be, 7 to 8 to 10 years before the first house could be occupied.
That's obviously subject to conditioning and so on, discussions that we've not really been involved in, but we've just picked that
Yes.
point up from what we've read.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Final point, the general sustainability considerations that you have about this scheme, I think particularly the southern scheme, is that right, Mr.
Yes.
Weaver, rather than the northern one. Just take us, would you, to the key point of now having seen rebuttal evidence and so on, your key point on this.
Yes. So my core point here is about the degree of sustainability of the transport strategy. And I've stated so in my proof of evidence, I fully accept that there is no one level of active travel, no one level of sustainability which is acceptable. It will depend on the given scenario we are in, and therefore, in the context of the MPPF, we consider how sustainable is this site in that context. Now, my understanding of some of the material which is in the public domain on this site is it's proposed as being something like the most sustainable site in the southeast, etc., and I felt it was sensible to apply some rationality to that, so that in making a decision, the inspector is able to apply appropriate weight to the degree of sustainability of the scheme, and that is the context in which I've given my evidence. So on that particular point, and I appreciate Mr. Bamber certainly has made some points on this as well,
yes.
Which we don't need to rehearse again, but there are points here associated with the degree of walkability, which such as the fact that this is 3 segregated villages rather than one development. It's really 3 developments, not one. The cohesion or lack thereof of each of them, the dispersal of facilities, the location of employment relative to homes, etc., etc. So there's a point around active travel. There is a point around cyclability, and I must say that I was very pleased to see the Statement of Common Ground offering a far more substantial cycle facility than had been the case at the time of the scheme being called in. That was very positive. There was a shortcoming in that one of the plans was missing, which was acknowledged and has now been rectified, which is very positive.
Are you talking about Woodstock Road corridor?
Yes. So on that, I'm now happy to accept that the applicant's proposal for Highsted Village in terms of cycle access is reasonable on balance, subject to obviously satisfying my concerns earlier about the pedestrian and cycle safety at junction 32, which is on that corridor.
What about buses? I mean, I think that's the key point that we might focus on, I think, to finish with. Mr. Wild's got some evidence on this, hasn't he, in his rebuttal? Should we just quickly identify those paragraphs for the inspector? So Mr. Wild's rebuttal, ma'am, 4.4.27, and I think it comes back, doesn't it, later, 4.4.34. Yeah? Where Mr. Wild is looking at bus usability, if you like, and comparing how long it would take to get from the scheme to Sittingbourne Centre by car, and comparing that with how quickly it would take by bus.
Yes.
So 4.4.27, ma'am, in the rebuttal. Just say a word, please, about your response to that exercise, that
Yes.
comparative exercise.
Yes, just before I do that,
Yes, of course.
I would just like to acknowledge that I had made an error in my proof of evidence,
Yes.
where I'd stated bus contribution of 2.2 million, which I now realise is actually 11 million.
So in Mr. Weaver's main proof, ma'am, just for your notice, 5.1.20, where Mr. Weaver originally referred wrongly, I think he now accepts, to a bus contribution of just over £2 million, £2.2 million, and now it's acknowledged, I think, to be 11, isn't it, Mr.
Yes.
Weaver? Is that the right number?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So just please make that correction, ma'am. But just come back to this point about the comparison
Yes.
that Mr. World's done on bus and car journey times into Sittingbourne Centre.
Yes. So, as Mr. Warren's noted, Mr. Wilde's provided a journey time comparison for journeys to Sittingbourne Centre by both bus and by car from each of, for two of the three main villages for the application scheme. In which he concludes that for one of them, I think for Highsted village, travel by bus could be, say, 6 minutes faster than travel by car, and Oakwood village would be roughly comparable. However, I think there are some important points there which haven't been picked up, which would lead to a different conclusion. So, in particular, the journey by car would be from a resident's door. A journey by bus would be from a bus stop, so there is a walk component to get to that bus stop, which adds a bit of time, let's say 5 minutes. A resident can immediately get into their car and drive away. A resident has to wait for a bus, which would be either waiting at home before travelling off and allowing for a degree of uncertainty in when the bus will turn up relative to when it was scheduled, as we all will appreciate. Let's say, I think Mr. Wilde's proof talks about a 15-minute frequency in peak hours, so let's say that's a 7 to 8 minute average delay at that point. And of course, a car resident would take the most direct journey the most direct route for their journey, but a bus would follow the route, including circulating around the development itself, adding additional time. So on that basis, I don't accept that bus would be faster for Highsted village or that it would be comparable for Oakwood village. That's not to say bus isn't important. Of course, bus is incredibly important from a social accessibility perspective fundamentally, but there's an important point there again just about the degree to which buses contribute towards the overall sustainability case.
Yes.
Just to be fair, though, I think that's the point I raised to Mr. Bamber, that you've also got, if you're in a car, to find some parking.
Yes, indeed. No, absolutely. Yes.
Come off the other end.
No, it does. That's absolutely fair. But there are other elements which weigh against as well. You'll appreciate there are things like weather, having to walk to the bus in the rain potentially or in extreme heat, lower reliability, I should say, if we still suffer with traffic even when in a car, a lack of control, and depressingly something of a social stigma associated with bus travel as well, to a degree.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. That's all.
Thank you.
So, what do you reckon then? We'll find out. Keep going. Yeah.
I'll explain, Mr. If I'm right to kick off.
Yes, of course you can. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. I won't be really asking questions about the final of your topics to do with vision-led and locational sustainability, just because there's a heavy degree of overlap between things that I've spent the last day and a half cross-examining about, and so I'll leave all of it. It's no discredit at all to what you've said in your evidence. It's just to avoid me asking the same questions again that I've asked of Mr. Bamber. And for reasons I'll come on to in a minute, I'll be relatively brief on the middle of your issues, which is the one to do with timescales for delivery. And again, just to the inspectors, the reason for that, similar caveat, is not to do with what's in your evidence, just because we've heard from National Highways now on a whole day of their evidence about all of that stuff, and the inspector's got a detailed note about it, and you've referred to the statement of common ground with them in your evidence in chief. So to use inquiry time as effectively as I can, I'm going to focus on the first of your three issues in my cross-examination. And that's the point about reference case, and that is to say, the basis on which highways impacts should be judged. So, if we start with your proof of evidence, it's in, let's have a look, section 3, that starts on page 3. Section 3 has the heading Assessment Scenarios. This is where you develop this,
Yes.
your points to do with the reference case. And normally, what's happening, particularly, I'm focusing on the 116 question of severity, which is what I'm going to be targeting my questions at. When one's considering the issue of severity, your position is that the right way of doing it normally is to consider the reference case on the one hand and a with development case on the other, and judge the development with reference to the reference case, as
Yes.
it like it says on the tin. And it's the nature of the reference case that's between us. It's the nature
Yes.
of what constitutes an appropriate reference case that sits between us. And what you say is at 3.1.11, which is on your page 4, in the last sentence, last penultimate line to the end, it says that in this case, our attempts to seeking to show the appeal schemes better than the reference case it should carry no planning weight, you say, for the reasons that you've expanded in your evidence in chief. Do you see?
Yep.
And therefore, in consequence of your judgment on that no planning weight stuff at 3.1.11, a couple of paragraphs later at 3.1.13, you say, in the absence of a suitable reference case, so this is now in a world where you've decided that there isn't one, obviously, you then say, only the absolute performance of the network can be considered, and then you go on to do that in your evidence, in your written evidence, and you've just done it in your evidence in chief as well. That's what happens. And your assessment of junction performance depends on your view on there not being a reasonable reference case set out in the TA.
Well, the junction performance relies on the data that's gone into it. In terms of the future scenarios with development,
Yeah.
they are clearly based on the assumptions that have gone in there. I'm not contesting those
Of
assumptions that
course.
have gone into
No,
that.
I appreciate
on the
that.
baseline, I suppose my point is it's the comparison between the two.
Exactly.
Yes,
So
yes.
the adducing of severity or non-severity, which derives from a comparison between those two things.
So just to be clear, I suppose there are a couple of points here.
Yeah.
We have at an individual junction level.
Yeah.
We could determine severity through a comparison.
Yeah.
Or we can determine it through a question of absolute performance, which is what I've gone on to do.
The reason that you've done absolute performance, as you explain at 3.1.13, is because you say that there's no suitable reference case.
Yes.
So if there were a I know you don't think there is, but if there were a suitable reference case, we'd use it, wouldn't we? That's
Yes.
what the point of it being
Yes.
a reference case is. And we'd use it as the basis against which to judge everything, but including severity.
Including severity of junctions.
Of junctions,
yes.
yeah.
But and in terms at a network level, the only way network level can be considered is with an appropriate reference case. We can't
Okay.
consider that in absolute terms
But
alone.
the severity that you assert in your proof of evidence relates to individual junctions.
So there
Four of them.
are 2 points that I made in terms of the severity point. You're absolutely right, because that is the evidence that is in front of me and the only evidence that's in front
Yeah.
of me that allows me to make that conclusion.
Yeah.
There is a broader point that at a network level, I do not have the evidence
Okay.
in front of me to allow me to draw that conclusion.
So again, I'll have another go. So I think we agree then that where you allege severity, where you positively allege severity in your proof of evidence, that is you're doing that predicated on your judgment that there's no suitable reference
Correct.
case.
Correct.
Okay. So then it comes back to the reason for asking that question is because I want to try and isolate for the inspector, try and make it as easy as we can for her, if possible, by isolating what the foundation is of your position. And the truth is that if it turns out there is a suitable reference case, then your analysis of these junctions doesn't fall away, but it's not. It's the judgments on severity need to be revised because we'd have a suitable reference case against which to judge them.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the issue between us. Now let's go to the MPPF
Oh, sorry, just to say, the issues on severity at a junction level
Correct.
fall away. Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
But you don't make a positive assertion of severity across the network.
No, because I don't have the evidence.
Exactly.
I just
So-
say that we don't have the evidence.
So
Yes.
that all I'm trying to ask you
Yes.
about is where you say severe
Yes,
impacts
that's
will
fair enough.
arise.
Yes.
That's why I focused on that.
Understood.
So, if we take the framework out, now we've got it. You might have it. You can
Sorry, let me just
you can Google it, but it's called
open it.
document 16.1.
It's burned into my mind, but I shall have a reference regardless.
So,
What's the... Oh, I'll just Google it, shall I?
there's no harm
Probably
in
quicker.
Googling it, unless it's changed since this
Yeah.
morning. Let's hope not.
I don't know, they're spending an effort today, who knows?
MPPF, and when you get there, if you turn to page 33,
Got it, yeah.
thank you. Now, just to be clear, I know you know, and the inspector knows, and everyone knows, but I've got to ask it anyway. But paragraph 116 of the framework, it changed, didn't it,
It did.
in December? And it changed, it would be fair to, well, a number of changes throughout this chapter, but the changes to 116 were actually quite important, weren't they?
Yes.
The key way in which it changed was by, we all know what it says, and I won't read it all out, but after that word severe, which has obviously been there for a long time, we've got a further sort of, well, I don't know, a clause, I was going to say a caveat, but a clause anyway, that says taking into account all reasonable future scenarios,
Yes.
right? So when we're judging severity, we're now told, which we haven't been told before, but we're told now, only to take into account future scenarios if they are reasonable, whatever that might mean.
Yes, although I would just like to expand on that point.
Sure.
My reading of this is, I suppose, it's a slight nuanced point.
No,
The previous MPPF talked about, just you're doing your assessment.
Sure.
What this now effectively says, it introduces the word all, which
Yeah.
actually implies that you need to consider multiple, potentially, not
Yeah.
necessarily, but potentially multiple reasonable
Multiple
scenarios,
scenarios.
and that they all,
They've all got to be reasonable.
yes, they've all got to be reasonable.
Sure.
And they've all, taking into account all of them,
Yeah.
we then determine whether or
Do
not
a
there is a
judgment.
severe impact.
Well, you've seen Mr. Wilde's rebuttal. You know
have.
that he's now taken into account, I actually can't remember, but 11 or 12 scenarios. So, I mean, there's a lot of them. But the either way, though, as you say, multiple scenarios may be in that word all, but the benchmark each time is they've got to be reasonable, haven't they? And let's just call a spade a spade. If they're not reasonable, the framework's clear. We shouldn't be using them.
Completely.
And that goes for reference cases. It goes for with development cases. It goes for all kinds of future scenario. The yardstick or the test for our inspector, for the Secretary of State, is okay, all very well, but is it reasonable, right?
Yeah.
And reasonable future scenario is a term that's defined in the framework at page 77. If you could get that
Reasonable futures. Yep.
in the glossary. And we're told, have you got that, madam, just to check? Sorry. If you, reasonable future scenarios, it means a range, that comes back to the point you were making, a range of realistic transport scenarios. So the first thing is that for reasonable, we've also got to sort of read in realistic, haven't we?
Yep.
If something's, put it another way, if a scenario is unrealistic, well, we really shouldn't be taking time over it or using it at all. It's got to be realistic. It's got to be reasonable, right?
Yep.
And it's got to, well, it's got to be, ideally, I suppose, it's to be tested in agreement with the local planning authority and other relevant bodies, including stat consultees where appropriate. So here, that it's not just Swale, it would also include Kent, obviously, and it would also include national highways.
Yep.
So those are the relevant, or not the only relevant,
Yep.
those are relevant bodies when it comes to agreeing what scenarios in the future are considered to be reasonable, are considered to be realistic. Right?
Yep.
Okay. So what is agreed? We know, and we don't have to, for time, turn up the statements of common ground where all of this is set out explicitly in writing. But you know, don't you,
Yep.
that the thing that you're criticising us for getting wrong, this point about reference case, without development reference case is specifically and expressly agreed and supported and endorsed between us and Kent and us and National Highways in statements of common ground that are before the inspector.
It is, however.
I'll just give the inspector a reference. We don't need to turn it up, but for Kent's example, 34.12 is the relevant statement of common ground, and it appears at the top of PDF page 9 in the first box that the appropriateness of the reference case is specifically endorsed by Kent, and indeed now we know specifically endorsed by National Highways as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I say as well because we know also from National Highways as evidence through Mr. Howell that they weren't originally, at an earlier stage, they weren't happy with it, relying on old local plan review assumptions, and so they made Mr. Wilde do some more sensitivity testing, which has been done, as Mr. Howell's Mr. Howell for National Highways explains, and essentially Mr. Howell's view for National Highways is the effect of what's been done validates the efficacy of what was originally in the TA.
So,
correct? I say correct in the sense that
I can't attest to what Mr. Howell said. I wasn't.
But but that's all in his proof. Have you read his proof of evidence?
I did a while ago, not recently, but yes.
Okay. I mean, the inspector's read it. I'll just give you the references
yes,
to it.
Take your word
2.2 to 2.11 of Mr. Howell's proof of evidence explains that journey that National Highways went on. But either way, what you know and what we can agree on is that the highways authorities in this case have scrutinised whether or not the future scenarios, including the reference case in the TA, are reasonable or not. And they've reached the view, they both reached the view, as it happens, National Highways and Kent have all reached the view that it is reasonable.
Yes, as I understand it.
Okay.
And on that point, I'd just like to say, looking at the proof of evidence themselves, they are, in terms of what we see, I'm sure there was lots of conversation that went behind them. What we see is a very brief statement with just the word baseline, as one line amongst many other things.
Yeah.
I would also, as you said, there was a lot of discussion about it over time.
Yeah.
Clearly, we've kind of come down to a crunch point here, where there is a degree of pressure to agreeing something, which I'm not making any accusations.
Tread a bit carefully, Mr. Weaver.
No, absolutely, you're quite right.
Yeah. I mean, are you really? You're not suggesting you're not obviously for one moment that the people who are working for Kent and National Highways haven't taken their responsibilities seriously.
Absolutely not.
No.
But my point here is that we've got to a point where we're looking at so much detail, whereas I'm looking at kind of the bigger strategic picture. There's kind of a wood for the trees.
But this is the point, Mr. Weaver.
Here.
It's not like the thing that you're raising's just been overlooked or been swept under. In fact, it was a specific thing that National Highways wanted more work on. That they thought the same as you. And so they said to Mr. Wilde, right, you need to do more work on this. He's done it, and they're satisfied. Which leads us to a situation where the agreement... agreement with authorities required by page 77 of the MPPF definition, all of that. That's happened, and that is supportive of the of the idea that these scenarios that are tested in the TA meet the definition of reasonable, doesn't it?
Well, I think that it all needs to be taken back to what the regulations require and the guidance requires.
Yeah, no. Actually, what I want to take it back to is what the MPPF requires, because it's 116 of the MPPF that I'm trying to engage on with you. Reasonable future scenarios, and we've agreed that for the purposes of the inspector trying to advise the Secretary of State on whether there are 116 issues or not, she should only be thinking about scenarios if they're reasonable, and agreement's part of that package. That's why I was asking about agreement. And the position, in fact, just to be absolutely clear, it doesn't mean you're wrong, obviously, but the position before us is that not only Swale, Kent and National Highways not taking the point that you're taking, even Mr. Bamber, who was against many aspects of the transport work in this case, Mr. Bamber takes no point at all on the adequacy of reference case.
Well, on that particular point, I was watching online the cross-examination of that part of Mr. Bamber.
Yeah.
And I did. I noted the way in which you asked the question did not invite him to review my evidence and to consider that in any detail. It was a simple, specific point. Do you agree the baseline? Yes.
Did you watch all of Mr. Bamber's? Do you have a sense that maybe if he had a point to make about reference case, he might have said it in the 2-3 days that he was on the stand?
Absolutely. But again, this is that kind of the wood for the trees, strategic versus detailed point.
I'm surprised
there are
that
detailed points and there are strategic points. And there is a fundamental underlying strategic point here that I'm making.
It is a fact, isn't it, that this issue of reference case has been out there in the paperwork and back and forth between the parties for many months, and as it stands before the inspector, you're the only one left with an objection. And
I find that rather interesting because I'd like to expand on this point if I may. As you can imagine, I work for a fairly large organisation. I have many colleagues, and I've discussed this with many colleagues across planning, across EIA and transport. Every single one of them, clearly they're not here to attest to this, but I've sworn a oath, etc. Every single one of them has reacted the same way that I have, which is that's not reasonable, that's not acceptable, that is not an appropriate way to do this, across each one of those spheres. So I do find it extremely odd that anyone, a group of professionals could all come to that conclusion on my, from my perspective, without any reservations.
It's strange, isn't it?
It is strange.
It must feel very. Mr. Bamber had the same situation of finding it all very odd when everybody kept disagreeing with him, and so you find yourself.
Myself and my many colleagues with many hundreds of years of experience combined, I should say.
I wish I could ask any of them questions, but let's see if we can try and drill down together to see why it may be that things have gone awry.
Yes.
The scenario that you say that we should have considered as part of our reference case, but have not considered, and so the basis of all of this is what you call, and we'll just call it for ease, a no development scenario. This is your point earlier on about the 10,000 home scheme.
Yes.
What's your reference case? Well, it's you take off the 10,000. That's your reference case, very simply. You call that a no development scenario in a nutshell. Correct?
Yes, sure.
Now, in your own approach, in your track, we don't need to turn it up, I don't think, for time, but I'll just put it to you and just see if you agree it. The approach that you took for the Duchy in the South East Faversham case was, it's not strictly a no development scenario because you incorporated committed developments as well.
Okay, so let's be absolutely clear then. The no development point was, I understood what you were saying was no kind of other development. Clearly, in any reference case, the committed developents, as I've already set out in evidence in chief,
trick question. It's just
should be in there. Yes,
committed
absolutely.
developments in.
Yes,
and that's because you or someone is making a planning judgment as to things that it is in the end a planning judgment. Hang on, I'll just ask the question. The planning judgment as to what's likely, I suppose, to come forward, absent the appeal scheme or the application scheme, whatever it might be.
So it is.
Is that correct?
I'm not sure it necessarily is, because you're using the word judgment there, whereas I would say what is committed, what has planning permission, is not a question of judgment, it is a question of fact.
Well, it's a fact as to whether it's got planning permission.
Indeed.
That's true. But the judgment is the likelihood of it coming forward. I think what you would say, I assume, is that the fact that it has planning permission makes it an easier judgment or an easy judgment as to its likelihood of coming forward.
Yes, I mean,
that's why we include it, you would say, I think.
The normal course of events would be that if a scheme is committed, then it would be included, unless there is some extraordinary reason for it not to
I'm not criticising you for including it. I just wanted to be clear on. So there's over 1,000 odd units of residential
something like that.
in your South East Faversham no development case because those are committed developments. Right. What the likelihood is of committed developments coming forward, or any development coming forward, is in the end a question of planning judgment, not a question for highways engineers. Would you think that's a fair characterisation?
Yes, I think so.
Now, in this case, we know what's been happening in Swale. We know what's been happening for many years. If you take out, just for instance, the Housing Land Supply Statement at core document 15.1.
Sorry, which core document?
15.1.
5.1.
Oh, hopefully. Oh, have I got it wrong? Might have got it wrong. Hang on. Sorry, I might have put the wrong one down. 15. No, it is. I think 15 point. I've got it as 15.1.
I've got 15.1 as
Have you got
the
that?
housing land supply sufficient statement.
That was what I was after. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, have you got that, madam? If you just turn in it to PDF page 33, is Appendix C.
PDF page. Got it.
You're very swift on the page numbers, Mr. Weaver. It's very impressive. PDF page 33. That's right. We can see, can't we, if you look at this top table on the windfall allowance page, what's been happening in Swale every year in terms of total completions for the last, decade, basically. You see?
Yes.
In a world both before and after the adoption of the current local plan, we can see what's happening. We can see that completions are happening, some of them are allocations, and indeed, on average, 39% of them are coming forward as windfall.
Yeah.
And that's happening every year, obviously. That's to say that growth is happening to the tune of, well, you can see what it is, 600 to 700 or so normally, every year, an average of 720.
Could I just ask so I'm clear on what you're kind of implying here? Are you implying that Highsted Park would be instead of windfall sites?
I'm not implying anything at the moment. I'm just asking you to look at what's happened for the last decade.
Yeah, okay.
So for the last decade, you're aware that Swale's been, we can see what the numbers are, averaging 720 homes a year in terms of completions, of which 39% are windfall, and that's a situation that takes in years that are both before and after the adoption of the most recent local plan. Correct?
If that's what the table says, sure.
Now, here's the point. You yourself give no evidence at all on the realism, or not, of that trend continuing.
Well, windfall sites are a known matter, of course. I shouldn't think I'd need to provide evidence on the fact that windfall sites are a
Let's just take it in stages, but before you start telling me what you don't think you need to provide evidence on, is it correct that you, and indeed to be fair, no one at the Duchy, so you or Mr. Heifer also who gives evidence for you, you do not interrogate, one way or the other, whether or not the history of completions is likely or unlikely or whatever to perpetuate into the future?
We don't provide any evidence on that, no.
You give no evidence, put another way, that it is either realistic or reasonable to assume that growth in the future stops.
Well, I think we can get into a very big debate on this point.
Well, that's the debate we're having right now, Mr. Weaver. So before you get into the debate, which is obviously an important one, I do want you to just give a very, very clear answer to the question, and then you can qualify it. Okay, so I'll ask it again. You give no evidence that it is either realistic or reasonable to assume that growth in the future stops. Is that correct?
So I'm just trying to work out what a negative at the end. Sorry.
Let me try and answer. Thank you. Do you give any evidence to suggest that it would be realistic or reasonable? I'm using those words because those are the definition of reasonable. 116, what we've looked at. Do you give any evidence to suggest it's either realistic or reasonable to assume that the trends that we see here are going to stop in the future?
No.
So the quote-unquote no growth scenario, or no growth, sorry, let me have another go at asking that. The quote-unquote without development scenario that you posit as one that we have failed to consider.
Well,
hang on. The quote-unquote without development scenario that you posit we have at fault for failing to consider is supported by no evidence from you as to its realism or reasonableness.
I can provide statements now.
Can you?
Right now, yes.
Gosh, it's a little bit late in the day, Mr. Weaver. You've had a chance in your
Well,
proof
no, in
of
fact, no,
evidence and your evidence
I
in
think
chief.
I did it in evidence in chief. Provide.
Okay, so let's have
on
let's have a look. We know that the last decade has seen 720 homes every year, a substantial proportion of which are windfall, and sometimes over half in some years, but in any event, 39% on average. You're asking us to assume into the future that those trends, other than committed developments, you're asking us to, which is 1,000 or so, you're asking us to assume that stops. And for
Sorry.
trying to ask the question. You're asking us to assume that stops, and that stopping should form the basis of our reference case to say 2038. And my question to you is, where is there evidence to support that being a realistic occurrence?
Shall I answer? Right. So I would refer to, as I referred to in my evidence in chief, the environmental impact assessment regulations.
Yeah, gosh,
Yes.
I'm not sure
Which is-
that's going to be an answer to my question. I mean, do you understand what the question is?
Please ask it again. It was a very long question.
I'm sorry, that's my mistake. So let's just try and break it down into stages. Is it correct that the without development scenario that you are positing assumes, other than committed development, it assumes no other completions?
Yes, in as far as the planning system considers development, that is how the baseline is constructed.
In your opinion? No,
As a matter of what the
that's
EIA
right. So
regulations and the PPG
okay,
says.
so your position, what you're asking the inspector to put weight on, is a scenario in the future, the without development scenario, obviously in the future, the reference case scenario, where committed development has happened, or happens, committed development happens, but all other completions cease or do not exist.
For the purposes of a planning assessment,
Yeah.
going back to paragraph 116, which there is an important word in there, impact.
Yeah,
the
sure.
Impact is the difference between what is known, what is currently committed, and what we are now proposing. To say that, look, other things will happen. Yes, of course they
hang
will.
on.
And you know what? Population growth will happen, regardless of whether we build houses
Yeah,
or not.
no, just take a big step back. I do want you to try and engage with the question. So I'm trying to, you said it was a long question, which is perfectly fair. So I want to try and I do want to try and break it down.
Please do.
Take it in stages. Is it correct that the no development scenario, other than committed growth, requires, on your case, requires us to assume no further completions other than committed growth?
Yes.
Is it correct that, just looking at the table that we have in front of us, that would require a complete reversal of trends going back a decade or no doubt more?
Well, again, sorry, I can't give a yes or no answer to
No.
that, because that is the difference between what happens and how the planning system assesses things.
Could trying to put aside how you think the planning system works, because you're not actually someone with any town planning qualifications, are you?
Correct.
Any academic or professional town planning affiliations or qualifications?
No.
So if you wouldn't mind parking what you think planning is about and just answering the questions, you are positing a future scenario where committed development happens to the tune of, I think it's around 1,500 homes, something like that. But beyond that, it stops. Is that factually what you? Am I characterising it
For the
correctly?
purposes of assessment, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And there is no evidence that you adduce that such a situation is actually realistic.
Of course, it's not actually realistic from a practical perspective.
Just
because things will
pause
happen.
there.
But there is an important but all of those things will be subject to the planning system. They will be required to submit planning applications. They
Yeah.
will be required to go through that process, as we are required here, and they will be required to assess themselves against a baseline. And that baseline will be without them.
Sure. Just take a big old step back. You know, just a minute ago when you said, of course, it's not actually realistic.
Yes.
That's your position, is it? That the reference case that you're urging on the inspector, the one that you have criticised us for failing to use, obviously is not realistic. Have I captured?
Sorry, just say that again. Sorry.
Oh, okay. You know, when I said to you, you've not put in any evidence to suggest that what you're criticising us for not using is realistic. You said, of course, it's not realistic in practical terms, but it's what you think the planning system should do. Do you remember? I'm paraphrasing.
There's a point about reasonable and following the planning
And realism.
system.
Yeah,
And realism, yes, absolutely. So
sure.
we know that there is a realism, that there are these things that have planning consents.
We've got
And
that.
The realistic scenario is that things beyond that will also require planning consents. Yes?
That's realistic too, but that's
Yes, it is
none of
realistic.
that's what I'm asking you about. I'm asking you about. You've agreed. Oh dear. You have agreed that the scenario that you posit requires us to assume committed development and nothing more.
Yes.
You have agreed that such a scenario is obviously not actually realistic in real life.
But it is what the EIA
Hang on,
regulations
before you get to the but and the EIA regs, I want you to actually answer the question with a yes or a no. The but is a clue that you're giving the qualification before you've actually answered it. So, do we agree that the reference case that you're putting forward as the thing that we've failed to, have regard to or whatever, is plainly unrealistic?
No, I don't think I really do, and I appreciate that's kind of contrary to what
You literally said that.
It's not.
You said
I did,
of course
but
it's not. Oh.
This is the difference between following the planning system.
Oh gosh! Stop
Right.
talking about the planning system. I just want a basic answer to a basic question. I know you've got
Okay,
a view on
so
what you think the planning system does.
Setting the planning system aside,
No,
let's do that.
no,
then
just-
I will say yes to your question.
Setting the planning system aside, I don't even understand that. My question is, you do not, do you, suggest that the scenario you're urging on the inspector is realistic? That's not your point. You've got another point to do with how you think the planning system works. But actually, in real life, a reference case at 2038 where we've had as committed development, that's not realistic. We agree on that.
So you're going to need to rephrase that again, sorry.
Oh boy. I don't know how to.
So, you said, I've got the note, the question, basically, in short, was that there's no evidence that you've given that your reference case is actually realistic in practice because it just relates to committed development planning.
It relates to what's known,
It
correct?
doesn't include things like windfalls and that sort of stuff.
Yes.
And you said, of course it isn't.
So,
Of course not. Now, are you saying that's not the case? Now you want to change the answer?
No, I think perhaps what I need to do, if I may, is I'll just refer to tag, which was referred to in Mr. Wilde's proof.
Right.
Because there is a really important point here about kind of the
I thought you
realistic.
said tag wasn't really what we should be using.
Well, no, I agree, but what we are doing here is we are applying a set of rules to construct the model.
Okay.
Right? And those rules have been drawn from tag.
At some point, I mean, we can go to tag, obviously, that's fine, I mean, if you want to. I mean, but I genuinely really would, because, I mean, we could just, if you answer this and you answer it clearly, it may just be a situation we can just
Well, in
stop
fact,
the cross-examination. Just please,
Go on.
we can go to tag, if you want to use it, by all
Yes.
means, but really do, just answer the question if you can. Do we agree that the reference case on which you rely is not realistic? It's got to be a yes or a no, surely.
Right, I can answer this as yes.
can?
Okay, I can answer
You
it as
agree?
yes
Okay.
on the basis that the with development scenario includes all exactly the same assumptions. And that is where the tag point comes in. So your assertion to me, sorry, I'm going to paraphrase you and correct me if I'm wrong. Your
Okay.
assertion to me is that we should assume that development will continue. Okay.
I've not made any assertions. I've just asked you a question about what you're doing. You've made the assertion, not me. You're the one who said that we should
Okay.
assume committed development and then we should stop for the purposes of adducing a reference case. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what you'd said.
So
I then said to you, is that realistic? And we're agreed that it's not.
okay. So
Is
in that
that
case,
correct?
let's agree yes.
Okay, let's agree,
At
yes.
which point I would then like to say that in that scenario, the with development scenario should then be an addition to that.
Well, it depends, doesn't it? Anyway,
think it does.
if we are agreed that the reference case that you put forward is not realistic, then we agree that it's not a relevant reference case for the purposes of paragraph 116.
As I said in my evidence in
Hang on,
chief,
you've got to answer that one. You can't. You've got to answer it.
then please ask it again.
If we agree that the reference case that you put forward is not realistic, which you've agreed now repeatedly, we also agree that it's not a relevant reference case under paragraph 116.
I can't agree to that without considering both the reference case and the development case together, because there is a fundamental point that in order to assess impact, we have to look at the difference between the reference case and the with development scenario. If the difference between the reference case, whatever the reference case is, whether it's the one that I assert or whether it's the one that Mr. Wilde asserts, the difference between that case and the with development case should be the development.
Can I just try and ask you a simple question? I mean,
Yes.
it might not seem, I don't know. A reference case is the case against which development is to be judged,
Yes.
right? We're agreeing that the reference case that you're positing in your evidence, both oral and written evidence, is not a realistic reference case, aren't we? We've agreed that 3 times now.
As a realism point, yes, sure.
As a realism point.
Yes.
We've agreed that in order to be a reasonable reference case, under the language of the MPPF, it's got to be realistic.
Fine.
Fine as in you agree.
Yes, sure.
Which means that the reference case that you posit in your proof of evidence is not relevant for the purposes of paragraph 216 because it fails the test of being reasonable.
In which case, let
Before you do another in which case-
let me take your point as let's assume that you're
You've
saying
got to actually
I agree.
answer. I don't want your assumptions or your qualification. I mean, you can qualify, obviously, but you can't start the answer without answering. Do you agree, Mr. Weaver, that the reference case that you posit in your evidence is not relevant for the purposes of 216?
No, I do not.
Oh, did I say? What did I say?
216.
Sorry. Oh gosh, that was right. But you know what I was talking about.
I do. No, I do not, because I'm constrained by what the EIA regulations say and what the TPG says, or what.
You constrained it all by what the framework says. Have you read that recently?
Yes,
the bits
quite
about
frequently.
having regard to reasonable future scenarios.
Yes.
You're asking the inspector basically to hold us at fault for not having regard to something that we all agree is not realistic.
Let me go to tag, which
Go
is
to
the point I
tag.
made earlier on, if I may.
You're going to do a very good job at not answering my question, but
I'm
fine.
trying
We
to
can
answer
go
your
to tag.
question. I'm
Well,
trying to
let's-
answer your question.
Just
By
go
all
for it,
means.
shall we?
So, give me a moment and I will point you in its
Just have that
direction.
open, I think.
So it's the same document we had open earlier on, which is
Which, could you just remind me of
Unit
the core doc?
M4
It
CD
was
24.7.17.
24. Thank you.
And then if we go to the definitions in that document, which I will find the page.
Oh, what? Sorry. Oh, where? Sorry.
Sorry, I will find the page. One
Final
moment.
page of the
Apologies.
PDF.
I'm finding the page.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said final page. Sorry.
No, sorry, finding.
I think it's on PDF page 4 and onwards. It would seem.
What was the CD number again? Sorry, 24 point.
24.7.17.
And what page are we going to?
I think if I've got this, there's a definitions bit that
So it is
starts on PDF page 4.
Yes, PDF page 5 is the bit that I'm looking at. The
Yeah.
definition I'm particularly referring to is on page 5.
Yeah.
Okie dokes.
Okie dokie. So, yeah, I think we're all there for Mr. Weaver.
Yes. So there is a point here that a core scenario, an alternative scenario,
Yeah.
relies on central assumptions, right? Which, again, and then continuing on through there, it says to provide a common comparator. See that on the fourth line
Oh,
down?
yeah.
As a
Okay.
common comparator to assess all projects and all options against.
That's your core scenario.
So that's the core scenario.
Yeah.
So if we are saying here that whatever the baseline is, whether we say that it includes just committed development or whether we say it includes committed development plus another level of growth beyond it, whichever, in order to assess the impact of development, that must be fixed.
What must be fixed?
What we have assumed the baseline, the background to be, the level of development that's going to happen elsewhere.
But that makes an assumption. What you're saying there, Mr. Weaver, makes an assumption, which is that, and the assumption is, if there's background growth, let's imagine that 700 a year goes on. You know, the 700 a year I showed you in the table. Imagine that goes on into the future, just for the purposes of argument. Your assumption is that the 8,400 that comes forward through this scheme would be in addition to that 700 a year chugging away in the background.
On the basis of having a common reference case, then yes.
But that assumption, I suppose that's a planning judgment, but it's not a planning judgment that you or your client have put forward as being remotely reasonable.
Sure.
Because obviously the 8,400 wouldn't happen in addition to 700 a year going on in the background. There'd be an element of replacement.
In which case, we have to go back...
Again, you're starting with an in which case rather than actually answering the question. The 8,400, if they come on the scene, you don't just add them on to the 700 a year that's going on in the background. They will actually be, some of that 700 a year will be comprised in the 8,400. So it's not just a question of starting with 0 and adding 10,000 on top, as you posited in your evidence in chief.
But then I don't think you are doing an assessment which is a reasonable assessment of impact. Going back to 116, the question of impact, we have to kind of define ourselves by look, realistic, reasonable, and impact.
Yeah.
Reasonable, I think we are... I'm not asserting that your mode shares, etc., are not reasonable.
No,
I know others
you're
are,
happy
but
with
I'm
them.
not making that assertion.
Well, that's good.
Okay. The impact point, I'm saying an impact assessment hasn't been properly done because we haven't considered the impact of between the two.
But your point, rests on an assumption, which is that the correct way of doing this is to take a scenario with no development other than committed and add to it the full extent of the development, and that's your exercise. But instead, what the framework's actually telling us to do is to compare a world where the development comes online with all reasonable future scenarios.
Yes.
Those would include reasonable future scenarios that don't have the development in them, obviously.
Yes.
So if the inspector decides that it's not reasonable or realistic, and she's likely to decide that given it's what your own evidence is, that no development other than committed is unrealistic, if that's what she thinks, she can't use that under the framework as the basis for a 116 judgment, can she?
But that then it does not amount
Again,
to
you're
an
starting with a
assessment of
but.
impact.
You're doing this thing. I don't know why, but you're not answering. You're going straight to a qualification without addressing the question.
Because some of the questions that you're asking lead to kind of perverse outcomes, in my opinion. So there are
tricky
questions which I
thing.
cannot
So the best thing
yes
to
or
do
no's
is
to.
try. I mean,
There
we're
are
almost.
other consequences.
I think we're almost done. I do want you to try, if you can, and just really answer this question. I'm only going to ask it this last time because we've agreed that your analysis of junctions is predicated on this question. I'm not going to go through the individual junctions because it's all tied up together with this point. Do you accept, Mr. Weaver, and it's got to start with a yes or a no now because you've had 5 or 6 goes at this, do you accept that the reference case that you put forward to the inspector as your preferred one is not in fact realistic within the language of the MPPF 116 and the glossary definition? You've got to try and answer
I will give you a
it.
yes or no answer.
Thank you. I mean, I'm begging.
Because I am constrained by what PPG says, by what the IRA says,
just
my answer's
answer
got to be no. It's got to be. And I know that is kind of contradictory.
So no, it's unrealistic, or no.
No, it's in the answer to the question that you asked. My answer is no.
Sorry,
as in you are.
I'm so confused now.
Yes, sorry.
Whether it's
Me too.
yes, no, or
Are you saying it's realistic now? Are you saying that it is realistic? Or unrealistic? I'm just asking.
No, I was effectively agreeing with what you were saying.
Okay.
Which is to say, no, it's not necessarily realistic, but it is for planning purposes and for 20 years of professional experience and for the experience of hundreds of years of professional experience of my colleagues. And
Hundreds of years?
Yes.
Gosh.
As in combined.
Cumulatively, I would imagine,
yes,
yeah. Gosh,
of all those
otherwise,
colleagues.
some very wizened transport planners
we
at your firm.
absolutely must have
yeah.
a common scenario.
Well,
If
do
we
you know
haven't
what?
got a common
Maybe
scenario,
the
then we are
answer
not
is
assessing
to,
impact.
maybe the answer is to circulate a copy of the new MPPF to your wizened colleagues. But,
Together with the EIA regulations
yeah.
and the PPG,
All right,
which
see,
are first.
I'm going to leave it there on the agreement that there's no realistic scenario that you posit in your evidence, and make submissions on the rest of it. Thank you very much.
Okay. I've just got a couple of things to ask you. Nothing as complicated, I don't think, as...
Could I just ask for some water before?
Of course. Oh dear.
I've run out. Sorry.
Yes, right.
If you wouldn't mind.
Great, it's
Thank
very
you.
hot in here, isn't it?
I'm sure that will be plenty. Thank you.
I don't think I better ask anything about that. 5-1, let me just have a look at this. Oh yes, well there was, hang on a minute. One point that, yeah, in your section 4, page 13,
Yeah.
you said here 4.15 and 4.16. Your base
Sorry, 4.1.5.
1.5 and 4.1.6.
Yeah.
So you were saying about the function of the Southern Relief Road is predominantly to serve Highsted Park development,
Mm-hmm.
etc. And then the next paragraph, you said it's not a matter of particular relevance to the highway authorities. There's no pressing need for or benefit from the scheme in transport terms.
Mm-hmm.
Well, would you revise that, having listened to Kent County Council's cross-examination of Mr. Bamber, where the whole central point, I think, Mr. Young was making was that the whole purpose of, or one of the purposes of, from the Kent County Council's point of view of these roads would be to reduce traffic on the A2. So it would have a strategic purpose of taking traffic away from the centre of Sittingbourne.
So my limitation in answering that question is I haven't seen any evidence that supports that position. I understand there's the local transport plan. Of course there is. The local transport plan talks about potential for, I think that was the wording that was used in there. We can go back to the reference if needed. I haven't seen anything which quantifies the scale of that benefit and the scale of that need. I haven't seen any transport modelling. I understand, I don't have a reference for this, but I understand from when I did my first review of the evidence that there were various conversations back and forwards between National Highways and the applicant to seek evidence on how much strategic traffic is going through that link, and my understanding is that's never been provided. So to my understanding, there is no evidential basis to make that conclusion, notwithstanding the fact, of course, that the Kent Local Transport Plan says what it says. And that's a matter of fact, obviously.
So you don't really hold much store on the local transport plan then?
Well, what I haven't seen is in the evidence behind it. I mean, the local transport plan says specifically potential, etc. I'm not aware, I don't know the answer. I don't know whether or not it included any evidential basis behind it. I certainly haven't seen any evidential basis. And my understanding of the evidence of National Highways was around, there was this point about strategic need, and they said they don't accept the principle that there is a strategic need, but I think they said something along the lines, I've got the reference here somewhere if helpful, they said something along the lines of they do not consider in this case that should be a reason to direct refusal, but I don't think that's necessarily any...
Talking more about Kent County Council.
Yes, yeah, no, absolutely, yeah.
So if you have a if you have a local transport plan, you can You don't usually have evidence to back it up?
Well, I'd have to defer to the Kent County Council on that. All I can say is I haven't seen such evidence, and all the local transport plan says is potential.
I see. Okay, fair enough. Right, thank you. Well, we're hearing from Kent County Council I don't know whether you're going to want to ask questions about that. Not you. No, sorry, Mr. Warren. I was looking at you. Yes, yes. No, just because of the point that was made. That was all. I just wondered whether there would be. Okay. Well, no doubt Kent County Council will be able to answer that, Mr. Young, I hope.
We will.
Thank you. Right. So just a couple of points on section 5 of your proof. Can I just have a quick look? Because it might have been asked already. Please, sir. Yeah, I think I asked that, didn't I? That in paragraph 5.6.1, you were talking about.
Sorry, 5.6.1. There is.
Sorry, no, I'm
5.1.
5.1.6.1.
5.1.
Yeah.
Sorry, 5.1 point.
Talking about the separate villages.
Got it.
There,
Yes.
yes.
Sorry, got it.
Yeah. Lacking cohesion and sprawling over a large area. Each village is dependent upon the other for access to service and facilities, all of which reduces the potential for journeys to be made by foot and risks potentially walkable journeys shifting to car. Well, that's probably a bit unfair, isn't it? Because we heard a lot about the, for example, the busway that's proposed between the Oakwood and Highsted villages. We've got the sustainable movement corridor, and we've got each of the local centres. Each of the villages would have their own local centre. So I just wondered how you factor those factors into your conclusions there.
Yes, well, as you'll have probably seen in my evidence, I've referred to a research report that I and my colleagues published last year. We've done quite a lot of research on the implications of walkable neighbourhoods, and that there is a balance between the fact that you've got a local centre and the size and scale and the amount of stuff, the amount of destinations, the amount of attractions within that local centre. And the size and scale of that attraction is defined by the catchment which it serves. As a simple exercise, we might think about if we have a 500 home development, it probably wouldn't support much. It might support a shop, but that's maybe about it. Mm-hmm. If we get to a development of, let's say, 8,000 homes, that's about the size of Faversham. We get, a full town centre, and by degrees within that, we get different levels of scale of those facilities. Mm-hmm. So my point is that if you've got, and I think Mr. Bamber made a similar point, that if you have three, say, which I think is what we've got here, we have three kind of centres, each with the kind of the same level of kind of more moderate facilities. That is less attractive from a walking perspective than if you have one very large centre with a much broader range, much better scale of facilities. And the propensity to walk, which most of my research picks up on and deals with, and I can point you towards it if helpful, but I don't think we need to, deals with the fact that your propensity to walk reduces both distance, as I think we would all accept, and we have quantified that change in propensity to walk to the point that if you were to have a single village with, say, a 1.26 kilometre that I think Mr. Bamber might have quoted yesterday or Friday, if we would have that scale of facility, we would get more walking journeys, accepting the fact that on the outskirts we might get fewer people walking, on the inside we get more people walking. The balance of that is actually a significant increase in walking.
But that's not what we've got.
No, absolutely no. And that's
what we're interested in really is what's before us.
Indeed.
Which is three, or at least two large centres, and you've got a little bit at the top, with their local facilities, and we don't really know what's going to be in those local centres, do we, at the moment?
No, I agree.
It's all outlined.
Indeed.
So would you consider any credibility for the, the sustainable transport measures that they proposed within the site or not really?
Yes, no, absolutely I do. And I mean, I made that point, I think at the beginning of my evidence in chief, perhaps, where I was talking about the fact that my intent on this particular point is not to say that the sustainable transport strategy is in any way, poor or anything. My statement is that, is it as good as it could be? Is it, is it excelling beyond, what we might otherwise expect?
What
Just
do you mean,
to
as
give
it
you an
could be
understanding
if there was one big settlement rather than three
Yes.
little ones?
Yes. So within the site that we have,
Yeah.
we could, more could have been done. The fact that it hasn't, you will have to, I suppose, come to a decision on what planning weight you might afford to the sustainable transport strategy on balance.
Right, I see. Okay. And I just wondered. Actually, I think we've talked a lot about that with Mr. Bell, but I won't ask you that. That's fine. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Warren. I don't know if you've got any.
I've only got 3 short points, ma'am, if I may. Can I just come back? You asked lots of questions about, for reasons that Mr. Simon's made absolutely clear, about your approach to the baseline scenario, the reference case. In your evidence in chief, you gave potted, apart from the very detailed point about the stop line, one of the junctions, some evidence about your consideration of the modelling that has been done in the rebuttal evidence of Mr. Wild. Just to be absolutely clear, those comments about what you can and can't draw, or what the inspector should or shouldn't draw, about the acceptability of impact on those junctions, was that subject to your main point, or was it on the basis of the work that Mr. Wild has done? In other words, on his assessment?
It's on the basis of the assessment that is in front of me.
Right.
That's all I can determine, all I can use.
Yeah. So, I think it was put to you that all of your points on the junctions were bound up with this point about the baseline.
No.
Is that right?
No, it's not. So my point is that impact, which as I've explained, I think at length, as everyone will agree, impact is a question of what will happen without me, what will happen with me. The difference should be me, my development, and therefore that allows me to understand my impact at a network level. That is one point. The assessment that I've done in here is on the basis that I don't have that evidence in front of me, and therefore I can only look at the absolute performance, so that it's completely notwithstanding that broader baseline point.
Sure, and the point, just to take the example that we descended to a bit of detail on, the model which shows the queuing back and the 3 lanes and stacking under Linsig, etc. The points that you made there, were they on the basis... Were they on the basis of Mr. Wild's work without any, just on the basis of his work,
Yes.
what he's presented?
Correct.
Okay, on its own terms, if you like.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. That's the first point. The second point is, and again, we can deal with this briefly, a number of times, remember, and again, I didn't intervene, as you know, so I'm not making any complaint about this, you were on your way to talk about the EIA regulations,
Yes.
do you remember?
I was.
In your answers. And I just want to give you the opportunity very briefly to do that. In relation to this point about reference case, why did you mention that, and what do you say is relevant to the inspector about that?
Yes. So the EIA regulations, so Town and Country Planning Regulations 2017, within there, and we can go to it now, or I can. I don't think it's in as a CD.
Let's just see how we go. If it's a problem, then we'll pause or stop the point. But can you make the point without reference to the precise wording, or without us having to?
Would it be helpful if I literally read it out? I have got a hard copy. Would you like a hard copy of the extract?
Don't worry.
No.
Just let's see how we go, and if it doesn't work, then it won't work. That's kind.
Yes. So paragraph 5 brackets E of Schedule 4. Paragraph 5E, so it's a sub-bullet, of Schedule 4 of the EIA regs, states, the culmination of effects with other existing and or approved projects, taking into account any existing environmental problems relating to areas of particular environmental importance likely to be affected, or the use of natural resources.
So existing and or approved.
And existing and or approved.
Okay. And so why do you draw the inspector's attention to that?
because that goes to my very point about in the planning system, as I've been stopped by talking about too much previously, the planning system gives weight to those. The planning system says the baseline are those things which we know, those things which are consented, those things which are approved. And that is what the EIA regulations defines. And it is also then referred to in the PPG, Planning Policy Guidance.
So just on the EIA point, existing and approved, and just again, just thinking about existing and approved, just taking account existing and approved, put that in the context of the points that were being put to you about what all the full set of reasonable scenarios are. Is that a reasonable scenario or not?
Absolutely, it's set out in effectively legislation, you know.
Right. Okay.
Which trumps policy.
Thank you. The third, so that was your moment there on the EIAs that you were.
Thank you.
Again, I'm not complaining. Denied earlier on. The third question I've got for you is, obviously you were asked about your approach for understandable reasons. You've given your answers. The inspector's got it. Just in terms of what Mr. Wilde has actually done now in his rebuttal work that the inspector's got. Often, and there's reference to this obviously in the documents before the inquiry, when the assessment year is in the future, which I hesitate to say this, but usually is, it's very rarely in the past, in the future, what does one do to get, as it were, the traffic on the network from what it might be surveyed as today to what it might be in the future?
So the usual course of events, in line with what the regulations and the like require, and practice over a course of many decades, is to say, what do we know today? And then what do we know is going to happen in future? What we know and what we can say for confidence within what is approved through the planning system is that there will be perhaps a level of background growth which may come from a change to propensity to travel by car.
Right, so just take a little bit, so a level of background growth.
Yes.
The inspector will know this, but sources for that?
So sources for that normally come from something called the National Trip End Model, which is often referred to as Tempro, as that's the software package that it's accessed from.
Yeah.
Would you include that?
Sorry?
Would you include that in your future?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
In your baseline?
Yes. Yes, completely.
All right.
And then you would review that locally to ensure that you have the appropriate level of granularity for the local schemes which are coming forwards. So they would be taking this local this particular model as an example. That includes those schemes which have consent and were included within that model. In other circumstances where we are not fortunate enough to have a strategic model, we would take account of them specifically ourselves. We would look at the traffic forecast, put them into a spreadsheet, etc., etc.
Okay, I just want to pick up that point then about Tempro. The point that was put to you, Paul, one of the points that was put to you was the issue of the windfall pattern, do you remember, taken from the housing land supply information, and this, I forget now, 600-700 a year, wasn't it, on average, or something of that kind. And I just wanted to ask you whether in the work that you've seen that the Tempro assessment has been taken into account by Mr. Wilde, or if he has, whether or the extent to which the extent, as far as you can tell anyway, Mr. Weaver, it relates to the point that was put to you about the windfalls in the past here. Yeah,
so the Tempro assumptions include a level of background within them. As to what degree that amounts for the windfalls, I honestly would need to go back and refer to the detailed nuance of different documents. I cannot say for certain.
All right, I'm grateful. Thank you very much, ma'am. That's all, Mr. Weaver. Thank you.
Just to add, to say that we'll be on the EIA regulations. We'll be planning in our closings to make some legal submissions on what's been said, but we'll leave that for legal submissions. It won't be something that Mr. Wilde touches on, but we will deal with it. I'm saying it just while Mr. Warren's here, so he knows. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Just shows it can be done.
Warren. So we will now have our lunch break, and we will adjourn till 2:10, please. Thank you very-
It'll be Councillor Bonnie next, I think.
It'll be
It
Councillor
is.
Bonnie next at
And
last.
could I just say, ma'am, before I go,
Yes.
I didn't thank Councillor Bonnie at the beginning because obviously she was due to go
No,
before
she
us.
was. She was asked first.
I know that's very kind to swap round, and to others who facilitated
No.
my personal difficulties. I'm very
Fine.
grateful.
Yes. Enjoy yourself this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
Absolutely amazing.
What, how bad is that?
Time for the inquiry to resume. Thank you. So we're now going to hear Miss Bonnie. I just want to have a check as to timings, please, Mr. Bell.
Madam, so my time estimate was an hour in chief. Councillor Bonnie is maybe aware that there's been a few points that have been raised over the past days that she wants to address. So I may be about 90 minutes rather than an hour. I'll try and deal with those points to start off with and then go into the proof.
And
my intention is not to ask any questions in cross-examination. That's my intention because Councillor Bonnie is obviously fully entitled to her views, but I've asked so much already of all the professional witnesses, including one that she's instructed. So we'll see. I put in half an hour because I don't know what she's going to say. So if she says something that I've not anticipated, then I'll obviously want to ask her questions. But generally what I'll do, as I have done for Councillor Bonnie before, is pick up things with Mr. Wild when he starts. So.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. So it is quite possible that we might start Mr. Wild.
I'm really hoping.
Yep.
That's our plan, yeah.
Okay,
So
well, let's just see how we get on. I've got a few little questions, but not too much at the moment.
There was just one thing on housekeeping.
Yes.
Yesterday, I think it was, you mentioned the things that you're due in hard copy tomorrow before we break, and we're on top of, I think, almost all of them. There was just one that I wanted to check what it is that we're supposed to be printing. You mentioned a note that relates to the 106. I think you did. And we're not sure which one.
We're having a session on highway. Oh, you don't mean the section 106 and planning conditions on highways, do you?
Is it? I don't know. Is it just a copy of the 106 and planning conditions? Is that what it was?
Well, no, because I've got the 106, haven't I? Or at least a version of it.
It may be that I've mistaken your.
So
I think you mentioned
some
some
planning conditions.
Okay.
On highway planning conditions.
Highway planning conditions.
We're not discussing them the week after we get back. I think it's the week after that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It wasn't. It was just a question of we weren't sure on that bit of the printing what it was that we needed to print. But so highways conditions.
So conditions, we've got some from National Highways.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're going to have something from County Council tomorrow. And Mr. Young, hopefully, do your best endeavours, as they say. And in hard copy.
Thank you for that.
You.
That's
I think
clear.
that's what.
That's all good. That's all understood.
And was there anything else that was coming in tomorrow?
Well, there's the viability costs rebuttal. So that we're obviously
need those.
We're getting all of that ready. Yeah.
Regardless of the other thing.
Noted. Thank you.
Good show. Anything else? No. Right. All right then, Mr. Bell, if you'd like to start. Thank you.
So good afternoon, Councillor Bonnie. You're now a very familiar figure to the inquiry and very familiar with the process. But in terms of documents, you've produced a summary proof of evidence that's at 42.5.1.
I have indeed, yes, thank you.
A substantive proof of evidence that's at 42.5.2.
Yep.
And some appendices to that substantive proof, which is 42.5.3.
Correct, that's right.
If we can start by just introducing you again to the inquiry. You're Councillor Bonnie, and you're here on behalf of the 5 parishes group, and this is all set out in section 1 of your summary proof. Could you just explain to the inquiry, given that evidence has been called in the form of Mr. Bamber on behalf of the action group, why are you giving evidence on transport?
Okay, just to explain that I'm here to represent the 5 parishes group. The 5 parishes group and the action group are separate groups. We represent separate communities, but we have endeavoured through this process to work together. So we share a barrister. We have not shared transport consultant, but obviously we have liaised and spoken and discussed various matters, as I'm clearly not a transport expert, but it's been useful to ask him questions.
Thank you. And that's something you explain in 1.4 of your summary proof. You're not an expert on transport, but have a good understanding of the local area.
Yes, so just to recap, I'm a Robinson Parish Councillor for the last 20 years. I've been a Swell Borough Councillor for the last 18 years as an independent, and I chair currently the 5 Parishes group, and we represent the communities of Bapchild, Bredgar, Milstead, Robinsham, Tunstall, Worms Hill. We've also been recently discussing with Hollingbourne as well. We went to their community assembly where a number of residents have been expressing their concerns to us. And I'm not an expert. I've got a degree in land management. I've worked in commercial property development historically for 18 years, and I'm a chair of committee at Swell Borough Council, but I'm only here in my capacity as chair of the 5 Parishes group.
Thank you. Now, if you could turn up your substantive proof, you've made me aware of a couple of corrections that need to be made, largely typographical errors. So,
Yep.
if we could turn to page 7 of your substantive proof.
Yep.
And it's paragraph 2.6, and I understand there is a correction to be made to the framework references
Yes.
in the final line of that paragraph.
Yes, that's correct.
And so instead of 115, it should read 116. Instead of 180A, 187, and instead of 182, it should read 189. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then if we move to paragraph 3.16, which is on page 11 of your substantive proof, and we come across onto page 12, the penultimate line starting the 5 Parish Council group is... Now, there's a word missing there, and I understand that word to be concerned. So
Yes.
it should read, the 5 Parish Group is concerned that experimental short-term bus services, etc.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then turning to page 16 of your substantive proof, and it's paragraph 3.24.2. The penultimate line, wildlife site within the chalk pit is filled. The word partially, I understand, needs to be inserted between is and filled.
That's correct. Sorry.
Thank you. And I think that brings us to the end of the...
No, one more, sorry.
One more.
Sorry, page 35 under 11.1.
Yep. So final line, Borough Council Officer should read Borough Council Conservation Officer.
Correct.
Thank you. Now,
There's one more.
sorry, madam.
In case you want to know.
Page 35.
Yeah, but there's one more that I wanted to...
Oh, yeah.
It's just it's a wrong reference, that's all. Paragraph 3.25.
Hold on. Let me get there. 325.
I think that it talks about a supplementary forecast model scenario. I think it should be page 34 rather than page 13.
I think you're right. That's all right.
Figure 3.11. Right.
Sorry, say that again.
Well, you said you referred to paragraph 3.11. I think that's on page 34. Might be wrong.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that correct?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Councillor Bonnie, before we come on, you've obviously sat through the transport sessions to date, and you've heard Mr. Bamber's evidence in chief and cross-examination. And I understand there are some points that you want to address the inquiry on in respect of decide and provide versus monitor and manage.
Yep.
If you could just explain what it is you want to set out to the inquiry.
Okay. So we have, I think, quite a detailed discussion. I tried to follow the thread of it, Mum, about what is realistic and reasonable, and then the issue of looking at things, so monitor and managing. And that rings alarm bells in our ears, because to monitor and manage, at this point in time, I understand that this is an outline application, and we are setting out in a section 106 what contributions need to be made for mitigation payments. And I think what experience has told us with other applications is that if you don't get your ask in now, you're dead in the water in the future, quite frankly. Now, there may be, and we're going to discuss this in section 106 section sessions, God, that's a mouthful, about review mechanisms, no doubt. But there are things that will come out of that, out of the discussions that we've been having, that monitor and manage we may not be able to implement, because what is set in stone, if this is agreed as an outline now. And there are certain things, so if I can, on section 106, because that came about, that discussion, after we'd submitted our evidence. And the current drafting that we've got...
Have a look. I haven't got it here, unfortunately.
That's okay, don't worry. I'll give you a CD reference. So it's 35.1.3. And that's, I think, the most recent version of the section 106. And what we know today is things like library provision, children's services, leisure are definitely going to be off-site. But looking at the wording contained in the drafts...
Just a sec. Sorry,
That's okay. I'll pull it up as well. So I've got it.
Do you mean 35.13 as opposed to 35.1.3?
So hold on.
Which is the southern site, 106.
Yes,
and then
exactly.
there's 35.12, which is the northern site.
Yeah.
Whereabouts are we going? Page.
So if we look at a definition for on page PDF 55, for instance, secondary. So let me go into. So what did you say it was? 35 point. Simon.
13.
13.
That's for the southern site.
Yeah. Hold on.
What page was it? So sorry.
55.
55.
Let me just, sorry. It's probably going to crash now.
We are talking about transport, aren't we?
Yes, we are. And whilst I'm pulling it up, I'll try and multitask, which might end horribly, but let's try. The definitions that are contained within the current drafting in section 106 talk about provision being and or on site. It could be
sorry, what vision of what?
secondary schooling. So there's an example.
So we're looking at
Sorry, I'm just pulling out the document. A bit slow on this. I'm not as proficient as you.
the north of Robinson Village, is that what you're saying?
Yes, because there's one secondary school.
What about Mr. Simons?
No, I'm just making sure what it is. So is it the definition of secondary education facilities on PDF page 55?
Yes.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I was in the right spot. Thank you.
So I have it to hand here, so I did a screenshot, trying to save some time, but
There's actually this definition of secondary school, which says it's going to be, would be on site, isn't it?
it says and or.
What, and or? Where's and or?
So it says, means the construction of a new secondary school within the development pursuant to the planning permission, catering for 8 form entries and or additional places with the Sittingbourne selective and Sittingbourne and Sheppey non-selective groups, unless otherwise agreed following an educational review.
Hang on a minute.
That's page 53.
So, sorry, which one are you actually reading? Sorry. Which on the box?
PDF 55, and it's the second box from the top, secondary education facilities.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Michelle. I can't find the and/or. That's all.
I think it's after the word 8 form entries in secondary education and facilities. 3 lines down in that definition. Oh. It says catering for 8 form entries and or. I don't know if that's the one.
Yes, that's correct.
Within the development. And or additional places.
Yes.
Right.
And or. And that's the bit that causes alarm, because we're looking at traffic modelling, and it's really important to these settlements that there's secondary school provision. And it's not just applicable to secondary school provision, because there's other facilities, including primary, including waste management facilities. And I'll just give you page references, which I think they're 50 and 70, but I can check them and give them to you afterwards. But it's that and or wording, because what are we modelling? Are we modelling that traffic will be staying on site, will be sustainable, will be walked to, will be cycled to? Or are we saying all these children, that 8 form, what's that, about 1,200, for argument's sake, children, are going off-site, and then they're going to have to find their way into the town centre? And I think when we had our Section 106 discussions, we were quite clear, the group, as to the issues that are encountered around the existing secondary school provision within Sittingbourne. And this feeds into the discussions that have been had around the Woodstock corridor and around Highsted Road, what sustainable travel really means. Are we really, if that school is to be where it's located, then I believe actually the applicants have caused themselves a problem. Because in the Section 106 document on page 94, there's something called a junction plan. Now, we're told that this is a red line application, there's no detail, etc. But in the Section 106, there's a junction plan. And that junction plan refers to something called Figure 2 of the Traffic Assessment Volume 4, which we couldn't find in the core documents, but we believe we found the right one, which is under CD 731.4, page 36. So if I pull that up. 731.4, page 36, it says junction map.
Hang on, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's all right, I need to get to it.
Just going to find this reference to junction plan first. 3, 4. I see. Location of junctions to be provided for development. Right. Okay. So now we're going to 731.4.
Yeah, and that shows you a junction map.
Just a minute.
Okay, and then
I'm so sorry. What page were you on?
36.
36. Sorry.
Just a minute. I haven't got it yet.
No, I haven't either, so don't worry.
Well, I need it.
36.
Hang on. 31.
31.4.
All right. Right, and what, page 36, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a figure for the plan? I'm working on the web version.
Oh, is it a different page?
Yeah, hold on.
Isn't it? I don't want to confuse everyone, but I don't think that's the right. Surely it's page 23, which has figure 4.2, which is the one that's referred to in the document. says figure 4.2, and that's on page 23.
Right.
Yep, that one. That'll do.
All right.
Page 23.
Yeah.
That's PDF page 23.
Sorry, yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So if we zoom in on that. And then if we have a little look at CD 8.30. This is 8.30 is looks like an aerial. It's one of the. It's called the illustrative master plan.
Oh, yeah.
So if you've got the illustrative master plan,
Yeah.
and then if we look at CD 7.3. Yep.
Hold on. That's a letter. Is that right?
Let's have a look.
Covering letter. Is that what you want?
Let's have a look. Yeah, I think it sets out what we're looking at. So, what I want to look at on the illustrative master plan is where the secondary school is. That's what I'm most interested in. And then we're looking at the map of these access points. And then we are looking at what we had on the Google Images the other day, or where we walked out on site, and we discussed about this secondary school, about how it was going to be accessed from the development. So that'll be from the Oakwood village. And we were told that it would be a grade crossing uncontrolled.
So, hold on a minute. So the school...
The school over time has shifted around the site, and we've now ended up with secondary school is the big yellow one, and it just below where it says Bapchild, and you've got their Pantney Lane and that sort of funny dogleg shape. Now, looking at that diagram on the master plan, it is just illustrative. Mm-hmm. But our concerns around transport are, we're not sure if this school's going to be on site now because of the wording in section 106. And if it is on site, then we're told that the people that live in Oakwood Village are going to have to cross at grade on an uncontrolled crossing for a secondary school. And that might not just be a secondary school, that might be a secondary school with a nursery facility, which is quite common in Sittingbourne. Many of the secondary schools have that. And I think about my drive to school in the morning, and I drive through Faversham, and the Abbey School is on one side of the A2, and I see all the kids trying to cross the A2 to school, and what they've got is actually teachers permanently positioned outside the school to, shall we say, help with the crossing problems. But they've also got a bridge overhead there. But of course the mums with the pushchairs who want to access the nursery can't get across. So the mums with the pushchairs are bumping up and down the curbs on a busy road, and I don't doubt that this, by definition, is a southern relief road, and it's supposed to be providing relief. How they're going to navigate their way across an uncontrolled crossing. Made worse by, if you actually look at the indicative master plan, it shows that the access is actually from Church Street into the secondary school, or Pantney Lane. Now, if you look at that access points on this map that's going to be appended to section 106.
So, sorry, where are we going now?
back to that document, which is the the one with the red dots on it, that one, which is the access points, which is prescribed under the current drafting of Section 106. You can see there's access point E.
Hold on, let me just... E.
E for egg.
Yeah.
And then there's one above it, which is O, and they're just around Bapchild, the southern part of Bapchild, and on Church Street, where it crosses, the road crosses over Church Street. So I think there is a bit of confusion, shall we say, because I'm not clear what we're modelling here as to how people get around into and out of the site for education. That's just an example. And if I can then replicate that onto the primary school on Church Street that backs onto Church Street, that is opposite the Grade 1 listed church, there is a new access point there, which is what we previously discussed we were concerned about.
Wait, where are we now? At Robinson?
Yeah, Robinson. So if you look on this map here, where it says Oakwood Village,
Yeah.
and it crosses, and you see in the middle there it says Robinson,
Yeah.
and then there's a yellow blob just below Oakwood Village. That's the primary school,
Yeah.
and that's just off Church Street there. Now, according to this access point,
Yes.
that's N, I think, on here. So I think that might be correct. But if that is correct, that means that the traffic on Church Street must be fundamentally underestimated in the traffic modelling, because this is quite a significant primary school. This is certainly bigger than Robinson Primary School. And if there is an access point next to a primary school on Church Street, by definition, we're going to get a lot of traffic going along it. Now, they'll say, oh, the applicants will say this serves the Oakwood Village development. But you can't categorically determine that. We know that if schools do well and they're popular, etc., kids will be attracted from all over the area. I mean, we've got that experience in Robinson. And parents will drive any which way they can to get little Charlie from school, and I'm one of them. I'm one of those culprits. And our concern is the accuracy of this rural lane traffic modelling.
Church Road.
Yeah, Church Street. And those two were just given as examples of where we're trying to marry up, obviously, the Section 106 with, you know, where we are on our transport there. Another point that's been mentioned, and it's been mentioned a couple of times in the last couple of days, is about a control mechanism that Highways England might impose should this be granted a Grampian condition. And we're quite familiar with Grampian conditions because we had one imposed on Sittingbourne and on development in Sittingbourne because of the Junction 5 upgrade. And I think it would cause absolute consternation if there was any construction of anything other than the highway infrastructure ahead of the junctions and the roads being completed. So just to put on record that the 5 parishes would strongly oppose any wording that was on first occupation, because that means effectively you could start constructing estates, etc., without having put in place. And in fact, that's really the position we all ended up in elsewhere, where development took place but couldn't be completed until that piece of critical infrastructure was dealt with.
So could you explain a bit
Well,
why
what-
you feel that?
Because if we end up with a delay in the process with highways, so what we've learned over the last few weeks, and it has been a learning curve, is that this application's been in, Mum, since 2021.
Yeah.
And I have to say, it has caused a huge amount of distress to the community here, because we live alongside it, round it, we are blighted. Now, you don't take that into account, but that is the reality on the ground for us. You know, whether you run a business or where you live, you know, people want to move houses, they're struggling, they're trying to just get on with their life, but this is hanging over them and has been hanging over them for the years. And very early on, it was acknowledged in a document by the applicant that this was contrary to Department of Transport policy. And we heard a third-party speaker, who obviously was an expert because he'd been party to writing some of these transport policies, say, this is an exception. Why do you not know if an exception's been granted? And it's put you in a really difficult position because you're trying to determine a planning application when we know fundamentally the new junction 5A does not comply with Department of Transport policy. And it's then there is a cascade effect because KCC quite eloquently took us through their policy for Kent and what their infrastructure plan is. But at best, and they have said it elsewhere in the inquiry, it is an aspiration. Now, there is clearly no clear mechanism for a private developer to come in and develop a motorway junction. Kind of Highways England, as best will in the world, are kind of making up this process as they go along. They have to follow their internal process for creating a new motorway junction. So their only way to do it, from my understanding, is they will have to adopt it as their gig, their project, and then propose that to the Department of Transport. So therein lies, and I think was quite eloquently described by the Dutch's transport consultant, that there could be an enormous time delay. And what we can't have is, you know, the land being torn up for patchwork, piecemeal development, whilst they may or may not get approval further down the line. That would have, not only have we got the disastrous impacts that we've been living under for the last 4 years, but this will perpetuate on for another 5-10 years just to get to a point of construction.
Construction of the
Motorway junction and the relief roads. And in the north, you know, we've got to get over a railway line. You know, my other life, when I dealt with private commercial developments, I dealt with Network Rail. I know how painful this is. I know how slow they are. They work on a different trajectory to everyone else. Not being nasty about them, but they've got a different agenda. They've got to serve the rail network. And construction for someone crossing it is of a secondary significance. And that fundamentally could lead to a delay in the delivery. So realistically, could it be delivered in those 5 years? I don't think so. We don't think so. So that's just what's come out of the Section 106 that I wanted to weave into transport.
Okay.
So you've also heard discussions surrounding sustainable transport and modes of sustainable transport, and I understand there are some points you want to raise with the inspector in respect of buses, traffic, rat running and cycling. So if we could start with buses.
Yep. So we have some experience of dealing with KCC and buses, and the bus network has quite radically changed in the last couple of years. Not least that the villages within our group have a fairly non-existent bus service. We used to have one in Rodmersham, but it's gone. And it was a subsidised bus service. And our pleas to KCC to try and run the bus times at times of day when people might use the bus kind of fell on deaf ears repeatedly. So, for example, in Rodmersham, we had a bus service that ran at 10 a.m. and 2 in the afternoon. And our retired folk liked it, who had a bus pass. They would go do their shopping for a few hours in Sittingbourne. But if you were going to school or working, it was completely useless. So we've also had the experience with Kent Science Park of some shenanigans with buses. And shenanigans with buses because in various applications, so we had a commercial bus service that was run by Chalkwell that ran up to the Science Park. And historically, in one of Kent Science Park's applications, they felt was a good idea, and so did KCC, mitigation, was to bring in a novel bus service called Arriva Click. And it was a pilot scheme, and it was funded through the Section 106 of that particular development. And it survived the whole time it was a pilot. We told them at the outset, we fed back to the officers and we fed back to KCC and said, will people be able to use bus passes on it? No, it's a £1 a journey and it only does this route. Well, it drives down the bottom of Stockers Hill, it goes up to the Science Park, turns round, then it comes down Cromer's Road and then it goes up Highsted Road. So it goes through the junction of Stockers. Well, could it stop there? Because the locals really would like to use it. No, was the answer. And guess what? It failed. Because when it came to the end of the pilot, it wouldn't stand up for itself. It wouldn't wash its face. It was not commercially viable. Arriva Click cut and run. And Chalkwell, quite rightly, said, you've demolished my commercial bus service that I used to run up there by putting this pilot in place. So we ended up with no bus service to Kent Science Park. So in the most recent iteration, under their extension proposals at Science Park, it was granted that there would be an extension after a protracted amount of discussion, I think, with Chalkwell, that Chalkwell would now be paid to extend their existing Sittingbourne bus service to go up to the Science Park. But I think there was a fair amount of reticence on their part because they'd been burnt through this other novel bus scheme coming forward. So I think the community feels, and then we're in the current position now where we have, to all intents and purposes, the rural villages around about have no bus service. So this is KCC who are responsible for buses. Now KCC also were allocated some money under the Stones Farm development. And I asked the officer the other day, our Section 106 monitoring officer, said to her, what's happened with that money? KCC haven't asked for it. And actually, they haven't told Swale what they're going to spend the money on. So we've got Spring Acres development, and the trigger there was 300 houses. We've gone way past that now. So potentially, there is some money out there, sat in a 106 account, that KCC have not spent or put forward a scheme of how they're going to improve the bus services. And put this in context, Backchild used to have, pre-pandemic, 4 bus services an hour running down the A2. They now have 1. You asked me about taking my son to school in Canterbury. Is there a good bus service? And the answer is no. And that's why, because the frequency has dropped. And all my locals have said, so, you know, you miss that bus, or there's a problem with that bus, that's it. You've missed your appointment. And what I understand from talking to the bus companies throughout all of this pain is that to build up patronage on bus services takes years. And the Section 106 monies that have been allocated historically have been for 5 years. And I know there's a proposal here for 10 years. And we talk about novel things. And there is a real reticence that novel things, we don't want to be experimented on. We want to know things can be delivered and will work and will stay. Now, there's no guarantee of permanence, but what we should be creating is, when we talk about sustainability, is things that are long-lasting, that are embedded, that are attractive, and will get people out of their cars and onto these services. And what we have so far achieved is none of that.
So I think if that draws you to a conclusion on buses, what are the points you want to make in respect of cycling?
Well, so cycling. Pantney Lane in Batchild, as part of its original mitigation, so Pantney Lane is the development that is off Pantney Lane, just to the left-hand side, opposite Hempstead House Hotel. And that originally was allocated, there was a cycle route through Batchild. Then Spring Acres came along, and Spring Acres completely reworked that cycle path. And I remember standing on the A2, you see our fun-filled day here on my council responsibilities. But when I was talking to Batchild, we were particularly concerned at the time when they were rerouting this, is we talk about people wanting to use these paths, they're attractive, they're wide enough, they're not too bumpy. And we have got some bumps along there. In fact, it crosses, you know, parking bays and all of those things. But there was a real long discussion about how it would work with bus stops, because you've got people getting off buses and crossing straight into a cycle path, potentially. So that was one of the issues, and the fact that this cycle path keeps moving. But one of the real issues here is this reliance under this application on Woodstock Road and Highsted Road. And I think are two examples of where Mr. Bamber quite elegantly talked about all these driveways on Woodstock Road. So at the moment, Woodstock Road is probably one of the nicest streets in South Sittingbourne. It's a wide boulevard-style street. And you've got decent width pavements, and it's actually a nice place to walk along. We get a lot of people walking through their residence who take their dogs for a walk, go around King George's Park, etc. And walking to schools, most importantly. And there's a lot of drives along there. And in Faversham, they've been really proactive, the town council, in trying to make their sustainable transport network, their plan, come about. So they've lowered the speed limits to 20 miles an hour, but they've also redirected the national cycle route along Bisingwood Road. And Bisingwood Road is a residential road, quite similar, it's quite wide. And they've put the cycle path on one side in a similar proposition to what they're doing in Woodstock. And I have to say, I've rarely seen a cyclist on it, because it's like this. You're up and down people's drives and the drop curbs all the way along it. And I think that is a good example of where it's not really worked locally. And then we talked about, and I've read the guidance on, what is a sustainable cycleway, walkway, and all the guidance basically says where best practice is brought into play, you have a cycle route and a walking route that are separated. And I can totally understand that. It is intimidating having cyclists walking around you. But if I think, like Tankerton Slopes locally is just the other side of Whitstable, you've got seafront, one side, really wide, you've got cyclists and walkers walking along there. But where it's busy, they actually tell you to dismount from your bicycle because of the impact on pedestrians. They don't want to be knocked over. And I think that's the point here, is that you haven't got the space for that, and you're going for a second-rate option along Woodstock Road, and you have to separate them on separate sides of the street. And there's a lot of schools around there. We've got a lot of primary schools, and obviously takes you into the secondary school area if you're walking down that way. But Mr. Simons talked, and I'm going to name check you now, took Mr. Bamburgh along a route which was long and convoluted from Oakwood Village, following the Southern Relief Road and going round to where the Cromers Road junction was. Sorry, Cromers Road, Stockers Hill junction, at the bottom of the hill there. And then you would take Highsted Road up into Sittingbourne as a sustainable cycling route. I don't believe that is LTN, 120, whatever the technical term is, compliant, because Highsted Road, we've learnt in this process, will be serving the Highsted development, Highsted North development. It will have buses running along it. It's going to have cyclists going along it, and it's going to have walkers going along it. And so when you immediately come off the junction, you're going to be, if you're a cyclist, you're going to come off the junction there and you're going to go up Highsted Road. Now, Highsted Road currently is a narrow country lane and it doglegs round. And in fact, trying to find it. But back in 2007, a gentleman was killed on Highsted Road. And it wasn't because it was busy, but because of the nature of that road. Now, if we're seriously expecting buses, and they could possibly be passing, and you've got cyclists and you've got walkers, and that gap between the junction and where the quarries are going up, it's not all compliant along there. It can't be, unless you're going to build out a cycle route or a footpath that either goes right round the back of the quarry, or you're going to build in one of the quarries. So cycling. I'm done on cycling.
Thank you.
For the moment.
So what I'm going to do now is, I know you want to raise some points on traffic and rat running, and I wonder if it's more helpful if we do that by reference to sections 2 and 3 of your main proof. So if we could just turn up the main proof at section 2.
Yep.
And here at section 2, you set out on behalf of the 5 parishes the review that you've undertaken of the applicant's modelling. And you discuss at 2.2 concerns about the impact of recent planning applications, and you set out Ufton Court Farm and Wises Lane. Do you just want to explain to the inspector what those impacts are?
Yes.
Sorry, what paragraph are we on?
2.2.
2.2 of the main proof. There's
Yes. Okay.
So this is just, I think, going back to one of my original points fairly early on in the inquiry about taking into account all the neighbouring developments that are abutting this scheme here, and sort of, I suppose, the cumulative impact across them. That's probably, I think the main thing to think about here that we've thought quite carefully about is, what does this application do? what is this application delivering? And as far as we can see, we've got a northern and southern relief road, which is about the most convoluted route we could possibly take in order to get to a new junction 5A. And what does 5A achieve? Well, it's a new entrance to Sittingbourne, and I'm wondering whether I should actually buy my residents on Woodstock Road and Ruinsbarn Road a welcome to Sittingbourne sign, because this will fundamentally change the entrance to Sittingbourne. Because I think if you want to go into Sittingbourne town centre, you're not going to be taking junction 5 reasonably any longer. You're going to want to take junction 5A, you're going to hop off at probably second roundabout, come up Woodstock Road and you're straight into Sittingbourne. Certainly a lot of southern Sittingbourne would take that route. If it was built, I'd take that route. And this has a completely, this is not in a local plan. This is not an expectation of something we'd normally see in a planning application, that the whole dynamics of the transport system of how you would access a town are so fundamentally shifted here. Sorry, I'll get back to script.
I'm sure by script you mean proof.
Absolutely.
So if we could carry on through section 2, you set out at 2.4 that there are a number of routes that you feel haven't been properly assessed, and they're listed out at 2.4.1 to 2.4.10. Have you heard anything that leads you to change your view on that? No, I haven't. I mean, these are really well-known routes here. So through Tunstall Road, over the and Hearts Delight Road, so through the speed bumps and the chicane of Tunstall, where there is a width restriction, and therein lies, I think, storing up a problem for the future. Through Bredgar and Bexon Lane, which is in the national landscape, Bexon Lane, Hawks Hill and Ruinsbarn Road. Now, we do get those particular areas, and Swanton Street, Bashford Barn Lane, all of that list there. When we get issues on the A249 or the M20, this is used as a cut-through, a direct cut-through from Sittingbourne down to Hollingbourne to avoid the A249. So when we had a lot of the Junction 5 upgrades, it was absolute chaos around Bredgar and all the way down to Hollingbourne, because people were using every which way, every tiny little lane. And even when it's not, you know, that was an exception because the Junction 5 upgrade. But we frequently have Operation Stack in Kent, or Brock, where KCC and Highways England have chosen to use the M20 as a lorry park. And when that's enacted, it means that the slip roads onto the motorway, the M20, are restricted. The HGVs pile up along there and the traffic has to find another route. And this has a profound effect on our area, particularly the rural bit, the national landscape in particular, and down to Junction 7 of Brenley Roundabout. And I, as I said to you, I travel, take my son to school in Canterbury, and it's horrendous when that is on, because they actually control the traffic through Brenley Roundabout and it backs up. But it means it backs up in all the rural lanes. And that has a real impact on businesses as well as residents, as well as the state of the roads. I mean, Hawks Hill here is a really narrow lane. So at the end of Ruinsbarn Road, you drive straight on and there's a sharp right-hand bend. And I've been stuck behind an HGV there that shouldn't have gone down it, but it frequently happens. You spend half an hour sat behind a lorry who's doing a 50-point turn to try and get around a bend. He finds he can't and then has to reverse up the road. So the impact on the national landscape of a new junction, we believe, would lead to far more rat running
than is currently set out in the modelling. Now, modelling's not perfect. It seems to be, from discussions that have been going on, a dark art, a bit like valuation. But we have to apply our local knowledge and our experience of what happens. And human nature is, if you can take a shortcut through these back lanes, then people will. And we think this will lead to an unacceptable position, and where there's any interruption of flow, so if there's an accident on the M2, an accident on the A249, an impact on the M20, these roads will be used.
I think that probably brings us on to 2.6 of your main proof. We've been discussing rat running in the M20, and then we come on to paragraph 2.7, where you discuss some of the mitigation measures and the effectiveness. And the five parishes' view is that, in particular, the examples set out at 2.7.1 to 2.7.3 haven't been properly tested. Is that correct?
That's correct, and they could actually. So they've not been. We don't believe they've been properly tested. In fact, we're not even entirely convinced that some of these measures. Well, the thing is, we're talking to an example of what could happen, and I think that's accepted. Is that this is to show that it's the applicants are trying to show this is possible. Well, we're saying. Well, it's possible, but this is the implication, and we're saying that you've not factored in enough, impact on these rural lane networks.
And I think that takes us on to 2.8 of your proof, the exacerbation and the impacts of existing transport issues in rural and residential areas. If we could come on to paragraph 2.10 of your substantive proof, and here there is an analysis by the five parish group of some of the traffic movements carried out by KCC for Highsted Valley, and the five parishes' position is that there is a question mark over the accuracy of the 2038 reference data. Is there anything else you want to kind of expand on within this section, having sat through the sessions to date?
Yeah, so in Highsted Valley, this route here is actually quite important for the communities of Milstead, Wormshill, Frientsted, Doddington, Bluetown. Bluetown is a little tiny hamlet that is part of Milstead, Torry Hill up that way. So this is a main thoroughfare for them to access Sittingbourne for their services. And to say that I've seen the response, the rebuttal about our evidence, but unless you're going to suddenly say those people no longer live in those areas, we don't see how the traffic numbers can be so different. I think this is what I would call business as usual along here. And actually, along Highsted Valley, part of the reason some of this work was done was under a planning application for Kent Science Park expansion, there was some money set aside, Section 106 money, which was to try and mitigate for their impact on that area, the rural lane network, because of their sustainability. And this goes back to my issue around their bus service. And they know they have a problem with that. But that £30,000 has still, KCC, I hope you're listening, remains unspent. It's in our, we have a, what do they call it, a plan, a parish plan for transport. And it's sat there for years. We've asked for it. We know what we want. We want a flashing 30 to say to the, slow down. They're quite effective without, could be a solar one. But so far we've had every excuse under the sun as to why we can't have that, but the money is sat there. So, you know, it's all well and good to put forward a planning application and say, here's the mitigation and here's some money set aside. But if you don't actually implement that mitigation, what's the point? KCC, over to you.
Move on to the parish, the 5 parishes group's consideration of pedestrian, cyclist and equestrian modelling. 2.14 onwards in this section, there's criticism of the fact that a single site visit was made and a query about what I presume is a typo of the date made by the applicant. Now, is there anything else that we want to say in addition to what's within this proof concerning the walking, cycling and horse riding assessments that have been carried out?
Yeah, so I think, so at CD, this is an inquiry document, 134 is a guide to inclusive mobility.
Sorry, CD?
134.
What? Oh, it's an ID.
ID, yeah. Sorry, not CD, sorry.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
I mean, I can just tell you about what it says there, and you can write down the.
Okay.
So page 28, paragraph 4.2, it says about the width and height of a of a carriageway for walking and cycling, and it also talks about gradient, which is at page 29. The gradient shouldn't exceed 1 in 20, i.e. 5%. And so, give you some context, Cromer's Road, and Cromer's, just for everyone, it's Cromer's with an S. If you go on Google Images, you'll see it says that on the road sign at the bottom of the road. Is a 6% gradient. So the guidance gives you, what the gradient of these carriageways should be. And it says where it's shared use, on page 32, it really, you should limit shared routes.
Sorry, I thought you said 48.
Yeah, that's page 28 is about the width and height, and it gives you 2 metres.
28.
28, page 28, yeah.
Okay.
And page 29 talks about the gradient,
Okay.
which is 5% or 1 in 20, I think. And so we would just sort of give you something to relate it to. Cromer's Road is 6%. That's the one that's not very nice to walk along. That's quite intimidating.
Well.
So it gives you an idea of the gradient there. And then page 32 talks about shared use and limiting shared use, especially in high use routes, high traffic areas. So, the proposal here is for shared corridors between pedestrians and cyclists. And that inclusive mobility is suggesting that, like some of the other guidance, that actually you shouldn't be, or it should be an absolute last resort. But if this is a flagship sustainable scheme where you're going to get mode shift, then you shouldn't really be settling for second best. And I can also give you an example on CD. I'll just give you the reference. So CD 23.2, PDF page 8. 23.2 PDF page 8, table E talks about minimum widths being 3 metres for cycling, 2 metres for walking, so a combined of 5 metres.
23.2 is the design manual for roads and bridges.
Yeah. Bit bedtime reading. And why that's important why is that important? Well, in the North scheme, we've got to get over a railway line, and I don't believe that that carriageway, I mean, I'm sure the applicant will deal with that, is how wide those carriageways are over the railway line, because this is going to be the main connectivity north into the large employment site of Eurolink that's established and up and running. And going back to the section 106 that I touched on earlier, why that's important, because I understand there's a discussion with the NHS as to what they're going to do on the north in terms of what they want in terms of provision for healthcare. And they were saying they may need a bigger site for healthcare, and that would take out possibly the employment site. So if we're saying that the NHS needs that larger site, then there is no employment site or a much reduced one on the north. And what that means is, in your half a job per house scenario, the employment site is no longer there because it's dealing with health, is that you're going to have more travel off-site.
I think the larger site was if it was both the combined scheme, wasn't it? In which case I suppose you could say that there will be employment down.
But that's quite a long way from the north, isn't it? That the other employment sites.
Okay.
So they've got to then travel. It will change that travel.
So moving on into section 3 of your main proof, the local traffic issues, bearing in mind that your evidence is taken as read by this inquiry. We deal with the Stockers Hill junction and the surrounding roads, and the concerns raised by the 5 parishes group are set out at 3.3. Onwards to 3.9.
Can I just hang on? Let me just find. I'm just checking my notes. Yeah, this junction is, well, we discussed it extensively in landscapes. There was much discussion about, obviously, its impact in terms of landscape. But I think what is important to note here is, if we're looking at the road scheme here, in this long and wriggly route of the northern and southern relief roads, we've got a lot of connections onto and off the northern and southern routes. So if I said to you, think of a relief road, I would think of relief road as something, you know, you're going to go a fairly reasonable speed along, and there's probably going to be few connections onto and off of it. This is not what this scheme is. There's lots of connections onto and off of it. And one of the issues that we've picked up and identified under CD 7.31.6, PDF 49, is around sewage works. There's going to be a need, and we'll cover that later in the planning, but there will be a need for a significant sewage facility. Now, I can't envisage that that will be coming straight off the Southern Relief Road ahead of this Stockers Hill junction, unless, and because they've got an issue with heights and levels, because we looked at Goldenwood, didn't we? We looked up the side of the fence or looked up the side of the building to see how tall it was. Well, you're going to need access to that, and it's going to be not far from where Goldenwood is, according to the maps on that document. So it means it's got to come off Highsted Road. So there's some very strange additional junctions off the Southern Relief Road that appear to go nowhere. But where there's one needed, which would be for that, there doesn't appear to be a connection there.
Sorry, just...
So...
just a minute. So sorry, are you talking about this? Where are you talking about these strange connections?
Right. I'm just trying to make sure I've got
Yeah,
the
that's
right.
there's one little spur going off to serve existing property.
Sorry, say that again. I missed.
As far as I can see, I'm looking at the
Oh.
plan that the applicants provided of the road,
Yep.
and the I think I've got the right junctions. Oh, yeah, Stockers Hill and have I got the right one? Hang on a minute.
I think it's called it's number 4, isn't it?
Is it sheet 4?
Yeah.
No,
This one, yeah, sheet 4. Yeah.
4. So I'm just wondering where you're saying about
It will have to be. I think.
all these accesses off.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be somewhere around there.
What the sewage treatment?
Yeah.
We don't know, do we? What the
Yeah, it's in a document. I'm just trying to find you the right document. I mean, I suppose the get out of this is, well, this is just for your, you know, it's an illustration, the whole thing, but it needs to be thought through. I can always find the reference for you afterwards
Okay,
and
that's
send that through. Save holding things up. Yep.
Okay. You're saying there should be a new.
Yeah.
Have to be a new access.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yes.
So we come on now to page 11 and public transport at 3.12 of your substantive proof. Now, we've dealt with much of that. It's the discussion on the bus service and in particular the Arriva Click service. So I don't
No.
propose to kind of dwell on that. So moving on to page 12, interconnectivity between Sittingbourne and the rural communities. Now, the inquiry's heard quite a lot about this from the expert's perspective, but it would be helpful if you could just explain it from a local perspective as to how it currently works and how you see it as working.
Yeah, so the proposition that's before us will quite radically change how the rural communities get into Sittingbourne. I described, obviously, Frinstead, Milstead, Worms Hill, etc., use the Highsted Valley to get into Sittingbourne. At the moment, they've got a choice. They can, most of them, just carry on up Highsted Road, but they won't be able to do that in future. They will be forced to take that junction at the bottom of Stockers Hill, go round on a curve over the top of the corner of the chalk pit that's going to be presumably filled in or bridged, and then up Cromer's Road. And if you're walking or cycling, as from the village, you're going to have to cross that junction, which is a substantial junction. But to go up Cromer's Road, there is no separate footpath, there is no space, and this is a major junction on the Southern Relief Road for access into Sittingbourne. So it won't be just, you know, villagers from Rodmersham and Milstead and Worms Hill, etc., who will be going up Cromer's Road. It will be anyone who decides to come off at junction 5A and decide that they either want to take the first, second or third exit to get into Sittingbourne. So this will be a considerable change, but also a challenge to walk up there, I think endangering pedestrian safety. For Batchild, depending on which set of documents you look at, because the access onto Church Street may or may not be severed. And I mean, this proposal won't iron that out, but it will fundamentally change that. How residents who currently come from Batchild, and I know one of the parents who lives on the edge of Batchild, who brings their child up to Robinsham School, will they be able to do that, or will they then have to take a convoluted route round down to Stockers Hill, etc.? So that's just an example. We've got residents of Kingsdown, parts of Linstead, Tong, who rely on access into Sittingbourne via Dully Lane, and depending on what is proposed here, it looks to be Dully Road is likely to be closed and redirected through the urban Oakwood village. Now, that means, given what I said earlier about access points, they could end up on Church Street. Or they might choose to actually, even worse would be if they came through Upper Robinsham. And that is a proper single track road with grass growing in the middle of the road. So then you have the issue of Bredgar, residents in Bredgar and Bexon, and how they would come into Sittingbourne through Ruins Barn, which is fundamentally being changed here. Obviously the new motorway bridge that's proposed, etc. And then we've got the routes, as I said before, on the A20, Ihorn Street through Hollingbourne. And I have to say those residents are extremely concerned because it is so narrow to get through Hollingbourne. They already suffer from a degree of, the degree of rat running that we have now, but that could be made far worse. And the modelling, the applicants admit in their modelling is patchy when it gets out here. But there is a duty, I think, because this is the national landscape, to make sure that there is, the harm to that national landscape is not, is not made worse.
Can I just pause you for a moment and I just want to be clear as to what your position is in terms of what you think will happen in respect of traffic into the national landscape?
Well, I mean, the obvious one is with so many people living nearby, there's going to be far more traffic into the national landscape. And then add on to that half a job or whatever is being proposed here. If that is the case, then people are going to have to travel. Are they going to travel into Sittingbourne, or are they going to travel through the junction onto the motorway, or they're just going to travel straight through the national landscape? Now, I know where I live. If I need to go to Ashford, I take the country road routes because I know that actually I'm more likely to get there because there's less probably roadworks because the A2 is always being dug up. So actually, fundamentally, you'll find all those people that live in the developments around Highsted Village. I think there will be a considerable amount of traffic coming onto the national landscape here.
And how do you feel that has been mitigated by the applicant?
Well, it hasn't. And I don't think they can, really. The only way to stop this would be to have a relief road that starts at the motorway junction and stops in North Sittingbourne with no ways on and off. And actually, that's what you would expect a relief road to do. But actually, the fundamental point here is that the motorway network is being used as a bypass. And I'm surprised, quite frankly, at Highways England contemplating this as a possible solution, because Junction 5 and 5A are quite close together. And if there's something going on in the centre of Sittingbourne and you want to avoid the traffic, if you're going to use the Southern Relief Road, you'll just hop on at Junction 5A, and get off at Junction 5. And actually, that's what happens in Faversham at the moment. Because of the Brenley roundabout and the issues quite often in the heart of Faversham on the A2 is you hop on at Junction 6 to go up to Junction 7 and get off. And that's the same principle, where there's two. And between junctions 5 and 6 at the moment, if you drive along, there are chevrons on the road, and there's a reason for that. That's safety, I believe. Highways England introduced those. Now, under this scheme, I believe, you know, they've got to accept the principle of this, but it appears that those chevrons are removed. Those chevrons were put there for a reason, because there were so many crashes between 5 and 6, and it often, if you hear about, you know, there's an accident, it's going to be between those two junctions.
I said I'd deal with some of your extra points in respect of rat running within this section. Is there anything else you want to say about rat running and traffic?
Let's have a look.
So that hasn't been covered elsewhere within this proof?
No, I think I'm all right at the moment.
So I want to turn to page 14 and paragraph 320, and there's a section entitled Getting to the Railway Station.
Yes.
What railway station are we talking about here?
Sittingbourne.
And you've heard a discussion with Mr. Bamber about how sustainable transport and the way people would get into the railway station. In your experience, how do the locals get to the railway station at the moment?
So I know I can think of one that cycles, who's brave, on his bike, who lives in Upper Rodmersham. But the majority of them drive to Sittingbourne Station.
How are the parking facilities?
Pretty good. We've got obviously the railway station car park, but there's also Spring Street car park, and we've got the multi-storey car park that council built. So there's quite a lot of parking options.
And now, under this section, the 5 parishes, we consider 2 points, Rodmersham Green and Highsted North, for this example. And then you take the inquiry through an analysis that the 5 parishes have undertaken.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sorry. So if we have a look at the examples that you set out at 3.20.
Oh yeah.
And this is the 5 parishes analysis.
Mm-hmm. So this is really to get a feeling of if we were to take that journey to the train station, what would we face in terms of journey time and how we would get there. So currently, are there traffic lights on the route for junction at Stockers Hill, Cromers, Woodstock, Bell Road? No. But of course, under this scheme, every single one of those would have lights, including then going over the page onto Bell Road, Avenue of Remembrance, Crown Key Lane, etc., St Michael's. So what it demonstrates is a journey that is currently only 1.2 miles would suddenly be 2.6 miles with all those sets of traffic lights. And it's also, if you were to walk that route, it's the psychological barrier of this enormous road structure going across in front of us to get to Sittingbourne, whichever way you come from the south or the east.
And then we come on to rural lanes and prowls at 3.21. Have you heard anything in the evidence so far, or seen anything in the evidence that changes your view expressed at 3.22, that whilst it is not ideal to share a carriageway with other forms of traffic, it does provide an opportunity to get out for a pleasant countryside walk whilst keeping an eye out for traffic? How do you feel what is proposed will affect that?
Well, it will completely turn it on its head. What is open and tranquil space will be completely destroyed by such major infrastructure crossing these networks. I think I'll leave it as written there.
Thank you.
because we did Prowse session, and I don't really want to repeat all that, but I think it's an extensive impact there.
Grateful. And then we come on to the section on the green lead scheme. And I
Yeah.
just want to ask you, in respect of the last paragraph of that section, 3.25, you say that the addition of Route 5 is a very poor proposal. And I just want you to explain why you consider it's a poor proposal.
Right. So what I say here is, yeah, let's get that one up. Yeah, 34.12.2.
I should add, I know that you point to it as being covered by Mr. Bamber, but as Mr. Bamber gave evidence on behalf of the action group, I'm interested in the 5 parishes position.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me just get to the document. Sorry. 34.12. Ooh.
I think it was PDF 34, wasn't it? I think it was, if we're after the plan of Route 5 Sittingbourne to Tenham, it's on PDF 34 of...
It's the typo correction to the page reference.
So it's 34. 12.2. I think it's page 34. The typo.
I'm not on. There we go. Right. Yes. So this is to take you from Sittingbourne to Tenham, and this is not a very nice route. And to end up, sorry, it is tiny. Just make it a bit bigger here. But this here is, we think, inherently dangerous. And our experience, especially along the lower road here, and I think when we went out walking, we saw actually at the bottom of Frognall Lane there was a bunch of flowers where someone had obviously died. And I think that pretty much tells you everything you need to know about that road. It is scary walking along there, but to follow this route it's not going to be, I don't think it will be very well used. And I certainly, when I discussed it with the group, they didn't think it would be very well used.
Is this a proposed Kent County Council?
No, this isn't a Kent LC Whip route. This isn't our. This is a.
No, this is from their
From
cycling and walking infrastructure document,
Correct.
isn't it?
Yeah. This is not us. This is not our proposal. It's Kent's.
Right. Okay.
But it's something they're doing.
Okay. Thank you.
And it's again, you kind of feel there's a bit of a pattern here that, you know, sometimes these things are imposed on us, but they don't listen. They impose it, and then they wonder why it doesn't work.
Has it been provided, or is there still work to do on it?
The Kent LC WIP was adopted, I'm just checking, in August of 2024, I think, after multiple rounds of consultation. So I don't know the answer, but I imagine, given that the plan itself has only been adopted, whatever, under a year ago, that it's a plan showing things that are to be done pursuant to it, rather than things showing, things that are already there.
Perhaps Kent County Council, I see Mr Young's not here, but perhaps they could deal with it, could they, in their evidence?
So just to help you, Mum, there is obviously, I mentioned previously, the national cycle route, but that's predominantly, there's a good chunk of that that's sort of off-road, as it were. And that is popular. And then I talked about earlier today about Bisingwood Road, and where they've tried to, create an off-road element to it. And I can understand why they've tried to do it. It's just, it just doesn't really work because of the road layout. And this goes back to the heart of what really does sustainability mean, and how do you get people to use it? And they've got to feel safe. See, that route along there is really narrow, and it will have to be shared with others.
It'd probably best directing anything like this
to
Kent
KCC.
County Council, because it's not really to do with the applicants, is it?
No, absolutely.
So if we move on, you set out at 3.26 the 5 parishes' concerns about construction duration and post-construction. I don't think I need to take you further into that, but is there anything you want to add to what's set out in your proof?
No, Sorry, I think I covered that earlier because it was around timing.
So I think...
Sorry, when I say timing, what I mean is how long it would take to come to fruition to get the relevant approvals in order to build it out.
Now, sections 4, 5 and 6 deal with issues of groundwater to the south, surface water from the Southern Relief Road, and effective surface water runoff to the south. Now, you're aware we're awaiting a note on hydrology, and I think you indicated at the start that you'd be minded to deal with this in planning. Mr. Simons may have some questions for you, but I don't propose to take you through this now.
I don't, so that's fine.
I think deal with it in planning.
Yeah, I think so.
So section 7 brings us on to the busway. We have heard a lot about it in other sessions.
Yes.
But at 7.2, there's a section which describes the busway as unsafe. If you could just kind of explain why the 5 parish group has reached that conclusion.
So, busway, as far as I understand it, is effectively a carriageway that has the wheels are effectively dropped into a lower section or part of the carriageway, so it runs along that. It's dedicated for that. Nothing else uses it. But actually, in the grand scheme of things, this is actually quite a short run. Elsewhere where they've had them, they're much longer. They're part of a bigger system. So this is really 2 miles. It's not a very long stretch. But we've looked at ones elsewhere because we didn't know what one was until we went away and found out about it. And then we looked at what had happened in Cambridgeshire and what had happened with Cambridgeshire County Council and the issues where there were several deaths And in Cambridgeshire it's different because they've got a service lane that runs parallel to their busway. And the reason for having that is that if a bus breaks down on the busway, then they have this effectively service lane that they can go and recover the bus or sort it out, whatever. But there have been these deaths. There have been issues with crossings, and they obviously got fined by the Health and Safety Executive. I think it was £6 million. In the current setup, and I talked about this at the Prows, what I'm concerned about is, on one hand, we've got a pretty picture in the master plan of a single carriageway. We've got diagrams that are more technical that show 2 carriageways. There isn't an access lane to sort out buses if they break down along it. So what that means is if there are any problems on the busway, then you're going to have to start closing live lanes of the Southern Relief Road, which then really kind of impinges on the ability of it to operate as a relief road if there's obstacles in the way or it's partially shut. It also brings into question the width of this road, because we've got 2 carriageways, one either way for traffic, normal traffic, and then we've got this segregation, and then we've got 2-way for the busway as it appears in the technical drawings, and then we've got the embankments, etc. But we've got also parks, so we've got vast tracts of so-called parks, and on quite steep hills, but there will need to be some separation of them, I think. And what we've done in our appendices is included, obviously, the stories around what happened to Cambridgeshire County Council and the impact it's had, because my understanding is that they should have entertained, at the very earliest stage of planning, the design, the safety designs should have been incorporated to mitigate for risk to users and pedestrians and cyclists. And that calls into question the crossings, whether they're level crossings or whether there's bridges, whatever there is, and how they operate at junctions. Because we know that if you're going to cycle on your sustainable route from Oakwood Village and you're going to get off at the bottom of Stockers Hill, you're going to have to cross this busway. And at the moment, looking at sheet 4, how you cross that. So they must have traffic lights to stop this. And we're really concerned that this hasn't been thought about at this stage. In fact, we're not entirely convinced KCC know what they're in for here, given the experience of Cambridgeshire County Council, but I do presume that the officers will have gone and spoken to them. But we believe, and I'm happy to be pointed out, if there is a national standard for a busway and its design, because I don't believe there is a design code or regulations around these. And then that's...
There is a national standard.
I think there isn't.
Isn't? Oh.
Yeah. And if there is, does it meet that specification, or could it meet that specification, and what impact does that have? Because if you're going to have to start fencing off chunks of this, which is what Cambridgeshire County Council were told they would have to do, then obviously we've had a whole discussion about landscapes and how big this infrastructure is, when we don't really know how big this infrastructure is. And if it's got to be fenced off, then that's another issue. And this goes back to one of the first things I said in the update, is this monitor. What were my words? It was
Monitor and manage.
monitor and manage. And if we don't at the outset know what it is we're going to be getting, how can we manage it? How have we got the money to sort this out? I suppose the simple answer is, would it be better to have buses just running along the normal road here? But then that undermines the whole sustainable concept of travel. And this, would it affect modal shift? I don't know, but I'm not a transport expert.
I think we need a break, really, don't we? Because
Yep.
it's been going a while. How are we getting on?
Pretty much. Good.
Getting through, obviously.
Through,
Sorry.
Yeah, that's good.
How much longer?
I mean,
Yeah, I don't think actually be.
it's going.
wow.
We're going sort of chronologically, aren't we, through the proof?
Yeah.
And we're at the moment. We're at section. We've got about. We're on page 23 of 41.
Yeah.
Just
What was
over
that, sorry?
halfway. then.
I've actually covered. I've
Oh,
covered.
40. Sorry, 40. 23 of 40. So I mean, more than halfway, presumably.
Yes, we are more than half.
And I think we can pick up the pace a bit through the latter ones.
Okay.
Just realistically, I mean, we'll see, but I don't know about Mr. Wild starting, and I think that ship may be
Let's
sailing.
wait and see, shall we?
Yeah, well, sure.
Oh yes, Mr. Young, now you're here. What? You've been told? Yeah. Yeah, your walking and cycling infrastructure plan or whatever it is.
Yeah,
That-
okay.
Like
Yeah,
to
my
hear
wit-
about that.
So when my witness gives evidence, you can talk to that if you wish.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, we will have a break. We'll have a break till 4:10, and then hopefully we will at least finish Miss Bonnie today. Or we will have to, so we'll carry on till we do, really.
I think we should finish her today, subject to any points that Mr. Silence
Doesn't
made.
sound as if there are
I'm not going to
any
ask any
points.
questions so
No.
far, so I really hope we do finish it today, or that
We
we're
will.
in trouble.
We will.
No, not. I didn't mean that. I just mean timetable-wise.
Yes.
Not that I'm not enjoying it, Miss Bonnie, is what I was trying to say.
It was a little threatening.
Not at all. No. God. Right.
All right, we will adjourn till 4:10. Thank you very much. So, Miss Bonnie, if you could not, don't communicate with your team. No, you can ask for that. That's fine. 4:10, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So if you'd like to carry on, Mr. Bell, thank you.
Thank you. So we're now in section 8 of your substantive proof. And this is where we start discussing the Northern Relief Road. And now, obviously, the inspector has walked the route.
Yep.
And has seen some of the sites that the 5 parishes group says are adversely affected by some of the structures and the road itself. What I want to take you on to is the section entitled Height of the Structures of the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road. And I just ask you to take the inspector through each of the sites set out at 8.21 to 8.23, and possibly by reference to the site visit, just explain what the 5 parishes group's concerns are in respect to the heights of those structures. So starting with the culvert over the Batchild Chalk Stream.
Thank you. We've put the appendices, we've put chainage in to try and be helpful, hopefully, and not confuse. And I think we obviously have this road structure that needs to cross through, according to the application, Stones Farm, and it trisects it into 3 chunks and goes over the attenuation pond and the chalk stream. So if we deal with the chalk stream there, and I think that this was originally envisaged as something quite small, but because it's got to get over an attenuation pond, it's now become quite a big thing, because it's got to span not only the attenuation pond but also the chalk stream and get across the side. And we saw the level differences here. So one of the points about how it spans the attenuation pond and the chalk stream is you will need access under it, presumably. But if it's an attenuation pond in the future, you will need to be able to maintain that structure. So presumably over the years it will need to get, I don't know, might periodically need digging out if works are done to it. So it's got to be a sufficient height over. You can't just skim the top of it, unless you're going to get workers in there digging on their bellies, and probably ditto on the chalk stream. So we put the chainage in there, and so that I'll put that as read, so in 8.21 for the chalk stream, and then the structure of the railway crossing over Tong. And what we know from our walk is at junction, I think it's called W, which is the roundabout that drops down from Great East Hall towards the railway crossing on the northern side, is that structure is elevated. There's only one set of chainage drawings, so we've had to rely on those. And then it gradually goes up so that it becomes a height of the bridge structure at 10.8 metres. And that doesn't include the safety barriers, street lighting or highway signage. And in addition to that, I'd just like to add in that on CD 3.2.7, Appendix 9.14, PDF page 16, yeah, 9.14 PDF page 16. Is let me just pull that up. Three 2.7. 3.2.7. Yeah. So PDF page 16. There's obviously been an assessment done on noise, because obviously we've got quite a substantial road structure. So if you look at that drawing on page 14. Yeah, sorry. 14, hold on, let me just check. No, 16, sorry, apologies, 16. You see, what this is an assessment of noise, looking at the road structure, and you'll see that there's this sort of dark red, and that would imply that there is an acoustic fence being used. So if I scroll up a page to page 15, sorry, it's 14, sorry, page 14. Do you remember we had a public speaker who was really concerned, who lived near where the bridge would be located? And what the acoustics are showing you there is that there's a sudden deadening of noise on the left-hand side of that structure north of the railway line. So whilst in my proof here we talk about the height of the bridge, and it doesn't include safety barriers, street lighting, highway signage, also haven't included an acoustic barrier in there. And to the extent of what height that would be, I don't know. It's not clear. And I think that's really important, because the consideration has got to be there on the height of this structure, the Northern Relief Road. This is a huge structure, so I think we worked it out. It's about a third of the height of Sheppey Crossing. So these residents at Great East Hall that back onto this elevated structure that then becomes a bridge are really negatively impacted on their quiet enjoyment of their homes, and I would say their residential amenity, because actually, give you another CD reference. So they're impacted by the noise, the lighting potentially. If there's lighting on it, we don't know, and the visual impact of this big structure at the end of their gardens. And then if we went to CD 34.12.2, I'll tell you what's there. Basically, on page 36, it shows that there's a bus stop. So,
What, sorry?
A bus stop right near where that lady's house was that we stopped and had a look at. Where, and I don't know how quite that works, because this is an elevated structure. And they're saying you need a bus stop because obviously we've got to have a bus route. And I don't quite know why they put it here, because it's an elevated bridge here. So I don't know how you're going to get off the bridge up and down it.
So,
now, of course, this is just mere detail, but it shows you the practical implication. And I don't believe the applicants have been entirely transparent on the impact of this bridge structure to the nearby residents.
Mr. Summers, who's going to deal with that?
I think the applicant probably hopefully will deal with that.
No, but I'm in answering that particular point. Would it be Mr. Wild or would it be Mr. Bashford?
No, I mean it's not Mr. Wild, so I'll have to talk to Mr. Bashforth about how we need to deal with it. Whether or not he'll be able to deal with it without a technical note or something, I'm not sure.
Well, it's sort of residential amenity point,
Yeah.
isn't it? And we've got a
Residential amenity, he can
statement of common ground, haven't we, on
We do.
noise?
Yeah,
So, but nevertheless, I would like it
covered.
covered, and I mean, it might be that questions need to be asked on it, just like the
Well,
hydraulic.
sure. Well, obviously, Mr. Bell can ask questions of Mr. So yeah, Mr. Bell can ask questions of Mr. Bashforth.
Okay.
Thank you. So the junction W East Hall roundabout, we say will be in excess of 1.7 metres high, or up to 4.4 metres high. Now
Hang on a
this,
sec, where are we going now?
sorry, we're on paragraph 8.2.3. So when we were out walking, do you remember we walked between Great East Hall and Eurolink 5, the industrial units. We walked down that long stretch of sort of overgrown area, and we got to the bottom and obviously found we couldn't get out. But there was that embankment, and you remember that height
Yes.
differential. So according to the chainage there, that will take you, just round there, will take you to that height differential. So in my appendices,
Yeah.
if we turn to page 23, and at the bottom it says junction W highlighted in yellow.
Right.
Okay. So that bottom line there, the last number under the column embankment stroke cutting is 1.67.
1.678
Yes, that's the one.
and 9.
And that's near junction W. So if you look on the little inset box there, you can see where junction W is. And then if you flip over the page...
I can't actually.
Oh, okay.
Can't read it.
What, the W?
Yeah. Where did it come from? What
This is taken. This is directly taken out of the first round of transport. So it's, if you go back to page 19, it gives you a reference, a CD reference, 46.26 on page 19 of my appendices.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
Yep. So that tells you where we've taken all that from. We just tried to put them all in one place
Okay.
to make it easy to refer to, and then we've colour coded them. So if you wanted to look at the chainage, for instance, at Hempstead Farm, we've colour coded that section green, colour coded the Bapchild Chalk Stream blue area, the railway crossing. So on page 23 we're looking at, you see in pink, that shows you the railway crossing. It gives you the heights there, and you'll see that there's some blank areas. That's because the information was missing. So we couldn't work out the gradient, we couldn't work out the width, although I shouldn't think it's any different. The width, well, actually it is. It pinches in because it's a bridge there, but we don't know the gradient. And then if you flip over to page 24, at the very top of the page, under the heading embankment and cutting, it says junction W highlighted in yellow, and the first number there is 4.404. So that shows you that ridge where we...
Sorry, W.
So at the very, very top of the page there,
Yeah.
on page 22, it says junction X. So it's the same junction, and a chainage...
W. Junction W.
Oh, sorry, I've flipped over too many pages, I have. Hold on.
Well,
Doesn't help. Sorry.
was the
Yes,
first
sorry. Junction W, yes, junction W on page 24. And under the heading embankment cutting, it says 4.401. So we're still at the same junction, but we've got a different height number, and that's, we believe, because of that embankment situation there, and obviously the infrastructure's got to deal with that, and that then dictates the height and the layout of the road and the junctions around that area, because this is extremely tight up in the north. Albeit, I'm sure KCC can put more colour on this as they're in discussion with Great East Hall and Tremport around the delivery of this.
Yeah, this section wouldn't be delivered by the applicant.
Yeah,
I understand.
absolutely. So maybe they can provide more clarity here.
Another thing on your list then, Mr. Young?
Make sure we cover all these points and make sure you've got a clear answer about what Tremport are doing.
Okay. Right, back to you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you. So we come on to junction safety, and the 5 parishes group sets out their concerns about the proximity of the junctions. I don't propose to take you through that, but should we move on to the
Yep.
Tong conservation area?
Yep.
And again, this is an issue that the 5 parish group has raised in respect of the heights and impacts of the structures. So do you just want to take the inspector through what the 5 parishes' concerns are in respect to the Tong conservation area?
Yep, thank you. Let me just find the relevant bit here. Right. So we've got the Northern Relief Road crossing the stream here, and obviously straddling over or flying over the top of the attenuation pond, and effectively is right in the conservation area here. And I think the important thing here is we're talking about the size of this structure, which I think in one document under heritage was described as a culvert structure, and we've given a reference in there, but quite clearly this is no culvert. This is a substantial piece of infrastructure, and you can see on the drawing, this Google Earth image that we were given, so it's figure 9 or sheet 9 of 10, so it's near the back of the booklet for the Google Earth. We've got embankments and cuttings, and if this is a bridge structure going over a stream, we've got highlighting here to show green for embankments. We wonder why there's embankments going over the top of the chalk stream. We think that's actually wrong. What it should be showing is the bridge. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
It can't be. If it's a bridge, it can't be embankments.
That Mr. Weil will deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the important point to note here is in heritage we were told that under ecology we know that there's wet woodland. In heritage...
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Sorry. In ecology we know that there is wet woodland here. I described the wet woodland because obviously the feeding of the chalk stream, not the probable one. And then we had a description by Dr. Mealy, the applicant's heritage consultant, saying that they would restore, watercress beds. And we're like, well, wet woodland is priority habitat. I think you should be hanging on to that. And we had this description of what a bridge could look like. And we were shown, nice pictures, attractive pictures of the bridge that obviously is the other side of Tong Conservation Area that straddles the stream. But the bridge that's got to go here is I think it was described in another document as an open-sided da-da-da. It's a big thing, and we're talking about transport here, so we're talking about what is this structure here in the context of the conservation area and the impact on the conservation area.
So we move on to the Tong railway crossing, and paragraph 8.10 to 8.17 deals with the five parishes groups concerns over the height of the structure and the impact that potentially would have. Do you want to just pick out the key points for the inspector as to what the group's concerns are?
I think I pretty much said them, but this is a large structure here. I've given the chainage here. We've said the length of it. It's got to include the cycle elements and footpaths. And as we said, best practice is to separate those. This is a colossal piece of infrastructure here. I've already said that this is no culvert.
And at 8.17, the five parishes group raises a concern about the impact on the Ramsar site not being fully understood. Do you just want to explain a bit more what you mean by that?
Yeah. So, this is the height of it, but it's also, there's some key bits of infrastructure here that need to go through these sites. There's water, there's waste, and it's how that then feeds into the rest of the system. Now, the applicant will probably say, well, that's to be dealt with later on. But what we know is that the connections here for those vital pieces of infrastructure will need to go through these protected sites. So you've got the height of this bridge structure, which needs to be dealt with. But you've also got the issues of lighting and birds, because that's part of the reason I think the Sheppey Crossing is not lit.
Thank you. Now,
sorry, just that point. I think I've already raised it, didn't I? And asked you to deal with that.
Yep.
Ecological point on the Ramsar.
Yes, we're dealing with that. Yes, we are. That's
We're
right.
doing
With
notes or something on
we've got a updated statement common ground with Natural England that's getting finalised at the moment.
Yep. Righty-ho, sorry. Yep.
thank you. So we come on to the railway bridge to junction W, and the concerns are set out in 8.18 to 8.20. And then at 8.21 you say that the five parish group will review its position if the local highways authority, so KCC, can confirm they've considered appropriate noise nuisance measures. Have you reviewed that position?
With what we've got so far. With what we've got so far, but I don't think there's been any further evidence of that.
So is this something that may be further put onto poor old Mr. Young's list?
Yep, long list.
Righto. You're going to be there for some time, aren't you?
Well, we might charge a pre-app fee or something like that. We're not just a general kind of, anything you can think about in Kent, we'll provide you an answer. I just offer that warning because we need to focus on the site and the impact of the site.
Absolutely understand that.
We'll happily look at Tremport, for example, but you're aware there's not an application in yet. So,
no, but it's part of the the route that they're providing, and it's part of that infrastructure, isn't it?
It is, but if there isn't an application, I can't tell you very much about the application that isn't there. And I only say that not to be unhelpful, but to recognise that, when parish councils give evidence, they often like to know everything about everything that Kent might possibly be dealing with. Obviously, if it helps you in relation to this application, we will assist you, but we are not here for a general surgery.
No, but as I said before, there's a lot of agreement, and I mean, I don't, need to know to advise the Secretary of State on points that are raised in various bits of evidence. Don't ask you. I'm not sure who I'm going to ask, really.
Well, I'll filter that if I may.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'll filter that on the basis that if it's relevant to the case, then yes, we'll obviously answer it. But my experience of parish councils is that sometimes their interests go a little beyond what we're really looking at.
Okay.
Thank you, Mum. So just to finish off that point, totally finish it off. I think I mentioned about bus stop. We're talking about noise. If there's to be an acoustic fence, there's going to be a hole in it, and that bus stop's 6 metres in the air. So, it doesn't look particularly good or practical or sustainable.
We come on to junction W roundabout. Again, the concerns here relate to nuisance. It's light nuisance this time.
Microphone.
Sorry, and car headlights. That 8.25, a similar paragraph to the one that we've just been discussing with the inspector and Mr. Young. Are you in a position to review the 5 parishes group's position, or do you say you need to hear further from KCC?
Yeah. I mean, the long and the short of it is they have an aspiration. They haven't done their homework. We're presented with something that is particularly vague. We've got considerable local concerns, and the applicants and KCC may make light of this, but these residents are really concerned. You heard that lady on the third party day, Mum, and I feel really rather cross that they make rather humour of the predicament that my residents find themselves in. It's hell for them.
I'm sure they weren't making light of it, Miss Bonnie, but so when you say the aspiration, you're talking about this section of the Northern Relief Road, the Tremport section, aren't you?
Yeah.
And the effect of the lighting and the elevation and
Absolutely.
the noise. Basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okie doke, thank you.
Then we come on to the attenuation ponds in the area, and the 5 parishes' concerns about the constriction of the area and the achievability of the attenuation ponds. And I think, again, we come to what I think is the last request of KCC within this section of the proof, about whether or not KCC has considered the appropriate drainage. Are you still pursuing that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there is an issue here because I know KCC Flood have come back and objected around the attenuation pond, but in Stones Farm. But there's a significant width constraint in the whole section here, and I think we need to understand that. As I said earlier, there is also major infrastructure. We're talking about mains and sewerage and all those, and putting them under a major structure like this is probably not a good idea. And from what we've seen, we believe they may be in very close vicinity to or under this structure. Not the crossing, but the road itself.
So, do you mean that the main services run close to the attenuation pond, is that what you're saying?
Well, I think we've got to understand how the attenuation ponds work, because this is a really elevated structure up here, so it's going to be built up. You've got going to have potentially attenuation ponds down here, and yet we're going to have a footpath that's supposed to be running either one side or the other of the road. How does that all fit together?
But what about these main services? Where are you saying that
We believe they run very close. Along the northern part of Great East Hall, they run, I think, right almost along that ridge line there. But I think they stray into where the road is. But this is part of the detail that needs to come out.
When you say the ridge line, sorry, which side of the railway are we?
So we're on the northern side of the railway line, and we're on the northern part of Great East Hall, where that gap is between Eurolink 5 and Great East Hall Estate, where we walk down that scrubby bit.
Along there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, construction of the railway crossing and the Five Parishes concerns here as to whether it's technically feasible to build the railway crossing within the confines of the red boundary.
Yeah.
And this seems to stem from the fact there are no technical details on the overall size of the structure. Have you seen anything that has changed your view on this?
No.
And you conclude that this is critical information to be used when assessing the impact of the proposed development?
Yeah, I think when we walked past on Lomas Road, I pointed out to you Baker's Place, and literally the bridge structure will be right at the end of their property there when we walked along.
Street lighting on the Northern Release Road, and the parish council, the Five Parishes group's concerns are related to whether or not street lighting is going to be placed along the whole route of the Northern Relief Road.
Yep.
Have you seen any evidence or information to clarify that point?
No.
And again, why do you consider that that information is needed in assessing the impact of the proposed development?
Well, it fundamentally impacts the open spaces that we set aside in the Stones Farm area, but also it fundamentally impacts the conservation area as well. We have a local view around conservation areas that we like them not to be fully street lit Belisha beacon of lighting, and that it would substantially alter the nature of the conservation area for it to be lit. But therein lies the problem around sustainability, because if you want people to use walking and cycling routes, especially in winter time, they do need to be lit.
Road signage. Have you seen any further details about road signage
No.
since you drafted this?
No.
And do you still consider that it's needed in order to assess the impact?
Yes.
And why?
Again, it's about the visual impact and how actually it's laid out.
And we've discussed the utility services to a degree, but is there anything else you want to add?
No, not at this point. I think we'll pick it up in planning.
So, turning to section 9 of your proof, and we're onto the highways to the south, the Southern Relief Road and the M2, and the Five Parishes group sets out its concerns here. I want to just understand at paragraph 9.2 what the Five Parishes groups considers the impacts will be of the number of junctions.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, there seems to be an inordinate number of junctions along the route of, of the Southern Relief Road, also the Northern Relief Road, for that matter. And actually, does it impact on its purpose? Because actually, it seems to be a service road to development.
And then we've got the Rodmansham Church Street conservation area, and we've heard you explain that locally conservation areas are liked not to be lit up like Belisha beacons, I think is what you said. In addition to any of these points under 9.3 to 9.7, is there anything further you want to raise with the inquiry based on what you've seen and heard since we started these transport sessions?
It's just to reiterate what I said earlier around where I talked about those section 106, those junctions, and then looking at these new roads that come into and out of the development around Church Street, either end, and they are literally on the corner of, and I think our heritage consultant picked up on one of those, but there's actually two of them, one near the church where the primary school is, and the other one to the north, where the current orchards are as you head towards Bapchild on the right-hand side.
And is it fair to say that when we move on to the section on street lighting to the south, the Southern Relief Road and the M2, the Five Parishes Group's concerns set out here are broadly similar to the earlier concerns about the level of information about street lighting?
Yeah, and this is, in the context of these, we're talking about in transport, we understand the need for lighting for safety, but equally, it's quite a dark area as it currently is, because there's agricultural fields. And there's a lot of up and down, as we found out when we were walking. And to have this lit would be a huge visual scar on the landscape, have a visual impact.
And at 9.13, we deal with the impact of the new football stadium and the new floodlights. And I just want you just to explain a bit more about the views of the Five Parishes Groups in respect to the hazard that poses.
What? Sorry.
Sorry, 9.13. It's the relocation of the new location for a football stadium and the impacts that the floodlights might have on the M2.
So this is again to do with transport. Is that I think it will be covered in planning, but we talk about the principle of accessing facilities, should they be in the heart of communities. This is thrown out onto the outer edge, right near the national landscape. If it is to be a proper training pitch, i.e. it's going to be floodlit, it will completely upend the dark skies of the national landscape, as it's right next to the motorway there. But above all is it will attract the way the developments are set out. We have quite a lot of traffic that will be using that first junction off of the motorway, and this is effectively also serving this residential development. And at the far end of it is, in the tucked away, it feels almost in the corner, is the sports facility. Is that the right place for it? I'm not sure it is. Also, it can have an impact on the motorways, obviously, if you've got floodlighting.
And we have a section on the calculation of green space, and this feels more a question for the planners than
I can pick that up in planning.
Mr. Wild. But I think the overall concern is that the allocations for green space seem to include embankments and cuttings. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen when we were out walking is how hilly it is. I think we did our the southern bit, up and down, and the northern bit. But the sheer volume of re-engineering of the landscape that's going to have to go on, it's enormous. The embankments and the cuttings. And actually, when you look at the parks and the topography of the land around the Southern Relief Road, you're going to say, is that a great green space because of the topography?
Section 10 of your proof sets out a list of missing key drawing or details and an explanation as to why these drawings are needed but are not there. Are you aware of any of those drawings now being provided or updated?
No.
And section 11, which is your penultimate section, we deal with the applicant's response to Stones Farm. And I just want you to take the inspector through your response, or the group's response to the applicant's position.
Yeah, so if I take you to 11.5 there, and which says, we refer to paragraph 19, if there is a conflict with the Stones Farm drainage system, there would be the possibility to alter the design of the Northern Relief Road to consider the approved drainage system for Stones Farm. This would be considered and approved at the detailed design stage. For instance, the Northern Relief Road is likely to be on an embankment as it crosses the valley with the Tong watercourse. Well, it's not an embankment, it's a bridge. One possibility would be extending the bridging to allow the Northern Release Road to extend, and I think it should be over the northern part of the Suds Pond, which is currently passing under the Northern Relief Road alignment. The 5 parishes feel this is critical information to be used when assessing the impact on the development due to the impact on the Tong Conservation Area. So, as I mentioned earlier, this is about how you maintain it, what it looks like, and what it actually is, which is bridging rather than embankments. And actually what we're left with here is not much green space. By the time you've taken all of this out, there's very little green space left that's of value for the purpose of being, you know, a green space, a landscape.
And then you deal with paragraph 20 of the applicant's response in 11.6. Is there anything further you want to add to that?
No, I think I've dealt with that.
And then kind of moving on through the rest of this section, the 5 parishes group sets out its concerns, but is there anything further you want to add in respect of what is said here?
So yeah, I think the applicant absolutely has to address this, because this is a real issue for the locals. Is on figure 9.
Sorry, what paragraph?
Figure 9. This is the Google Maps imaging that we were provided.
Right, well, I'm just wondering which paragraph.
Oh, sorry. Let's have a look.
One, please.
These are the last roundup items.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so if we go to point 11.9, and it talks about document 01 drawing 2952-737.
Yeah.
Fails to correctly show the alignment, the A2 and the Stones Farm development. Right, so we were provided with copies of this, which is the overlay of their layout on top of Google Maps. And what it shows is the red there around the entrance to Spring Acres. When we saw the original version on screen, you will have seen Spring Acres was built out, and you can see the structures that are there. But where you come into the entrance of Spring Acres, on the right hand side is a block of flats there. And according to this, there is associated road structure there which takes out those. Now, the applicant said to us on site that wasn't their intended purpose, but these are in the public domain, and these are people's flats, these are people's homes, and on the right hand side are 5 houses that are taken out by structures here. And also you show how far up it goes. It goes into the parking area, into the Spring Acres development. when actually your red line boundary stops further down, sort of 2/3 the way along that block of flats. So you've gone outside your red line boundary. So I would ask that either they correct these or they make a statement as to what's happening to those residents' homes there. This is really vitally important, given the blight that we have suffered for years as a result of this remaining outstanding. These are newly built social homes and private homes that are affected here.
We'll cover it in Mr. Wilde's chief.
Thank you.
I refer here particularly to on 1110, 1111, 1112 and 1113 to document 07 to give you a CD reference because I omitted that. It's
Sorry,
apologies.
11:11, did you say?
Yeah, 1110, 1110, 1111, 1112 and 1113. I talk about document 07 about drainage, and that CD reference is 100.17.7. But of critical importance, particularly to those affected around Spring Acres development, is a commentary around 11.9 and those homes that are affected at the entrance to Spring Acres.
So that's the same point, really?
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, and then finally on 11.16, it's unclear to 5 parishes how much green space should be reclassified as road when including embankments and cuttings. And that goes to my point I made earlier, is there's a substantial amount of embankments and cuttings. Now, we believe a lot of this is classed as green space as well, and it can't be both. It's not. You can't use those embankments as open green space. It doesn't seem reasonable.
I think we've agreed, haven't we, that that will be dealt by Mr. Bashforth? Well, the open space, the green space, and the embankments and so forth, whether they're included.
Whether they're included in the overall calculations for open space, you mean?
Oh yeah, I don't know whether it's him or whether it's Mr. Wilde or who it is.
Well, we'll add it to Mr. Bashforth.
I thought you said it was for the planners. I've got written down here when we were talking.
I think
about
it was probably me that I suggested it was probably for Mr. Bashford rather than Mr. Wilde, because it's the.
I don't mind who deals with this. Okay, fine.
Thank you.
So coming on to the final section of your proof, section 12 sets out your summaries and conclusions in respect of your sections 2 through to 11. I'm not proposing to take you through them all. As we said earlier, your proof is taken as read, but has anything changed in the 5 parishes' view in respect of those conclusions, having now had a lot more information through the sessions, the site visit, and further information that's been provided during the course of the inquiry since this proof was drafted?
No, I mean, obviously, when we submitted this, I think it was the day before we submitted this, a whole load of information was deposited with you, ma'am. And I don't envy your job here because there's just so much information seems to be constantly heading your direction, or changing, it feels like, or being updated. So I don't intend that we have updated, and from what I've seen, it makes no difference or changes. I think what our comments really go to the heart of what does sustainability mean, and if you want to encourage modal shift or mode shift, whatever you call it, these issues need to be adequately dealt with.
Thank you. Councillor Bonnie, I have no further questions for you. I don't know if Mr Simons has any, but the inspector may as well have some.
So you don't want to ask anything?
No, thanks.
I've got just a couple of things, if you don't mind. Difficult, don't worry.
Never believe someone when they say that.
She gets out her large file.
That's true.
Well, I'm not a barrister. You can believe me. Right. Yes. So just going back on your page 21.
21, yep. Suds, water.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Yes. So we're going to deal.
I was going to deal with that in planning if you want
Deal
to.
with that in planning. Right. Okay. That's
Yep.
fine. I'll leave that one then.
Okay.
8.4. Let me just see. Yes.
Yeah.
I just wondered. You were talking about junctions being too close together. If we just get that, I think it's on. Let's look at our site visit, the plan. You know, site visit plan.
Yeah.
And we can look at. Is it plan 8 possibly?
Sheet 8.
No, it isn't. Is it showing the junction?
Oh, yeah.
Or is it?
Is it that one, Mum? Dully Road and where the
Oh, yes,
north and
which one?
south meet?
Yeah, where's that?
That is sheet 8, you were right.
I was right. Okay. Oops, maybe. Let's have a look at that. I just really. Oh yes, that's right. Sorry, it is that one. I just really wanted you to explain what you're getting at here on paragraph 8.4. What was the point you were making, please? Didn't quite
So
understand.
the new junction with the A2 at the east end of Backyard and the interchange between the Northern Relief Road and Tenham West. So this is this roundabout here,
Yeah.
and then it's the where if you were to decide to continue along the A2, so you go round, you go straight over the round. Say
Well,
we're
you're
coming
coming
from
from
Tenham,
Faversham,
yeah,
are you?
Faversham and Tenham. You're on the
Yeah.
right-hand side of the page here. You go round the roundabout straight over,
Yeah.
and then you've got to turn left effectively after the roundabout. But as you can see, it's only half a field's length.
Sorry. You turn left. You go down the Southern Relief Road, wouldn't you?
And you've gone over the roundabout, so
You've
we've
gone
driven
over
round the roundabout.
Oh, I see. And you want to go into
Yeah,
Backyard?
yeah, if you want to go into Backyard,
So you
or you
turn-
want to go into Sittingbourne that way, because not everyone's going to want to end up in
Okay.
Eurolink. So we're just saying that the distance between that roundabout
Mm-hmm.
and the existing route into Backyard is really close there.
So you think that's too close?
Mm.
I see. Well,
And then we've got these curious other, and this is what I was talking about earlier, is some of the curious exits and entrances along the Northern Relief Road.
well, one of them is
One is into the
going
development.
into the actual development.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be?
Yeah. The other one, I assume, is
I can't.
We can. Sorry, just to say, I don't know.
Can you
whether
just deal with that point
We
about
will.
proximity?
I was going to say proximity of the
of
junction to the
I
roundabout.
think there was also another point about proximity of other junctions. But was there another point you wanted to make about junctions being too close together? Was that just the general point of
let
too
me
many
just
junctions?
check. The 500 believe these junctions are too close to one another. Turning right from the A. So, yeah, I think it's about turning right. So there's one if you're coming from the Faversham direction, but it's the reverse where you've got to cross over carriageways. If that's, I presume that's going to be a busy road.
Sorry, so you're coming from Faversham along the A2?
Yeah.
And then which one are you worried about?
So if you're coming the other way, if you're coming down the A2 from Sittingbourne and Bapchild, and then you're coming out and you've got to turn them right and you've got to traverse obviously the new Northern Relief Road to then get to the roundabout.
So it's that
yeah,
sort of
it's how you cross into and out of that junction there. And it's going to be, obviously, that's going to be a busy junction.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Wilde can explain that, can't he?
We'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that
Many other
junction.
things he's going to be dealing with. Okie dokes. And there was just one other.
And sorry, Mum, if I may, yeah, I mean, we talk about that in isolation, but obviously we're talking about, earlier I talked about things like secondary schools, which are obviously big bits of important infrastructure.
Yeah.
If you've got children crossing, etc., coming out of an estate to get to school, how are they going to get to school? Are they really going to follow that other route down, or are they going to be tempted to go through that busy junction in order to get into a Sittingbourne school? Because there is no grammar provision within the development, so...
Not the northern one.
Northern or the southern.
Sorry, no what?
Grammar school provision.
Right.
Because we've got a split, obviously, in Kent in our secondary provision.
There is a secondary school, though.
There is, but obviously that won't encapsulate all the children.
Right, okay.
So obviously if you've passed
schools, that's probably a point for Mr.
Section 1 is
Bashford,
it?
isn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely not for Mr. Wilde, so it'll have to be Mr. Bashforth, because we haven't got anyone else.
Leave that for Mr. Wilde. I think he's got enough to deal with. Okay. Now, just what the final point I wanted to say was a sort of more overall point, really, because you're obviously very concerned about this particular route of the proposed national Northern Relief Road.
Yeah.
Whether it's provided will be provided on its own or as a combined scheme, or not at all, of course.
Yeah.
But just assuming for the sake of his questions it would be provided. But there's obviously, I suppose my point really is it's in the local plan. So how have you had any thought of how you would envisage providing it, or how it would be provided? Obviously there's no funding, and how would it be provided if the scheme were to provide it? What thought about that?
So under the local plan that we currently have is a search area, and it's about as vague as that. There is not a specified, as you say, dedicated route. There has been that search area. I think KCC they looked at this back in 2010, but from a community perspective, that I think was the last time any significant consultation or work by public authority was done around the Northern Relief Road.
What, 2010?
Yeah.
So are you saying that the community would prefer it didn't happen?
Well, I mean, from a Bapchild perspective, they this hammers them both ends, or if you look at it another way, is that it ends up being an island in the middle. There's a crook effectively going around Bapchild from where it joins the A2, goes through Stones Farm all the way round to the roundabout, and then you start going down if you say the Southern Relief Road happened. So from a perspective, and this is exasperation of the locals as they expressed to me, is this continued, we have to grow, and there is this, KCC will rarely seem to object to highways issues, and Swale Planning Committee have to take note of that. And it then makes it a difficult proposition to refuse applications that come in. But we've got this building issue around capacity of the network. And the A2 obviously is constrained. It's the old Roman road. We've got the lower road, which is obviously quite dangerous. I don't think there is an ideal, I can't see an ideal solution here. I mean, obviously, we don't want to cross through is the middle of the conservation area, or, you know, a chunk of the conservation area here. The Great East Hall scheme was approved, obviously, and seems to have wiped out a chunk of the search area without a public consultation, which is really unfortunate.
That's the residential development we saw that is at the higher level that we walked when we walked along that footpath, isn't it?
Yes, so where part of this, obviously the northern part above the railway line is owned by Tremport, I believe, and they own the Tremport Triangle in Stones Farm as well, which is another ransom strip. But there doesn't seem to be an apparently obvious solution.
Right. So, I mean, I suppose my question is really, first of all, from your point of view, as a representative of the community, does the community think that it's a good idea to have a road that takes traffic away possibly from the A2 and Backchild, if it does? And is there any idea of, if it didn't go here, how it could be provided, I suppose? I'm asking, really.
Well, I suppose it's quite theoretical. It is quite difficult. It is, and
the point.
it is, absolutely.
It's in a local plan,
But it's in a local plan, and I suppose the frustration is, you see what happens outside of here, Mum, and
outside of where?
Outside of Swell House, and people talk about town centre congestion, and there is a railway. There's two railway bridges that are major constraints on the town centre and the free flow of traffic. I'm aware, through my other hats, that a conversation was more than a conversation. Network Rail have gone away and looked at the cost of replacing one of those bridges, because obviously what you can see there is the constraint of getting through the junction, the signalised junction here, and going under the railway bridge, and it's only 1.5 carriageways wide, so you end up with enormous traffic problem coming out of Eurolink. And actually Network Rail have admitted that their assets are causing an issue in the town centre, and they've priced that up and they've put that in their long-term plan. And actually focusing on mitigation and dealing with issues, I mean, I can't believe that the timing of the traffic lights outside of here is correct, because the other traffic lights that go around it are not. And this is a problem actually, because historically Stones Farm, when Stones Farm was originally proposed, we were told that they would do an upgrade of a junction, which they did, and then we wanted a review, and they wouldn't do a review. But what we found was the Sponstry Avenue was really under pressure, and that feeder lanes didn't work. And what this scheme does, in one sense, some may perceive it solves a problem, but actually all it does is it pushes a problem around. It moves it somewhere else. So you might create a small amount of mitigation in one area, but actually you've just dumped it on another.
But I mean, if the Northern Relief Road were to be built somewhere, it wouldn't bring traffic down here, would it? It would go round and onto the rest of that Northern Relief Road. It's not going to cut through down here, is it?
It would, but is that where you want to go? Oh. Not everyone wants to go to Eurolink. That's fine.
No,
but
I
agree.
No. Anyway, that's fine. Perhaps we're okay.
The theoretical discussion.
Would it be all right if just on the, I know this is a bit unusual order, but just before re-examination, I've just got one question arising out. I mean, I won't do it if there's any objection.
No, no.
It's fine.
Just literally one question. Could you just turn up, Councillor Bonnie, core document 14.10? It just arises out of something you've just said to the inspector. inspector. Yeah,
Put my mic on. 14.
that's it.
Have we been in the 14?
Have we not? Oh,
No.
I don't know.
Hold on. That's
Oh, yes, we have. Anyway. Okay.
Have you got that?
Sorry.
yep.
We can see what's going on. These are the minutes of a meeting. It's held in this very room in June of, gosh, it's almost exactly, 6 years ago or whatever. Minutes of that meeting, at which, as we see from the front page, you were present. And we see, don't we, that one of the things that was discussed, and it's on page, PDF page 10, and following, so it's several pages. Do you have PDF page 10? There's a
Yep.
heading Motion B Southern Relief Road.
Yeah.
And you proposed at that stage and spoke in support of the following motion. Mr. Wilde will get into this tomorrow, but the council notes a demonstrable lack of public support for a Southern Link Road dependent on house building. This motion supersedes the previous motion. The previous one had been one where the council was supporting the Southern Relief Road and confirms that the Southern Link Road dependent on house building ... is not a strategic objective of the council. That was the motion that you proposed.
Yep.
And the debate ensues. It goes on over this page, and then if you turn on to the next page as well, there's a lot of bullet points. Do you see? There's a load of bullet points. That before the bullet points it says debate, then return to the original motion, which centred on the following themes. Do you see?
Sorry, what page are you on?
I'm so sorry. I was on the next page after second page of the debate, so it's page 11 of 14.
Page 11. Hold on. Yeah. Which bullet point?
It was just that there's a bank of bullet points. Before them it says debate, then return to the original motion, which centred on the following themes.
Yeah.
Do you see?
Yes.
And then it goes through the different themes that were debated. The third of which is that there was a desperate need for a Northern Relief Road, but not, so members were saying at that time, a Southern Relief Road, as if it was based on housing. Do you see? And then you sum it all up at the end. Underneath the bullet points, you sum up and you acknowledge the deficit in investment in the existing road structure. You consider that improvements to Junction 5 and Junction 7 and to the A249 are crucial, and you tell us that there is a need for the Northern Relief Road and the focus should be on that, rather than you were saying mass housing to support a Southern Relief Road, right?
Yep.
So the real answer to when the inspector was asking you a few minutes ago about whether or not you support the need for a Northern Relief Road is that you do. You've been acknowledging the need for the Northern Relief Road. Indeed, some members were saying it was a desperate need for the Northern Relief Road. You've been acknowledging it for years in this very room and on the public record.
The council did, and at that point.
No, you,
Yeah,
not the council.
and that at that point, and that is 2019.
No, not the council. You
Yeah,
acknowledged it.
Absolutely.
So is your position that it was needed then, but it's not needed anymore?
I think it depends on what circumstances it comes forward and what it is.
These circumstances.
Yeah.
Are you saying that there was a need for the Northern Relief Road when you spoke at that meeting, but since then the need has gone away? Is that your position?
I have to say, it's on the need for a Northern Relief Road. It depends what it's tied to, really, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
I
The
think it
question
does,
is
'cause-
whether there is you said at the time there was a need for it. The focus should be on that. You don't
Yeah.
like a housing supported Southern Relief Road. Okay, obviously we'll hear more about that tomorrow. But just on the question of whether the inspectors pointed out multiple times that there's there's a area of search policy in the local plan. But it goes a bit further than that, because you yourself personally have acknowledged the need for it. And my question to you is, were you right then, or are you right now? Has the need gone?
I think it really depends on the circumstances at the time.
Does it? All right then. Thank you.
I know you said about people being really worried about that plan. I think it might be worth just sort of saying in public, I think, that the intention, because it is outside the site, the intention is not, there will be no proposal to demolish any houses in Stokes Farm.
We were obviously going to, of course,
but
that
I mean,
is.
I'm just saying it now because I think it.
That is
people
quite right,
obviously
and we will. No, you're
really
quite right to
worried.
say that, and we will obviously confirm that
Yeah.
when we get there tomorrow or whenever.
So
That's important
I
to
think
note.
people really need to know that. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Anyway. Right. So now we're going to just re-examination.
There wasn't any re-examination until Mr. Simons raised that last point. But
Okay.
your last answer to Mr. Simons was, it depends on the circumstances at the time. Are you able to expand on that as to what you mean?
Well, you know, we have debates about lots of things in the council chamber. A lot of it, unfortunately, goes around in circles because we're not in control of all of this. And it really does depend on what is brought forward. So what we have before us is road infrastructure with a huge amount of housing. We have a search area. And until you see some clarity around what proposals are, it's a difficult position to be in. I mean, Tenham and Bapchild together, along with the residents of Great East Hall, have ended up in this situation, unfortunately, through a legacy of what we've inherited as residents, through, you know, what the authorities have been able to do. And a lot of that boils down to, you know, it's money. And what is a concern here is what this actually opens up. It's like Pandora's box. So you can say, well, that's great because we're going to get Northern and Southern Relief Road, but actually we found out is that we probably need the M2 widening, and I don't see any money for that because there isn't any money for Rise 3, which is Junction 7. So we have to think through the consequences of what this all means and then not end up in a worse position than we currently are.
I mean, in respect of what was envisaged back in 2019, when you provided this summing up at the end of the motion, what did you envisage by way of a Northern Relief Road? Was there an idea as to a route for it, or?
Well, I think we were in a different position with our local plan as well. Sorry, I think we were in a different position in our local plan at that point in time. I can't remember exactly where we were in 2019, but I do remember we've obviously been through a whole load of work locally with the local authority around its local plan and a review. Well, it was not a review because that changed and housing numbers have changed.
In terms of what's been presented in this proposal, if that had been presented to you at that time and you were talking about the Northern Relief Road in as is proposed here, would you have been in support of it?
Sorry, say that again.
Had you been presented with a proposal along the lines of what is presented here for the Northern Relief Road, would you have been in support of that back in 2019?
Probably not, no.
Why?
For all the reasons we've set out.
Thank you, Madam. I don't have any further questions.
I just wonder if I could just press you slightly. I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I understand absolutely that you don't want the housing or anything, but I just wanted to know what your position, you might have changed your mind, I don't know, but what your position is just on the road without the housing and all the other stuff,
just on the road, whether you think or the community thinks.
Well, I
it's a
think
good thing
it's
or-
when I talked this afternoon, it's how it connects to the network. And, you know, all these entrances and exits, etc. You know, what my perception of a relief road is, and I think what we're currently presented with, they don't necessarily correlate. But then I'm no traffic road engineer.
No, I mean.
But had it been if it's a straight road and it connects one place to another and it doesn't leak out, then if it creates a bypass effect, takes traffic away from one area to another, the sole purpose, I would think, of a relief road, then that's a different proposition. But again, it depends how that connects into the system.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry if that seems a
No, that's fine.
circumspect answer, but I think what we've learned is you get presented with a scheme that seems to morph and change as things go along. So I become, I suppose, a little more sceptical.
Well, it's obvious you don't support. I wasn't trying to suggest you
Yeah.
support the scheme
No.
as it stands.
But there are things that make things acceptable, and there's mitigation, and we're not. We all acknowledge that, and you can work things through. But it's thinking, obviously, you've got a massive task of.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you. Right, good. Thank you very much. So, anything else?
Programme, if it's all right. Just
Oh,
a
yes.
very brief word on the programme, if that's okay. So the most recent programme saw Mr. Wild starting today, which obviously he won't do. He'll start tomorrow, 4 o'clock finish tomorrow.
I know.
Mr. Wild's got, as you know, I've been saying from the beginning, he's got bucket loads to cover in chief. It will take ages, and that is sort of understandable given that what we've been through for the last sort of week or
We're
so.
going to start, aren't we, tomorrow?
Oh, we'll start tomorrow.
You're not suggesting.
No. Don't get me wrong. No.
tomorrow.
Of course we start tomorrow. We make as much use as we can of tomorrow, but you won't finish it by 4, I don't think.
Well, I mean, we need to finish by 1:30 at the very latest.
No. What I'm saying is he won't finish
No,
his.
because you said 1.5 days.
Exactly.
I'm sure it's
Yeah.
gonna be much
So
more than
he'll
that.
move into next week, which potentially is okay. Other than the fact that one thing I'm just a bit concerned about, and as I'll just say it, is that. If you just look at Mr. Bell's evidence in chiefs, both of them cumulatively add up to, I think, 2 days of evidence.
Hang on, just sorry.
No, sorry.
quite
The
sure
ones
where
that have
you
already
are.
happened. The ones that, if you add up Mr. Bamber and Councillor Bonnie, there were 2 days of evidence in chief in total.
Are you saying he's been a bit slower? Than
No, I'm not criticising him at all. It's absolutely fine. What I'm saying is that it would be genuinely remarkable for anyone to be able to take all of that evidence that we've now heard in chief and distill it given that Mr. Wild's going to be another day and a half of chief himself,
Or probably longer now.
maybe longer, and the moment Mr. Bell's got an hour and a half in for cross-examination of.
Oh, I see.
I think that I would just urge him and everybody really, to really reflect on whether or not that is realistic, because if indeed it's more like a day or something, which wouldn't be at all surprising given what's been going on, we need to really have a think about this programme. So I'll say that. The good news is that Mr. Westmoreland Smith has told me that national highways are probably more in for, if anything, half an hour rather than 1 to 1.5 hours. So there's a bit of a saving there. I don't know whether that accords with what we've
Half an
been
hour.
communicating over email. He wants to keep it in at half an hour. There might be nothing. But I think the big thing, given and obviously Mr. Pereira, I think, is still reserving maybe the hour. Sorry, of course. Oh, sorry. Well, yeah, subject to that. Obviously, there was Mr. Pereira's hour as well. But what I anticipate, the big place where we're lacking at the moment is, I suspect, he'll tell us in a minute maybe, but Mr. Bell's hour and a half, because we've not been able to do anything in remotely close to an hour and a half in this highway session so far. So just to check in on the sort of realism of all of that, and obviously it's really important, if we can, that we manage to get to socio-economic on the 26th of June and so on. I just don't know the extent to which that'll be possible.
I mean, we need, Yeah, Mr. Pestle has got to be heard on the 26th, hasn't he? 'Cause
I think they had availability constraints.
is that right?
Yeah, shall I say a few
Sorry,
things?
yeah, thank you so much.
You carry on. Mr.
Yeah, my 1 hour was a kind of placeholder.
Cool.
I don't intend to cross-examine. That's the first thing.
You're not going to cross-examine?
No, it's correct that our socio-economic evidence has to start on the 26th. He's available that week, but not the following week.
Not the following week.
I'm aware that you're awaiting time estimates from us, I think, on the later days of the inquiry. I've been looking at the programme this afternoon just to help with preparation, and if you were to look at the days that follow the viability, so week 11, it is looking quite tight.
I think it's
Yeah, not kidding.
I think it's going to be incredibly tight.
Yeah, and I don't know what my understanding was. I mean, I'm certainly not available beyond those days in week 13, and I appreciate the inquiry does have to finish. So that might touch a tender spot in our hearts, I know, but
I mean, yeah, the trouble is that although you and Mr. Simons can do week 13, I think others probably can't.
Yes.
So we're going to have a bit of difficulty. I mean, I don't know how long closing submissions for the 5 parties, other parties, would be.
No, don't know. We might be able to save
Whether we can
some
save
time.
any time, I don't.
But obviously, there's once those time estimates are all, we've sent ours in as well. There are time estimates for planning, etc. So no doubt Yvonne and Helen can be computing all of that. But even just on planning, our planning in chief is quite not as long as highways, obviously, but several hours, and then cross-examination of Mr. Digan from me is a few hours as well.
I mean,
it is what it is.
Well,
Obviously,
this
that's
is what-
critical evidence.
yeah,
and we can't curtail it.
what I was going to just suggest was, and dare I say it, that when you've got the time estimates in,
yeah.
there might be a need for you to come back to the advocates and say, actually, can you revisit those? And I appreciate the planning evidence is important, but in a sense, it's from your perspective, perhaps, although I don't wish to presume to speak on your behalf, it is in a sense the least technical of the evidence. There may also be some time that can be made up in the conditions 106
There won't be.
parts. No, so
I don't
there
think
is
there will be.
so there
I
is a
think
there
that's
is a
pretty
there is a
tight,
there is a looming potential
I think
problem
there is a
that
bit of an
that
elephant
needs
in
to
the
be
room.
resolved. Yeah.
I think that's right. Yeah, but
Well, I think we need to consider, I'm not really happy to, skimp on. I mean, planning's quite important. Believe it or not, it's planning inquiry.
exactly. Yeah, and it would be. Yeah, it would. It would.
And we do. It draws everything together in a way, doesn't
Would it be? Would the next step? We're on the cusp of actually having all the time estimates. Would the next step be to have those computed over the next day or so, and then we know?
When are they all going to come in?
Well, ours are in. Have we sent ours? Ours are in. Are yours in?
Ours are not in, but you will have them before the start of the inquiry tomorrow morning.
Right. So maybe.
Everybody who's involved.
I think it's most. Who else is there? There's
Well,
obviously Mr. Bell. There's Mr. Bell. There's us. Oh, there's Mr.
Kent
Warren.
County Council for planning.
Mr. Finch is my witness. We've already submitted some
Have you?
evidence.
Have you done the time estimates?
Sorry?
Oh.
Time estimates?
Not long.
Hang on.
Not long.
Well, don't tell me now.
No.
We're about to be told.
Yeah, I don't want to delay you. I don't think it'll take very
Oh,
long.
you're here.
I've got Helen on the phone, getting very anxious about all this.
Sorry, Helen.
Yeah, she said there's lots of problems before we can get to planning, so she's just waiting for the rest of the time to the rest of it.
When you say lots of
We need
problems.
the councils, timings. Who else?
Right. Need your timings.
Just to say, obviously, the reason I raised it today was.
Yeah, we're supposed to get them in today. today, so if we can get everything in, then we can have a proper conversation
have
about it tomorrow and maybe get Helen to come in as well
Yeah,
on it, because she's got all the information.
as soon as we finish today, I'll do them, and I apologise for
I think we
key-
need everyone's timings for the rest of the inquiry, really,
Yeah.
don't we?
The,
But just on the point of Mr. Pestle, we could hear him on the Friday, couldn't we?
together with
27th. He's around that week, he said.
yeah, that would be his last day he's available, so
Yeah.
we'd have to get him
Well,
done that day.
if we did run on, then there is a possibility that could still happen. And we'd have to move, then Mr. Dobson would have to go into the next week. I know
Yes.
it's not ideal, but...
Can I make another suggestion? I don't think, but I may be wrong, that there's a statement of common ground on the employment socio-economic, and there is actually quite a lot of common ground, and I wonder whether that would also be something it would certainly be helpful to you, but also be helpful timing
Well,
wise.
it's a bit late.
Well, not really. It's not
I'm
in
meant to be
until it's not for another 2
preparing it
weeks.
next week.
we've
It's-
got our rebuttal to
It's
put
not
in
for another
still.
2 weeks, and now the evidence is in. Apart from the rebuttals, it may well be easier and quicker to do the statement of common ground than it would have been before.
Well,
So
we can discuss. Happy to
Yeah.
take it away.
All right, well, I don't really want to...
The reason for me intervening a couple of minutes ago and getting this ball rolling was just in the very short term, thinking about Mr. Wild and getting through him and how long that might realistically take.
Let's everybody, I think, could review their time estimates for the rest of the highways. That would be really helpful. All right, and then perhaps we could revisit that tomorrow morning, could we?
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, so just before you finish, can I just give you another reminder to sort of take, please, all your bits and pieces. There's a bin out just at the door, very convenient, so you can drop them in there. What? No, not the glass. You can leave the glassware. Don't take that. Right. I will adjourn now till 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you very much. Right, do you want to chat about all this?
No, we can chat later.
Oh yeah, we can, that's true. Well, I just want to fill me in with what...
I might just wait